And barnstorm his way through the Wildcard playoff to win his way into the 2014 Australian Open. How the tennis year moves so quickly. We're back here for the 2015 AO Wildcard playoff here in beautiful Melbourne. Of course, the entree to the Australian Open, which is only 35 days away. And it does feel like we're building up to the first major of the year. It's a great opportunity this week for two young Australians to win direct entry. They have to go through qualies, and they're guaranteed some very nice prize money by winning this week's tournament. 16 men and 16 women. Brett Phillips joined by Jonty Huvenaz and Michael Teixeira. Great to see you guys, and
morning,
looking forward to this week.
Yes, I'm the other guy wearing glasses in the commentary box today. No, very excited. It's the summer of tennis. It's all kicking off. The Australian Open season is on its way, and really the entree to that is the Australian Open wildcard playoff.
It is indeed. Hey, the field this week, Luke Saville is going to be the top seed for the men, and he's got his ranking, Johnny, to 164 in the world, so he's coming along nicely. Jumped about 200 spots this year. Olivia Ragoska, hometown is Melbourne. She's around about 128 in the world, and a real opportunity for both of those as the top seeds to put their best foot forward.
Both big years for those competitors, and Saville's just made a huge ground this season. So yeah, up to 164, the South Australian, the top ranking for this wildcard playoff, and he'll be second up today up against New South Welshman Christopher O'Connell here on this court right behind us. But first up will be Jordan Thompson, the man you alluded to in the intro.
Indeed, there's a lot of good young players with an opportunity this week. Akira Santillan, we're going to see a little bit later on today. He caused an upset on this very day. The first day last year, defeated Matt Reed with that beautiful single-handed backhand. He's ranking him, and he's in the 1400s, so who knows? It's a real opportunity for some to really surprise this week. But let's take a look at the first match. The boys are out there, just about ready to go. Jordan Thompson, as I mentioned off the top, who won it, Tash, here last year. Wasn't he passionate? I mean, he was just great value for the viewer back home. Just his passion, long matches, and he really earned his wild card.
He was fiery, and we did think we'd have to enact the 7-second delay on some of his outbursts, but he was quality, and it'll be great to see how he goes 12 months on.
Yeah, he takes on Harry Bourchier, the Tasmanian Johnny. Won the 18s here on the weekend, and he's got his ranking to about 815. So it's a long journey, but this young man's got enormous potential.
Yeah, one of the wild cards we'll get to see in action this week, but as we know, anything is possible at this tournament. Great weather for tennis as well. There's a great sense of anticipation in the year as we build up in those 35 days towards the main event in January, the Australian Open.
There he is. Go back 12 months ago, Tosh. He was the long flowing locks, and he's just tidy up the short back and sides now for Jordan Thompson.
He has, and you can see there the weather. It's perfect tennis weather, which is great. Melbourne's really put it on for us today, so hopefully that stays for the remainder of the week. But what I'm really interested in, along with the tennis, is your conversation and your contribution to the playoff. And you can join us on that at the hashtag playoff, which is across our Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook channels. And we want to know who you think is going to take the wild card in the men and the women, and also who you think is going to perform particularly well in January at the Australian Open. There's a lot to talk about. The summer of tennis has just begun, and we want to hear what you have to say. Yeah,
absolutely, because the stellar field was announced yesterday for the AO starting January 19. We've got, I think, 99, the top 100 men and 99 of the top 100 women. So we're going to be talking about that throughout the course of the week. But they are all the ways you can get involved, and we want to engage with everyone, Tash, right throughout the course of the week. So just keep the conversation flowing along.
That's true, and we're trying some things that are a little bit different for everyone at home. We've got some Google glasses to join our regular glasses. I've tried the glasses on glasses, and it doesn't quite work. But we've got specialists who know how to use them, who can roam around the site, and they can show off. I mean, Margaret Court, just in the background, that roof is fully operational. If there's anything you want to see on site, just make sure you hashtag AO Playoff, and we'll show you. The Melbourne Park is looking great, and we just want to show it off, basically.
Unprecedented access, I would suggest.
This is a bird's eye view. Going to be fantastic. I mean, Margaret Court Arena just behind us. We've been sort of watching it unfold now for about, the last 12, 18 months. It looks spectacular.
Yeah, from the outside as well. It's a very different, unique-looking court in the spectrum of world tennis, but state-of-the-art, and that'll be the court number 2 for the big dance in January.
Would also like to say that in Margaret Court there is a red button that opens the roof. It's very Soviet Cold War. It's amazing. Opens that roof in about 4 minutes, so we might be able to show that off later in the week. But remember,
how many get access to that, Tash?
Well, I've got access once, and I don't think I'm going to get access again, but we might be able to pull some strings for everyone just at home.
All right, we've got the action coming up very shortly, of course, on court. The two boys just warming up. Jordan Thompson closest to you on screen there, and Harry Bourchier, of course, Jordan 20 years of age, Harry 18, so very much still in the infancy of their tennis journey. It's a long journey, isn't it, Johnny? Because I think the average age now, the top 100 men, is somewhere around 27, 28 years of age. So it's a long path, and you've just got to keep grinding away and win these sort of events, or certainly perform well at these sort of events.
Yeah, you've got to hang in there. It's a decade or more long to get to the top echelon, some of these players, and as teenagers come into the game, you take these opportunities when you can get them. The women seem to peak a little earlier in their careers, so probably not so long a wait for them. Yeah,
of course, they'll be in action tomorrow. Ragoska, Anastasia Rodionova will be the second seed. Daria Gavrilova of Victoria, who does go out with Luke Saville. They've been an item since about 2011 now. She's a tremendous story. Had a knee reconstruction the back end of last year, so missed a fair chunk of tennis this year. She's, of course, got residency, awaiting her citizenship here in Australia, but she is a prodigious talent. I think former world #1 junior, so looking forward to having a look at her during the course of the week. And a lot of the players, they're great on social media, aren't they, the tennis players, Tash? I mean, they're very active.
They are prolific. I know a lot of the professional guys, they are just furiously Instagramming over in India at the moment, and Nick Kyrgios, I think everyone knows how prolific he is on social media, but a lot of the Australian guys as well don't mind a tweet or a post now and again, and we'll try and bring you whatever they are posting, and yeah, basically that's my role here. Yeah. So keep me busy, guys.
Very important role. Tasha's going to be with us the entire week, so he wants to just be tapping away all week. We're going to bring you all that bird's eye view of all the social media throughout the course of the week, and they are very good. They've got great followings, Johnny, the tennis players, because they've got interesting lives. I mean,
that's right.
They spend so much time abroad and in and out of hotels and packing the suitcase.
I think a lot of the interest in the game of tennis is in the personalities that play the game. I think probably more than any other sport in the world, we seem to get a more a closer perspective of the personal lives of these tennis greats than we do anything else. So that's why Taish and the like will be trawling the social media sites. Hashtag AO Playoff. Get your comments and tweets and photos coming through.
Yeah, indeed. They have got all fascinating stories, and they go to parts of the globe that I've actually got to look up Wikipedia and just check out where some of these tournaments are, because they're not your household sort of London, Paris type setups. I mean, when you're starting out in the futures and the challenges, you are going to some obscure places around the world.
And that's what Taish will be doing today. If we find out that one of these players comes from an obscure country town in Australia, or indeed from overseas, Taish will be able to bring up the profile, and we'll have a look around on social media and bring those pictures to you live on our live stream today.
Indeed. The great city backdrop, of course, the best sporting precinct in the world. We're very lucky here in Melbourne town, and there he is, of course. Harry Bourchier to take on Jordan Thompson. The first match to be followed by Luke Saville and Christopher O'Connell a little bit later on, and Akira Santillan. As I said off the top, the young Queenslander who upset Matt Reed on the opening day, that beautiful single-handed backhand, he was great to watch. He takes on Ben Mitchell, who lost, of course, to Thompson in a 5-setter this time last year. We've got matches on Court 5 and also Court 7, so we'll bring you updates of those right throughout the course of the day, and all the news building up to the first Grand Slam of the year, because it's a busy place, isn't it, guys? We're walking in here today. There's lots of setting up going on, construction, everything just been put in place for the first major.
A hive of activity, no doubt, and it's just the precursor to what's to come, a real good taste of the summer of tennis that awaits us.
And a quick hello to our Serbian friends. I've already had a bit of contact on YouTube, so hello to everyone watching around the globe. Let us know where you're watching this from. We want to know how far this is heading out. So hello to Serbia, hello to Australia. Where are you from? Let us know, and you can do that on the conversation panel on the live stream at our YouTube channel.
Indeed. Well, we did the Newcomb Medal about a month ago, and we had a couple from the Canary Islands. It is fitting, and we had a couple of viewers from the Canary Islands viewing the live stream.
Oh, right. But it would be fitting if they were tweeting from the Canary Islands.
Thank you very much, Johnny. You are sharp early on a Monday morning. Wait for some of that good material just to float through for the remainder of the week. Hashtag AO Playoff. Keep the conversation coming right throughout the day and right throughout the week here at Melbourne Park. I think the guys are not too far away from getting things started here for our first match. And Jordan Thompson, well, he's a good story. And his match against Janovic at Hisense, he led 2 sets to love, lost in 5. He was the world number 20 at the time. He then went 13-5 on the Australian Pro Tour, and then went and played some challenges, had a bit of success as well. 42-31 his win-loss for the year. Played 73 matches, so played a hell of a lot of tennis last year, Jordan Thompson. And he looks in really good nick. I must say, from 12 months ago, he looks a bit stronger, a bit fitter, and that's what you need to be, Johnny.
And lost the locks, I believe, too, Jordan Thompson.
Certainly has. That's a nice start. Really stepping into that forehand. He's got the just the neat back and sides.
73 matches across a calendar year. That's pretty much a game every 4 days.
Yeah, I think Roger Federer played the most of the top men. That was something like 82 for the year. We saw him warming up a little bit earlier, and he wasn't missing any of those first serves. So he's off to a tremendous start here. He's seeded 5, but that didn't stop him last year from upsetting those in front of him. So we're out here on court 6, which is just behind the new refurbished Margaret Court Arena. Entry is free if you're in Melbourne and want to get down and watch some great tennis right throughout the week.
Bourchier just working his way into the game. Important for both players to make a positive start, but really good conditions here at Melbourne Park for this tournament. A bit of cloud cover, BP over the top, but couldn't be better.
Yeah, great serve. Declared in, so only losing the 1 point on his opening service game. Yeah, Harry missed a bit of tennis this year. Had an abdominal injury which flared up, which meant he had some long periods on the sidelines. Was combining juniors as well, and has spent a fair bit of time training with his good mate Nick Kyrgios. So on the back of his amazing 12 and 18 month period, it's obviously a great guy to learn off, and there's always been good raps on Harry and what he can do long term, but only 18, so it's a big journey.
Got a fair bit of height about him too.
Yeah, good size.
The wild card for
Good
an
size.
18-year-old.
And a big hello to our fans in Brazil who are commenting on our YouTube, and also apologies to our friends watching in the UK. We can't do anything about the time here. It's just how the world works.
Yes, wipe the sleep away. Brazil, I'm impressed, Michael. That's great.
And the Netherlands. All over the place.
Hello to my relatives over there in the motherland.
Yes.
Will they likely be watching, or do you just wanted to drop that in there?
Oh, I'm sure they're into tennis.
I'm sure Johnny's told him he's on.
I don't know how many countries we can tally up by the end of the day for representation. of our viewership.
What are there? Over 200.
Yeah.
If we can hit 50, I will be stoked.
A miss hit there from Bourchier, so that brings it back to juice.
Good confident follow-up point from the Wildcard just to take the advantage in this second service game, trying to level things up at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, attacked the net well then, Harry Bourchier got on the front foot and able to close out his opening service game. So 1 game apiece, just to show how long. 1,577 was his ranking.
Yep.
Which was down to 815. So there's players who are ranked even in the 1700s, so well beyond that. I mean, this is a tough game, tough sport to work your way through, and that mental approach, dedication is so important. Nicely done by Harry once again.
The Romanians are watching as well. Hello to our friends in Romania and Pennsylvania.
Our first American viewers.
Of course, if you are in Melbourne, head down to Melbourne Park. It's free to watch some of the stars of the future.
Harry Bourchier, a big opportunity to pounce here, BP.
Yeah, he started well. Really strong off the ground. Fresh off winning the 18, so he's come off a really good week of tennis. Better serve there from Thompson, just getting Bourchier out of the picture.
Just catching the tape there, a bit unlucky.
Yeah, would look like a winner, almost.
He's really starting to push Thompson around the court, make him earn his points.
As I said, a big 2014 for Jordan Thompson. His breakthrough came late April. He stepped up to play a challenger in China. He made a semi-final there after playing a lot of futures tournaments. Went from 324 to 277. Got as high as 218 at one stage. Great serve.
Great reactions by the lines lady there as well. Almost took her head off.
And a souvenir for the crowd. Small crowd starting to gather here early here on a Monday morning in Melbourne, Australia for this opening day of the Wildcard playoff, third game.
Let's be honest, if there was ever a day you were going to fake a sickie, today would be it.
Just the week. Just December, January, full stop. So Jordan Thompson eventually he's able to hold serve. We are on serve at 2-1 here in the opening set.
And let's have a quick look at what people are saying online on Twitter. We've been asking who is your tip for the 2015 AO playoff, and we can see a variety of thoughts here. I mean, we've had Ben Mitchell. I mean, that's a good call.
That's sensible.
Nishikori, probably, I think he's not in the running.
It'd be an outside chance.
Same with Rafa, I would have thought.
Yeah.
But, optimistic. But Jordan Thompson and Daria is what Ryan is saying, and you can join us at hashtag AO Playoff. Let us know who you think is likely to take it out, and also any questions you might have for the upcoming Australian Open. Let us know if you want to see any of the new Margaret Court, the roof, anything on site. Just let us know at hashtag AO Playoff.
Indeed. I guess who's back, Johnny, for the Australian Open 2015? Bethany Maddox-Sands. She's going to be back. Missed a bit of tennis this year. And she'll be back. Janko Tipsarevic as well. I'm excited to see the Serbian back. He's had a really tough year with injury. Now, from memory, I think he beat Leighton. Was it Leighton first round?
It might have been.
Here at Melbourne Park last year, and had a really wretched run. It got himself into the top 10 of men's tennis. Juan Martin del Potro is going to be back as well.
The Argentine.
Yeah, that wrist injury preventing him from playing a lot of tennis this year. He won Sydney, of course, in the build-up to the AO.
Bourchier just, again, working Thompson around the court. He's got a great reach on him, the 18-year-old, and a great repertoire of shots as well. That slice backhand, just forcing the error.
It's the ball quite flat. Really skids through. Making that transition from juniors to the futures and challenges this year.
The shot there, Thompson didn't come off on that occasion. Hey, Taish, I was just thinking you were asking for people's tips on who's going to win this playoff tournament. If they have a personal relationship with any of the players, why not tell us an interesting fact that we might not know about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Any information, guys?
I like that.
Any tidbits? I'm a sort of tidbit sort of guy. So if you have a tidbit, let us know.
Hashtag AO Playoff. You can join us on Twitter.
Would you have Vegemite and avocado on the same bit of toast in the morning, or on bread?
Get back to you.
Yeah, come back together. Ow! Would you go down that path, Johnny?
I enjoy a little of both. I'm probably more of an avocado man than Vegemite, but I've never tried them together. I can understand why they might be considered great cuisine partners, if you will.
Right.
They would complement each other quite well. Why the question?
Well, no, Daria Gavrilova, we're going to see her in action tomorrow because she's going to be getting citizenship here in Australia. But she has Vegemite and avocado on her toast every morning. That's pre-going out in court. Not quite my go, but anyway, I'm maybe keen to test it.
Great doubles pairing, that.
Yeah. 2 games all here.
You're right, Taish, because Vegemite has a great power game to it, and the avocado is just more a subtle net player.
They complement each other quite well.
Yeah.
It's a tango and cash of breakfast accoutrements.
Great serve out wide from Thompson. Contrasting sort of styles here. Both got plenty of power, but Jordan likes to loop the ball a little bit more and a bit more of a flatter hitter of the ball, Harry Bourchier.
I wonder if any of our international viewers have consumed Vegemite.
Let us know. Hashtag AO Playoff. return.
And just in reply to Dorio Mathias, the women's matches will be on tomorrow. So there's first round of women's and then back to the men's, and we'll go through like that for the rest of the week.
Just sharing the load. Good to see. Some really ambitious shots from Thompson there, paying off on that occasion.
Yeah, well, Bourchier, his last two first returns of serve have been terrific, just to buy him some time to get into the point. Just that loose one at the end, but it was good hitting from both players. Nice and deep. And now a game point for Thompson to get it to 3-2.
And he does just that. So games on serve, 3-2 in favour of the number 5 seed, Jordan Thompson.
And now we've just had a question on our YouTube stream about where we can find the schedule. And you can find the schedule at the tennis.com.au website under news and events, and check out the December Showdown tab. And that's where you'll find the schedule for the day's play and also for the rest of the December Showdown content. Such as the under 12, under 14 Australian teams match schedule. You'll find that on there as well, day 4. And we've also had a friend who's been watching online who's from Liège, or somewhere in Belgium that I can't properly pronounce.
Yeah,
So I've gone
I think there's a tournament there throughout the year. Might be wrong, but rings a bell.
Lovely flag, just a two-tone flag. So I mean, it's a learning experience for me. It covers the area of 1,879 kilometres.
So what you're going to do this week, you're going to plan your next overseas holiday. You're going to link up all these spots where people are listening.
And to be frank, this place is winning at the moment. It's beautiful.
If you're just joining us on serve at the moment, 3-2 in favour of Jordan Thompson, the winner of last year's Wildcard playoff. I was mentioning Daria Gavrilova, who'll be in action tomorrow, Dasher as she's known. If you want to read that full story, it is a great read on just her rise and her journey to get to Australia, theage.com.au. Written by Linda Pearce, of course, well-known tennis writer.
Is that where you retrieved the breakfast condiments tidbit from that article?
I did. Yeah, it was a great read.
Jeez, it's gone in depth if it's covering breakfast toppings.
Oh, Linda writes some quality stuff. She does get to know the players.
In response to your question earlier, Chris Burrow on Twitter has replied that he's had Vegemite once and it was one too many times.
Come on.
Must be one of our international viewers.
So Bourchier, a quick hold. Only dropping the 1 point there on that service game, so it's pretty tight here, Johnny. 3 games all in the opening set.
Yeah, we haven't seen any one player seem to get on top within each game. It's a good exchange of baseline hitting from both. Of course, Bourchier with a slight height advantage, but covers the court well for a big man. Hits very flat. And Jordan Thompson, we know what he can do at this tournament.
That serve Just from the naked eye, looks like it's certainly gone up a notch from this time last year. Obviously a massive weapon to have on the men's tour with the power in the game. We tried something different, Jordan Thompson, and it paid off. Just bringing Bourchier to the net after some powerful baseline hitting in the first half an hour of this match. Great return. He's hit some really deep, good returns, Bourchier. So it's a real strength of his in this match so far.
A lot of these players active on social media. Soon we'll be checking out some of their profiles.
Equally good there from Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, looking really confident and sharp in this particular game, Thompson. And Bourchier just a little laconic on some of these shots. Thought when he came to the net earlier he could have done more with that.
So Thompson does hold. He continues the trend in this match. 4 games to 3 on serve in the opening set. The first of 3 matches that we bring you. Saville, O'Connell, Santillan and Mitchell to come a little bit later throughout the day.
And just having a look at Harry's Twitter account, I mean, you can see by his profile picture there that he's friends with some quite esteemed players.
Ah, Fed.
Looks familiar.
And also pushing more followers than I am. So congratulations to Harry. But he's a good poster. I mean, this is from his training camp with TA in Melbourne earlier on in the year.
Yep, good mates with Nick Kyrgios.
And what are they having there? Is it a latte or an orange juice? I think an orange juice.
Sure, it'll be a high protein orange juice. But if you're fans with friends with Nick online, you're bound to get a whole load more followers. Unless you're Todd Woodbridge, of course. He tried that and it didn't quite work out for him.
No. It sort of fell flat at the Newcomb, didn't it, Tash?
It did, but make sure you check out Harry on Twitter. Follow him, or you can follow us at AO Playoff to get all the information. And make sure you keep those questions coming on in.
Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Top at 26 degrees for the opening day of the Wildcard Playoff. Action on Court 5, 6 and 7. We bring you all the matches here on Court 6. Just right behind the newly refurbished Margaret Court Arena, which is looking spectacular.
The first double fault of the match for Bourchier, but so far has held his own in this match. Ranked 815 in the world, the 18-year-old. Great follow-up serve.
Yeah, go back 2 years ago, Jordan Thompson was in this same sort of boat. I mean, he jumped 684 spots in 2013, jumped 46 last year. So once you're out on tour and you can get some handful of good results, you can push that ranking up pretty quickly. Another quick service game for Bourchier, so no one able to break serve here in the opening set. 4 games apiece. Just having a look down at the men in terms of movement this year. Mark Polman's jumping 533 spots. Christopher O'Connell, who's some really good reps on O'Connell, what he can do. He takes on Luke Saville a little bit later on. He jumped 358 after jumping 840 spots the year before. So he's coming through the ranks nicely to be 485 in the world.
If he keeps that trajectory up, he'll be going places very quickly.
There's the second double fold of the match. 1 for each. Any more countries coming through at all? We've
no, I'm just finding
a bit of the globe.
Got some Vegemite responses.
The intrigue about the Vegemite, really.
Right.
You've caused a bit of a stir here.
Okay.
Well, the condiment does that. I'm just putting the question out.
Apparently, the Canadians are claiming they spread it a bit too thick, which could be the issue.
Yeah.
So,
Some overzealous Canadians.
yes.
Crack open a jar and see what appears to be a lovely, thick substance.
Yeah, there's just a light spread.
Well covered. Jordan Thompson just puts that ball away out of the reach of Harry Bourchier. Yeah, not even a light spread for me, BP. More of a smattering.
A smattering.
It's a smear. I think
A smear?
Yeah. You want to still be able to see the toast underneath it.
Oh, absolutely.
So maybe we need to have a Vegemite technique session. Maybe to show our viewers across the globe. Oh, the shank there from Harry.
Jeff Coleman asks, is it the same as Marmite? No. No, that's like comparing Kylie Minogue to Danny Minogue. They're similar, but substantially different.
They are a related product, but different to the taste. Taste in music.
40, 30.
Another big serve. On serve, 5-4. Jordan Thompson's way in this opening set.
5 extra 4.
Hashtag AO Playoff. Get involved. Have a chat to us. Anything you're observing?
No,
Any of
I'm-
your predictions?
To be honest, I'm just still intrigued in this Vegemite conundrum that's been created. We've had Grand Slam Tennis saying that they agree puts a rose on every cheek. If we were looking at like a brand collaboration here, I think we've found it. We've given them enough free sponsorship. And Jackie, who I must not be an Australian, has just given ooh. Not a fan.
Yeah, but she also likes Justin Bieber, given by her handle there.
Could just be an unfortunate similarity in
Maybe.
surname.
Benefit of the doubt for Jackie. Just thinking though, given that we do have our Instagram account as well, hashtag AO Playoff, if you want to demonstrate what an appropriate amount of Vegemite on a piece of toast is, either take a photo of your own or perhaps
Please.
send in one.
That's a great idea. Just hashtag AO Playoff, we'll find it, and then we'll judge you accordingly, whether you've done it right or whether you're in for a pretty bitter experience.
say salty would be the adjective in that sentence.
Yeah, good call, good call.
So Harry Bourchier to step up and serve here to stay alive in this opening set. Or can Jordan Thompson break last year's winner? Tough to break when you're serving like that.
Just a massive frame when he fills out. He could be a powerhouse of this game.
Yeah, we've been watching him come through, and this is what the great part about the December showdown. You watch the 12s and the 14s, 16s, the 18s, right across this 3-week period. Well done by Harry Bourchier. He just stayed alive in the point.
Just
great defence.
Perhaps took advantage of the sun in his opponent's eyes as well with a couple of high lobs there. And a follow-up ace from the 18-year-old. 40 love. Chance to level this first set at 5 games apiece.
It's good hitting from both players. Great winner in the end by Thompson. Good quality tennis. First up here at the Wildcard playoff. It's about the third or fourth one that's just come off the middle of the racket for Bourchier. There's been too many free points given away by either player. So Thompson gets it back to juice here.
Good recovery.
Very good recovery. Really hustling. That's what we saw last year. We loved his work ethic. Really dug in, played some long matches.
Big point for Bourchier coming up. And does it. So hold serve eventually. Squares it up at 5-all in the first.
So the cloud cover has disappeared over the top. Just a beautiful day. You're going to reach a top of 26. Perfect tennis weather. Let's see if our cameraman can get a couple of shots of Margaret Court just in the background, because that's ready to go. Some great matches coming up at the AO. Get your tickets. Capacity of around that 7,000 mark. A lot of the Australians traditionally playing on Margaret Court. Going to be a great atmosphere.
Of course, the 4-minute retractable roof, I believe, among the fastest in the world.
Lightning. Yeah, I was there for the launch, Johnny, and it happened in the blink of an eye.
So that'll mean Hisense becomes number 3, and I believe open to the public on the ground passes this year.
Yeah, which is great value. So you can wander around, watch the outside courts, just duck into Hisense Arena as well, and always quality matches across the first 8 days. more shaded areas than ever before. The fan experience just going up another notch for the first Grand Slam of the year.
And after last year with that heat wave we experienced, dare say there'll be some welcome reprieve for fans, players and officials alike, having that third shaded area.
Yeah, it can be great.
Air-conditioned comfort of Hisense and Margaret Court Arena.
A little opening here for Bourchier and the Thompson serve. Didn't win the point, but gee, we do like the fact that he stays alive in just about every point. Really good defence from Bourchier, back to 30 all.
An impressive point there from Thompson.
Yeah, when he serves on, certainly for both of those young men, but Thompson, who's just a bit further advanced, been that couple of years older and out mixing it with the big guys on tour. That first serve so valuable, and it's won him a number of points here today.
Must count for a lot, that experience, just being exposed to tennis more at the top level throughout the season.
Yeah, he spent, as most of the players do, he spent a lot of time overseas and stepping up to that challenger class where the quality of player is a bit better.
Faster pace of the game as well.
Yep.
Net. First house.
Can't split these two right at this point.
A lot of balls back, Harry Bourchier, the young 18-year-old from Tasmania, does make a lot of unforced errors. Really makes his opponent play. It's a good sign.
And a big opportunity for Bourchier at this point with the advantage in the 11th game.
Yes.
Thompson good enough to square it up. Experience and age on his side. Successful campaign here at the playoff last year. At deuce in this game. 5-all in the first set.
Thompson.
Another quality first serve from Jordan Thompson. Didn't have a great end to the year. His last 8 tournaments, all challenges, he didn't advance past the second round. So it just shows how long the tennis year is. He peaked at certain times and now he starts the campaign again. But good memories of being here 12 months ago.
catching the tape and dropping. So Thompson takes the game to go 6-5 in the first set. Had a break point against him, but recovered well. And certainly Harry Bourchier making him earn it though, BP.
Indeed.
And AO Playoff is the hashtag where you can join us, and we want to hear your thoughts across Twitter and Instagram. We've got our Instagram channel, which is worth following whenever you get the opportunity. We bring up pictures and videos from the event and from the site, and basically gets you inside the Australian Open, outside of Australian Open time. We've got here Mr. Norm looking nice and shiny,
Very polished.
and Daff, she's looking pretty good too. So make sure you subscribe to Australian Open on Instagram and check us out. Whereas the conversation on Twitter is it's pretty good. We've got some fans from Canada, where it's currently 4 degrees. It's significantly warmer here, so I hope you're doing all right over there, Bob.
Now, is that Celsius or Fahrenheit, I wonder?
That's a very good question.
It may be Fahrenheit,
Then
which is a lot colder
yes.
than we think. Let us know, Bob.
What about this man on screen, Dylan Alcott? The 24-hour challenge here at Melbourne Park last week. I know he raised some great money for charity. They all came in to have a hit with him. I think Liz Cambage, the great basketballer, was running around getting him some dinner in the early hours of the morning. And yeah, that was a great event here at Melbourne Park last week. And he's transformed into tennis, and what a period he's had.
Good on you, Dylan. And busy hashtagging AO Playoff.
If you'd like to follow Dylan on Twitter, easy enough, at Dylan Alcott. Pretty straightforward title there, but good number of followers, and always posting up interesting stuff as well.
It's a great part of the AO. If you've got a grand pass during the 2 weeks of January to come watch the wheelchair tennis and the juniors, the second week of the ATL. Here's just a little window opening for Jordan Thompson. We'd love a look at a second serve, but he will get a look at one.
Thank you, Model.
Really trying to pounce here. Missed it on the backhand side. He knows it's a lost opportunity.
If you want to open up a new tab, make sure you go to the Triple J website, where you can watch a video of Dylan Alcott rapping at Meredith.
Right.
Never a dull moment with Dylan.
Man of all talents.
For our international viewers, Meredith is a music festival, a country music festival.
It
here in
is.
Victoria.
Where anything goes, as evidenced by.
Difficult end to serve from this one, BP, with the sun right in the eyes on this backhand
Just
side.
take it to a tie break.
Great
That's
point.
a good exchange.
Bourchier.
And he does hold, so we've been on serve for 12 games, and we're going to a tiebreaker here in the opening set.
An exciting way to finish that game and to take it to a tiebreaker. Point of the match just about so far.
No doubt. I mean, good quality tennis. I mean, great power hitting from the back. Both players have mixed it up from time to time, but been really strong on serve. Really worked each other over.
Thompson.
Of course, many of these ball boys and linesmen having their first taste of on-court action too here at the Wildcard playoff.
I don't know if I could do it, Johnny. I'm just prone to getting the noddies when it's a little bit warm. You've got to be alert, don't you?
maybe rewind the clock a few decades, BP, and you might have been more suited to the task.
Yeah, these days. Bit of sunshine on the back and
off you go.
just drift into dreamland for a little while.
So Thompson drawing first blood and doing very well on track at 3 love in this tiebreaker, first set tiebreaker, and will serve to consolidate. Really starting to look the goods now, BP.
Yeah, that first serve, which has been so strong, really beneficial right now.
Caught wrong-footed there, Bourchier.
In the box seat. Back now on the Bourchier serve, but Jordan Thompson closing in on winning this opening set. Been a hard-fought one. Been going for just under an hour.
Thompson.
Brings up set point for Thompson.
Yeah, shame here for Bourchier after taking to a tiebreak. Not able to win a point in this tiebreaker. After working so hard for the last hour. As the temperature warms up here at Melbourne Park. A couple more matches to come today. Luke Saville, the top seed. We're going to see him up against Chris O'Connell from New South Wales. And Akira Santillan, the Queenslander. Only 17 to take on Ben Mitchell, who has won this event before.
Santillan, one of 4 wild cards in this men's draw. Bourchier, this man in front of us now, trying to save the first set.
6-1.
Gets 1 point back.
Unfortunately, now it's back on the Thompson serve. Thompson had it under control, just couldn't
6-2.
quite put the finishing touches. And as you mentioned, Johnny, that sun at that end makes it tough. With that sort of shot.
Bourchier bringing out the full artillery of shots at that point. Just really positive tennis despite his situation that he finds himself in this first set tiebreaker. Thompson still with one more serve, this time on the forehand court side, so a little easier with the sun on his right eye.
And he gets it done. Jordan Thompson taking out the opening set, 7 points to 2, 7 games to 6. And a well-earned break after a really tough first set. Some good quality tennis here at Melbourne Park. Hashtag AO Playoff to get involved, and plenty of people Michael Tachner are doing that on social media.
They are. We're getting a lot of nice variety of responses as well. We've got fans from all over the world watching, and most recently from Lisbon in Portugal. And
Nice part of the world.
lovely part of the world. And to get you up to speed, we've also been talking about Vegemite and what the appropriate amount is and how you might smear it on your toast. And we've got Shangy, who says, yeah, toast and butter is the ideal. Some people have it with butter, some people don't. But also check out our Australian Open Instagram channel as well to see all the pictures and images from the Australian Open site as we get ready for January, a big January coming up. So lots of action to see, lots of channels to get you involved and feeling like you're part of the Australian Open before we kick off in January 19.
No doubt. Very, very active at the moment. So all the news are coming through, all the pictures, all the players who are starting to arrive in Australia over the next few weeks all do their preparation a little bit differently. We've got the AO Series, of course, kicking off, the Hopman Cup, the Brisbane International, Sydney and Hobart. So, yeah, it's plenty of tennis before we actually get here to Melbourne Park on January 19. There's the beautiful new Margaret Court in the background, and Dylan Alcott, he's enjoying the sunshine. Busy tweeting, #AO playoff. And he's looking quite refreshed after his 24-hour event last week.
He said about 6 hours to go, his wrist was double the size of what it is, and they had to tape a racket to his hand.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what, out of my comfort zone. Welcome to Kate Kearns, who's joined us in the comm box.
Morning, BP.
Nice to see you. That was good tennis.
It was great tennis. And there's a lot of good tennis being played out there at the moment. The boys actually doing it pretty hard, though, in terms of the heat. I was just standing outside before. It's quite warm. That sun's got a bit of bite, so I'll be taxing on them later today.
What did you take out of that first set? Just your observations?
Oh, well, obviously very close going through to a tiebreaker, but, when you get to a tiebreaker, sometimes you just got to reframe. It's almost like
Back
another
to nil
set.
all.
Yeah, nil all, and I think for Thompson it was just experience showed through there and able to come through. Got out to, what was it, 5-love, 6-love up in that tie break. And really, Bourchier just didn't get into the tie break. He'd be disappointed by that. He played some great tennis in that first set.
Yeah, he certainly did. You can see why there's some good raps on him. He's come off a really good week winning the 18s, so he's in good form.
Maybe a little tired. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll
tough
see
to back
how
up.
this match plays out, but if they're going to keep playing tiebreakers, I think my money will be on Thompson today.
Well, he played some long matches here last year, so he's well conditioned. A couple of years older, just been on the tour a little bit longer. He's been playing the bigger type of tournaments, having transitioned out of juniors.
First serve.
Bourchier just asking the question on that serve. He thought it was good.
Just long. He's played close to the lines all match.
15-30.
Good time of the year, isn't it, Kate? We know that when this event is on, we're edging closer to January 19.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good build-up too.
It is the countdown, isn't it? They've been made play. Both the boys being made play a lot of points.
Yeah.
They talk about the effortless power of Harry Bourchier, and you can see it out there, can't you? In terms of that, I mean, his serve is nice. It's fluid. Really gets in, gets behind that ball.
Gee, I like the advance though, coming in.
I'd like to see a little more of that.
Yeah.
You know, as I say, he's got a big serve. Thompson likes a target though, so he's probably thinking about that.
Advantage. Bourchier.
Another big serve once again. I had Sam Groth in on my radio tennis show, the first serve yesterday.
Did he fit in the studio?
He just, he's in good nick, Sam. What a year he's had inside the top 100, but built a lot on that massive serve, serve volley, which you don't see a lot of with the
Well,
big
he's got the record,
power
hasn't he?
players. Yeah, 263.
263. That's crazy.
I was watching highlights of that match he played against Federer at the US Open, and just always coming in on the back of the serve. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Backs himself though.
Bourchier holds. Opening game of the second set. First set went the way of Jordan Thompson, last year's winner of the Wildcard playoff here at Melbourne Park. Brett Phillips and Kate Kearns with you. Great to have you with us here on the Tennis Australia YouTube channel. Streaming live right around the world. Hashtag AO Playoff to join the conversation. Any of your observations, any little bits and pieces you might have on these two guys? Have you seen them play this year? Just the advancements you've seen, you might know them much better than we do.
Well, I've got a question out there to our viewers, and that's around Bourchier, because I understood they had a injury-riddled 2014, but I haven't got details as to what those injuries were, unless you do, BP.
It was his abs.
His abs.
Yeah, he had an abdominal injury, which he was on and off the tour for parts of the year, so he came back and then it would flare up again.
15.
What was it, costal cartilage, or was it, do you know if it was tears or?
You're not sure
Not
of
sure.
the
Maybe
full
our
diagnosis.
viewers will know. I always like to know what the injury is. See if we can see any issues out there today. He's moving beautifully.
He only played the 10 tournaments this year, as well as still been eligible to play some junior stuff. In fact, made that quarter-final of the Wimbledon Juniors. Lost 14-12 in a 3-setter. It was his best result, certainly, at the Slams this year. Did make a quarter-final of Burnie just after last year's Australian Open. That was a challenger event.
Thompson did well in that rally, just keeping really low at the back of the court. Hit over the ball. Not easy to do when the ball's that deep too in the court. It's good control.
Yeah. Thompson.
Yeah, good serve, really kicking up there. Tough to return for Bourchier. So we're at a game apiece.
1 game on. Second set.
Once again, on serve. Haven't had to break a serve in this match so far.
Just waiting for the balls to get to the other end of the court.
Who do you like this week? I mean, Saville top seed in the men's.
I was
Gonna be
just
tough to
standing
beat,
next
but
to Luke out there before.
often we've seen at this tournament, doesn't always guarantee you.
No. But I do like his form coming in, so any other, have we heard of any sort of dark horses?
Love 15.
Well, JP Smith, a regular here at the playoff. Alex Bolt has had a really good year, and he's jumped up 272 spots this year and emerged into the top 200.
I think he's on court at the moment. Might get an update in terms of other matches being played.
15.
Matt Reed's been going around for a little while. I mean, he's 24 now, Reed, so...
Yeah. He does seem to have been around for a long time, Matt Reed.
Yeah, well, they started, what, 17, 18,
That's right,
so...
when we first get to
Still,
know of them.
still so young, but...
Yeah.
15.
In
Quite
terms of the men's
seasoned.
game, though, that is a cracking
14,
serve
15.
from Harry. It's big. And you're right, I'm surprised he hasn't decided to perhaps come in a little more often. Take his chances, at least put some pressure on Thompson to find the passing shot.
Net. First service.
Yep, sitting up on that forehand. Bourchier.
40-30.
He was the top seed in the 18s last week, defeated Mark Holmans of Victoria to win the wildcard into the wildcard
Did that in 3?
in 2.
Was it?
7-5, 6-2.
Correction. Game. Bourchier. New balls.
No, I have a different score. I probably was looking at a different year, maybe a different tournament.
Bourchier leads
Brett.
2 games to 1.
Who knows?
We're just getting ourselves
Stats.
ready for the year. The most important thing is there was a W in the column.
I'll have to have a word to my statistician.
Still on serve here, 2-1 for Bourchier in this second set after losing the first set tiebreaker, 7 points to 2 to Jordan Thompson. We will bring you some scores shortly from the other 2 games live in progress at the moment. Blake Mott and Maverick Baines. Jacob Grill's taking on JP Smith. So if you're wandering into Melbourne Park, entry is free. If you're here in Melbourne, courts 5, 6 and 7 in operation. The guys and the girls will alternate throughout the course of the week.
School still in it this week, or have they broken up for the year?
For the older ones, I reckon they'd be finished.
Yeah,
Maybe the kiddies still going.
probably.
It's been a while since I've been to school, let me tell you. Just a couple of years.
Time.
Looking forward to seeing, and I bow to the pronunciation here, I think it's Sione or Sione Mendez from New South Wales, and I've just been having a look at her the last couple of days. Only 15, real
Yes.
dark horse in this tournament, but her father Gabriel, former professional soccer player, played for Australia, played internationally for 17 years. He's actually coaching her.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
Mm.
being coached by, so by Dad. And do we know who she's playing first up? Probably in here somewhere. We'll have to go through our notes.
Indeed. Yeah, right over the top of that one, put it away nicely.
Looks like she's got
15.
The top
Olivia
seed.
Rogalska, yeah.
Who was a late acceptance, or was offered, of course, the top seeding and declined initially, and took that up fairly late. Olivia, she missed the wildcard last year, decided to train in the US. Oh, miscuing there.
15-30.
Yeah, and I don't believe you can blame the sun up this end.
No.
Not for that one. I think he let the ball drop too much. Got too low. Couldn't control it.
Contrast, Thompson this year was a lot more external noise going on, a bit more reserved.
Well, that was a ball going nowhere. They were just hitting it back to one another up the middle of the court. I was waiting for a shot to go wide, but in the end it was Bourchier that just couldn't make the backhand straight into the net.
Certainly very noticeable with Jordan Thompson, just his demeanour from 12 months ago, very animated after every point last year, and obviously been maybe working on that to make sure that's all channelled in the right area.
Yeah, it's
Sam Groth's been through the same thing.
Out.
can be just a case, I guess, with the men too in terms of maturity.
Yep.
40-30.
A little bit more travel, a little more perspective on life. Some sterner words by coaches, perhaps.
Mm.
Out.
Oh,
Didn't miss by much.
boy, that was
at
close.
all. So
Bourchier, he's
Thompson
just-
holds.
Yeah, just gave that a second look. I would too. That was close, but not to be.
We played 17 games of tennis. There's been no break of serve at all. Here in the opening match of the Wildcard playoff for 2015. Live pictures coming to you from Melbourne Park. That cloud cover over the top that was here at the start of the day has disappeared.
That was a wild shot from Thompson. He's actually having a few words to himself in the back of the court. Is it just me? Is that serve getting bigger?
30.
Well, it's not losing any, not losing any power at all. It's been really consistent in that department.
Now, Brett, are we getting any stats on serve pace and power, or
Not at this
not
stage.
at this stage? We might just
Okay.
have to gauge that ourselves.
Chase up the
30-15.
R&D department.
Get the gun out. We could do it from in here, I think. Just add that to the list.
Yes.
40-15. Oh. 40-30.
So a second double fault in this match for Bourchier. Generally speaking, his serving has been terrific.
No, please. Thanks, Wilbur. Thank you.
One double fault for Thompson.
Under the chair. Behind the chair. Thank you. Deuce.
Yeah, that ball gets up a little high, doesn't it, on Bourchier, and he does struggle to hit that ball, to control it. A little bit of top spin on a return, and he's in strife. Ooh, little luck.
And Thompson just querying the serve of Bourchier. Thought it should have been a let. Gee, it came at a rocket to him, so tough to totally tell from where we're sitting. But it is game point here.
Yeah, that's a great attacking point by Thompson. He's pretty happy with his efforts then. Really stayed on the baseline and dictated play.
Advantage, Thompson.
So two double faults in this game for Bourchier.
Well, there's my curse, isn't it? Took up
Always
the
happens.
serve. Always happens.
Yep.
Net. That's off. Deuce.
So back to deuce, hard fought service game here at the moment as the temperature continues to rise at Melbourne Park. happy with that one, Jordan Thompson.
Bourchier.
Yeah, disappointing on the backhand side. He's really stepped it up in this game. He's sensing the opportunity to break. And really trying to dominate just from inside the baseline. I like the tactic.
First off. Fault.
Oof.
3 doubles in this game.
Yes.
Just when he needs the serve to be on song with games on serve, and he's a set down. No break of serve in this match at all. And it might
Advantage, Thompson.
be coming.
Yeah, that was a great return from Thompson. Stepped in, kept the ball low, and it came back a lot quicker, I think, than Bourchier was than he was ready and prepared for.
And 4 double faults in that service game for Harry Bourchier. It's come at an untimely situation in this match, and Jordan Thompson has got the first break of serve, and we've been going 18 games in this match. 7-6 in the first. He now leads at 3 games to 2 in the second. Tash is back with us, our social media guru. Hashtag AO Playoff to get involved.
Managed to turn on the air conditioning in the commentary box as well.
did.
So
Oh,
Felt like we were playing out there, Kate.
yeah, it was getting a little balmy in here.
we are getting a lot of conversation from everyone around the world, just letting us know where they are. And got to say, we are living in luxury temperature-wise. We're getting reports of -4 degrees in Canada, and we've got a lot of fans in Moscow. But also, wanted to bring up here Kate Smart, who's watching the AO Playoff while wrapping her Chrissy presents in glorious Melbourne. Well, why don't you come on down, Kate? When you finished wrapping your presents, it looks like you're well on your way. Come down to Melbourne Park. It's free entry, and that goes for anyone in the vicinity. Catch the train to Richmond or whatever and walk across. It's a beautiful day. If you're at work, have a long lunch break and come on down.
You could come
We'd
and
love to
buy
see
your
you.
Christmas presents.
Exactly.
Well, you could.
Tickets to the Australian Open.
I want to know what's in that wrapping.
I don't know whether that's a round wrapping thing or whether that's just what the wrapping paper looks like.
And
But
is Kate sending those in to us? Is that what she's hinting at there, or
let us know, Kate, if you could.
us?
Hashtag
for us?
AO,
Oh, right.
Blitz,
Even better.
AO Playoff.
What would you buy us for Christmas? Gag.
Thank you. No, you're on, Kate. Very nice work. 7-6-3-2. That is the scoreline.
We finally have a break of serve.
Yes, taken a while.
Do you get the feeling this might just roll through very quickly now, this match? I hate to say it.
Just a
But
little
I will.
signs there, and then Harry cranks a big forehand.
Yeah.
So he can either go one or two ways here, the younger of the two. Just by the power of that shot, he's had a chance to just have a little debrief at the chair.
It was just flat and hard, wasn't it, that return?
Love
Look
that.
out.
So here we are, with an opening for Bourchier to break.
Yes, it's one thing to break, isn't it? But they always say you have to come out and consolidate that break. Thompson not doing a great job of that at this stage.
Love 41.
There's a little bit of the passion of 12 months ago from Jordan Thompson. He's kept things relatively in check at this stage.
Well, he would be angry with himself. Finally gets a break, and now within seconds finds himself love 40 down on serve.
Beautiful soft hands.
15-40.
Well, took a chance. Like to see that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
Been a good year for our young Australian men. One stage we had 13 inside the top 200.
Where are they sitting at the moment? 13 inside top 200. Is that
Yeah,
still?
a few have just dropped out, just
yeah.
at the back end of the year.
Yep. It's nice to see a big group coming through because that just pushes them on.
Yeah.
You know, coming through together, there's a lot of rivalries. I mean, they're all pretty good friends, but at the same time, that helps with their development, that there's a, you know, keenness to do well, and you have the likes of Kyrgios doing very well on the world stage. It helps, I'm sure, to bring these players through, and things get very competitive. That's what we like.
Second time I think he's been called for the foot fold. Miscuing on the smash, and Bourchier has broken back.
3 games all, second set.
So we're at even Stevens once again. 3 apiece in this second set.
Are there any warnings then with that twice having the racket thrown?
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, needs to be careful.
All sort of coming out in the last 5 minutes for Jordan Thompson. I think the question to be asked is who is the next male Australian to jump inside the top 100. I mean, you can get between 100 and 200. A lot can sort of stay in that area for a while or dip in and out.
Oh boy.
Good reach.
Yeah, that is some good network, and he's pretty happy with himself, Bourchier, and he should be because it's not easy. He's quite tall and did well to cover all those balls coming his way at the net.
Actually, yeah, that's one I'd like to pose to our viewers. The young Australian men, who do you think is going to be coming through next into the top 100? Hashtag AO playoff. James Duckworth has sort of been lurking around that 120, 130 mark for a little while now. Jason Kubler's had a tremendous year and doing that sort of off-radar, off-Broadway. Playing all those clay court tournaments with his knees, and he's building up some great results. Johnny Millman with a great back end of the year.
30-15.
Marcy Kokonakis getting to 150 in the world. Will he follow his good mate, Nick Kyrgios, and continue the journey upwards?
Well, there are a lot of Australian greats that think that's the case, that he's quite capable of doing very well in the next 2 years.
Some good signs.
Thompson's not getting enough depth on some of those balls to cause any trouble for Bourchier. He's getting free range out there at the moment. He seems to be just playing a lot more freely than he was in the first set. Caution to the wind.
Bourchier.
So Bourchier holds. We're back on serve, 4-3, second set. Jordan Thompson, 7-6 in the opener.
4 games to 3.
And guys, on the tennis website, you can find out the ranking of all of our Australian players, and we've just got the top 10 women's and men's up at the moment. And you can see in the men's there any names of the players you were talking before who could make that leap into the top 100. We've got some guys who are lingering around sort of the 50 to 100, but any that you think could make the move in 2015?
Well, look, I know James Duckworth is spending this week with Sam Groth in Brisbane. They're going to do some practice before heading back to Melbourne. And we saw him at the Wildcard, Kate, for a number of years here, the Duck, and he's got a great work ethic. I think he is certainly capable. Kubler's a really special talent. Now, whether his body will allow him to play all surfaces and really advance, and he's got good reps. Kokonakis has got to make it for sure. I mean, he's got the game of a Nick Kyrgios. Luke Saville, I think, is a really interesting one as the top seed. Whether he can take his game to another level, he's got great work ethic, sort of in that mould of Leighton Hewitt. He's professional, really good attention to detail. Has he got enough X factor? John Millman is the one I like. If that body can stay together, he's had 3 surgeries on that same shoulder. Came back, won 2 challenges late in the year. I think he had the biggest jump, went from something like 900 down to about 150, 160 by the end of the year. So, gee, I reckon on paper, if all of them can stay injury free, they're all capable of pushing higher, but it's tough.
Yeah,
There's just no easy games out there.
And, you know, it's not good enough just to have a good game. That'll get you only so far. You do have to have weapons these days to make any sort of inroad into, you know, the top 50.
I think, you know, the likes of Groth and Matosevic in the last couple of years, hopefully that inspires a few that, and they've developed later.
They have, that's right,
in their
absolutely.
careers.
Nothing but hard work. Be prepared to play some of those smaller tournaments, get the ranking up, chip away at it.
I was fascinated to get into Terrelgan a few weeks ago. I hadn't been to a Challenger level event just to see what the players go through, and there's not a lot of glamour at an event like that. It's just hard work in front of maybe a handful of spectators.
I mean, they'd be playing on just the usual courts that the good folk at Terrelgan would be playing on every Saturday during the summer.
Yep.
Got to say, Brett, as a Terrelgan boy, not full of glamour is how best to describe my hometown.
How would you describe it?
Oh, on the way to Lake's entrance, I think.
Oh,
Come on, Tosh.
No,
if
it's
you're coming
lovely.
the other way on the way to Melbourne.
That's true. It's no, good old Terrelgan. If anyone's watching from Terrelgan, hello. How you going? Let us know. AO Playoff on Twitter.
It's the part that fascinates me about tennis is all the places, the obscure places. I'm not saying Terrelgan's an obscure place, but around the world there was a tournament played in Captiva Island, and I thought, where on the hell's that, Kate? And I looked it up.
Did you get the globe out?
On
Give it a spin?
the tail end of Florida. But it's just quite a stylish resort type island for the wealthy to go and just sunbathe, and for the rich and famous, and here they've got a tournament going on.
Sounds like a great place to play tennis.
So easier service game here for Jordan Thompson to get it back to 4-all. I think Johnny Millman tells the best story when he played a Futures in Romania, and there was the horse and cart going down the main drag.
Did he throw his bag onto the back? Get a ride?
He couldn't believe it. Didn't see a car for the whole time he was there. It's the hard yards the players have got to do.
That's a lovely shot from Bourchier. Thompson on the run. Is he 40 love up in this service, Thompson? I think so. Missing a few of those first serves. And a few of the seconds as well. Double fault. Finds himself fighting to stay in this service.
Good time to be coming through the ranks as a tennis player, because the ATP announcing this week significant long-term prize money increases. World Tour events in 2015 going to exceed $100 million US, that is, for the first time.
if you divvied that up between the players equally, what would that look like?
I reckon you pay the
Where's your
bills.
calculator?
Pay the bills, okay.
Pay the bills, okay. A few nice Christmas presents for yourself.
Indeed. Well, there's always been a bit of chatter at the futures and the challenges, particularly the futures, that the money hasn't increased. I know
Okay.
Craig Tiley's been big on that. The CEO of Tennis Australia to try and put more money back into the lower tier. That one is declared good. Harry has a close inspection, but all accounts is that Thompson holds serve. The tight battle continues here on Court 6. Opening day of the Wildcard playoff for 2015. The entree to the Australian Open, January 19 here at Melbourne Park. Going to be another magical fortnight. What are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I'm actually looking forward, just looking across to our site here, Margaret Court Arena. I want to desperately get inside there. And do you think they give us a tour? The powers that be?
We'll sneak you in.
Does
Yeah,
that
look,
mean
it's
that you're going to
brilliant.
put me in some sort of strange uniform and
Yes,
want me to sell chips?
Yes, but I don't want you taking on an anaconda though, like the last person who put on one of those suits.
Oh, well, that was just strange and ridiculous.
So a good opportunity here for Thompson in the blink of an eye. He's got Bourchier at love 40 on serve.
It's hard to get a read on this match.
Twists and turns.
Yeah.
Already broken him once. Harry was able to break back.
Thompson.
So Thompson able to break serve for the second time in this second set, and he will come out and serve for a 2 sets to love lead, 7-6, 5-4 here in this first round encounter.
And guys, just want to run through some of the other channels. If you want to get your tennis fix before January 19, make sure to check out the Australian Open YouTube channel, where we've got some highlights from the last, I think it goes back to 1975, the final there, the Australian Open Vault, where you can see some of the best highlights. We've got John Newcomb being disqualified. We've got Marcus Bagdatis smashing rackets.
Oh, that wasn't so long ago.
Well, this is the thing. We're looking over the top 10 men before, and nothing makes you feel old like looking at a top 10 list of athletes, and they're mostly from the 90s.
Yes.
And the time that you remember.
Yeah.
And on that, if we have a look at that's the men's, and if we have a look at the women's there, I was saying before, any of the players who you thought might have a good 2015. Having a look at the women's guys, who do you think?
Yeah, it's tougher, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Kate, I mean, Delacqua, great stuff.
Oh, what a year.
If Yarka, Yamila she can just stay injury-free. I mean, she's still one of the really good hitters in the game.
Yeah,
There's been
beautiful and clean.
just a lot of things haven't quite gone her way.
Yeah.
We know Ash Barty's taking some extended time away from the game. Storm Sanders is the one who's been injury-riddled this year. She's playing in the Wildcard this week here at Melbourne Park. The lefty, Nicole Pratt, looks after her. She's got the X factor.
I think so too. I think that's Storm's the one to keep an eye on.
She can just have a good run at it next year, play a full year of tournaments. Hopefully the girls are drawing a bit of inspiration from the boys. Keep pushing up the rankings.
Use Casey as your inspiration.
Well, she played this event
Oh, yeah,
last year.
She did.
Third time he's been called for the foot fault. box seat now. Thompson at 30 love.
Yeah, and that's disappointing from Harry, because early on in that point he was dictating play, and then he just retreated behind the baseline. Hard to win points from there unless you're Rafa Nadal.
Fingers crossed he's going okay. He's doing a big training block at the moment. He had the appendix out.
Had that actually burst, or was it just appendicitis? I shouldn't just say that, but do you know if it had erupted? It's a tough road back.
14.
Not 100% sure
Not
on that one.
Was it keyhole surgery?
You're asking a lot of deep questions here, Kate.
Perhaps if our viewers, anyone listening out there, can tell us a little more about the detail of Rafa's
Keyhole surgery.
Kate
operation.
likes to know all the
I
inner
like to-
workings. Well done, Jordan Thompson. He takes the second set and leads proceedings here 2 sets to love against Harry Bourchier, the big Tasmanian. 7-6, 6-4. A set away from advancing to the second round of the Australian Open Wildcard playoff for 2015. We talked about the increase in prize money for the men. Announced this week the girls, the WTA, this is great for the girls, have agreed to a media rights contract that says will be worth more than $525 million over 10 seasons. That's
fantastic.
kick in from 2017. So basically every women's match from all the WTA tournaments you'll be able to watch on the different tablets. You can subscribe and watch on your iPad or your iPhone.
That's a wonderful investment, women's tennis. Of course, we don't get to see the women play until tomorrow here at this tournament. Very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, Olivia Rogoska's the interesting one, isn't it? I mean, she's got to as high as 102. We thought maybe she's going to break into that top 100. Then she slipped back and just can't seem to take the next step. And that's despite a really good maiden year, breaking through and winning a couple of 50,000 events in Launceston and Sacramento. She also qualified for Indian Wells. Unfortunately didn't get through qualies for any of the majors. So, gee, a lot of players will be in that same boat, Kat. They get to a certain stage, you can sort of get
And
into that
it's that
150.
next step, isn't it? Yeah,
Yep.
it's making that next leap. And it's not easy to do. And you're quite right. They sort of you see them through these tournaments, and you have great expectation, but it is difficult to break through. And sometimes you just need a little bit of luck going your way. You certainly, you know, injuries can play such a major role in the careers of so many of the players in terms of when they get injured and what sort of injuries they have. And you know, sometimes that can put you out for a year or two, and then you're back doing what you were sort of 4 years ago, trying to rebuild.
It's a journey that can have lots of ups and downs, but you can determine when you exit, and you can take a few years off. You can come back if you want to.
And guys, we've just got some highlights here from Margaret Court. It's the showpiece for the 2015 Australian Open.
Here we go, Kate.
Little package just about the history of it, just about the new roof. It's going to be really exciting to see how that roof operates in 2015, and it's a multi-purpose venue, one that is going to have music concerts, going to have basketball, it's going to have netball. It's just goes to show that Melbourne Park is really just, for a sports mad city, goes all right. Yeah,
great stuff. I've been to the basketball and it was terrific, and that was only half full, so I'm looking forward to seeing it with, you know, that 7,000 capacity of Fever Pitch.
Would they consider playing basketball with the roof open?
Not at this stage,
Not
but they
at this
could.
stage, okay.
Yeah, they could. I'm sure that they have in years gone by. But yeah, a terrific venue that, as you say, Tash, multi-purpose, and that's the great part about all these venues here. Hisense, Rod Laver and Margaret Court, they get maximum use right across 12 months.
And I think that roof is going to be pretty synonymous with the Melbourne skyline in the years to come. Copper penny.
Yeah. How do you think it blends in?
Well, it doesn't, and I think that's the beauty of it.
Exactly.
And if you get the chance to go into Margaret Court, it is just, it's like going into just a performance hall. It sort of transcends just a sports venue. Just the touches and the ambience that the environment creates, it's really unique. So if you do get the opportunity to come down, unfortunately for 2015 it won't be part of the ground pass. That has now moved to Hisense Arena. But if you go to the tennis website and the Australian Open website, you can book tickets for Margaret Court, but they are going quick. So make sure you get in soon.
Yeah, it's one of the courts to be, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just with the Australians over the years, they've played some great matches on that court, and
some late nights.
we've seen, I mean, was it Kyrgios last year?
Yes, it was. Yes, indeed.
That went, I'd left. And I had a fairly long day.
Over 5 hours, that match, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, went to the early hours.
Yeah, crowd going wild, as they do here at the Australian Open. Get behind the Australian players, it's fantastic.
Well, Kate, you stick there, because Johnny Hoovenars is going to step back into the com box, and we're about to get the third set underway. Jordan Thompson leading it here, 2 sets to love.
Thanks, BP. Bourchier with a lot of work to do. Surprised in that second set, he had his opportunities. He was a breakdown early, but broke back straight away, and then looked to have the better of Thompson, who sort of... I think the focus disappeared there for a little while, but then he got it back in the end and came through with the 6-4 in the second.
The thing with Thompson is he's just so flamboyant in self-disgust. When something doesn't go his way, he lets everyone know, and it does indicate that he could be prone to self-destruct at some point.
We were commenting earlier that it hasn't been... he hadn't shown too much of that from previous years, and yes, I think after he lost that serve, having broken Bourchier earlier in that second set, the racket was thrown on 3 occasions. Actually, I think it worked for him.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's sometimes it doesn't work to if that's your nature, if that's your you know, your personality. Trying to curtail that out on court can have an impact on your game.
Always good to vent a bit of emotion through the physical, isn't it?
You wouldn't do that though, John, would you?
No. Just my break there wandered over to the player cafe area. A big news story unfolding in Sydney with a terrorist siege, potential terrorist siege in the Sydney CBD with 13 hostages. So we'll, not to put a damper on what's happening here, but some serious business going on in the nation's biggest city.
Deuce.
How's the conversation on Twitter going?
It's going good. There's a lot of support there for Harry, with fans posting images. We've got one here from Chris, and I'm going to massacre this, Wettengill, who is on the Team Bourchier. So make sure if you want to join Team Bourchier, you can do that. They've created their own hashtag, but for us to find it, hashtag AO Playoff. So make sure you join the conversation there and let us know who you think is going to win. But I'll tell you what, if he's going to do anything now, is the time.
Oh yeah, it's now or nothing. I mean, he's really got to... I mean, I think he's been serving well. He's just at times been, you know, he's thrown in a couple of double faults when he least needed to, and perhaps hasn't taken his opportunity at the back of the court. I've said he's gone and dominated at the start of a couple of points and then retreated back, and he's found himself on the back foot again. So if he can just keep the pressure on Thompson in terms of the play... neither player is prepared to really come into the net and put the pressure on there, although we've seen both of them do that throughout this match and have been very successful, but much more comfortable at the baseline, and try to win the points from there.
I felt like, particularly in the first set, Bourchier was much more comfortable from the baseline. The couple of occasions he did try to come into the net, some of his shots were a little awry, and it allowed Thompson to win those points. So, but you're right, just staying in the point, consistency within each point rather than maybe going onto the back foot and playing defensively.
And I think that is a really good tactic from Thompson, into the body of Bourchier, because he has trouble when the ball comes at him actually getting out of the way. He's quite comfortable running from, you know, both wings and hitting freely through the ball. Thompson's right. If he can keep the ball down the centre of the court, ball coming into the body of Bourchier, he'll win some free points.
30.
Another killer serve there from Thompson.
Little fun fact, guys. Team Bourchier has nothing to do with Harry, but more to do with sausage making at the RACV club in Melbourne. So probably don't associate with that hashtag. Just stick to AO Playoff if you could.
It's a good day for a barbecue. So that much.
40.
If they want to supply us with some sausages for lunchtime,
Oh yeah,
feel
that
free.
would be good.
Team Bourchier, get that name out. So Thompson with a big opportunity to consolidate in this third set, and does so with a big ace down the tee.
Yeah, that was some confident serving by Thompson.
1-1 here in the third set. Bourchier to serve. It's 2 sets to love in favour of the number 5 seed from New South Wales, Jordan Thompson.
And we're just waiting, of course, new balls to be delivered up to Bourchier.
Still the difficult end to serve from. I'm not sure if it is the sun.
No, well, in the first serve, then definitely the sun got in his eyes, but that ball toss was a little low then.
The sun moving around the court, around behind where the camera angle is situated, and then to the right throughout the afternoon. So
50.
this end where Bourchier is serving from at the moment will be the challenging one throughout the match.
Yeah, I mean, he got onto that serve then. That was a big ace down the tee. Oh, that's disappointing.
So another chance coming to the net, Bourchier, and probably could have
15-30.
tied that point up much earlier, but he seems to play these very delicate shots when he comes to the net, and it just allows Thompson to dictate the point.
Oh, that is a beautiful backhand down the line that set up that shot, the easy shot at the net to put that ball away from Thompson. That's great play. Really thinking through that point.
And a break point now for Thompson. And gets it. So Thompson really starting to assert himself
Thompson leads 2 games to 1.
on this match. 2 sets to love and a 2 games to 1 advantage in this third set.
And guys, we're talking about ways you can get involved, and we've been talking a lot about Twitter, but Instagram also. We were considering showing off your best Vegemite spreading abilities, but if you want to join us, Australian Open on Instagram. But Instagram for players has exploded in the last 12 months. Roger Federer joined. He's got 330,000 followers, but his life is worth following. He's a man who can make model poses in any situation, and considering the sights that he's been seeing over the last couple of months with the Tour finals, and then also the Premier League that's happening at the moment. Tell you what, one of my favourite photos is the one coming up. It's possibly the world's largest naan. So
Well, I like to see him after he's eaten the entire naan bread. That's the shot that you want to see,
but
not the before shot.
That's not what Instagram's about. You're not meant to see what people are like in a food coma. And here he is with Pistol Pete, possibly on the flight to or from. But plenty to see.
That's a great shot. Yes, I'm guessing that's not in cattle class.
No, trying to figure out whether Pete's taking the selfie there or whether they've got someone
No,
else.
they've got someone else taking that photo. Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
A couple of other matches taking place on the courts around us right at the minute, and we'll bring you an update from Court 5, where it is Blake Mott taking on Maverick Baines. It's one set apiece there on Court 5. Mott leading 3-1 in this third set, so up a break there. And then on Court 7, where John Patrick Smith, the number 2 seed, is taking on Victoria's Jacob Grills. It's Smith who leads 2-0 on Court 7, so a similar story as to the one that's in front of us here, Kate.
Indeed. We'll keep those results coming throughout the day and throughout this week.
What does Bourchier have to do, do you think, to sort of swing this match? We've seen the sort of quality tennis
He's got to tighten up the points. Yeah.
that he's able to produce, but just the consistency, isn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely, and take his chances. I think there was a moment there in that second set where he was the breakdown, and he just seemed to, I don't know, sort of throw caution to the wind and start swinging freely. That seemed to work for him. Maybe there was a little bit of Thompson, tightening up a little bit, but he's just got to go. It's the usual thing. Go for your shots. The serve is starting to worry me. Technically, it's very sound. It's lovely to watch, but he's had a few too many double faults for my liking, and usually on sort of the big points. So at the moment, looks like the trainer is actually coming out to Bourchier. Did you pick any issues, John?
No, I hadn't so far. But
During that last game,
he just looked generally fatigued there with the towel on his head. I wonder if it's an actual soft tissue or other problem. He doesn't seem to be pointing to
he's
any
just
part of his body.
having a chat.
Either hip, perhaps hip or glute. Maybe
Well, we spoke earlier that he had some issues in 2014 with his stomach muscles. Now,
Yeah, the
did you
abdominal
think
problem.
that perhaps that's what he was hinting at just then?
It's quite possible.
So it looks like we're going to have a
Bit of treatment.
bit of treatment on court. Be a few minutes break before this match starts.
Certainly.
Again,
The focus on this right leg, whether it is hip, there is some twisting movements there that the trainer's executing, so maybe some soreness or stiffness in that joint. Of course, a young frame, 18 years old, very tall guy, probably prone to some of the growing problems like osteitis pubis.
yeah, absolutely. It's often difficult to know just how much tennis they should be playing. It's slightly odd though. That must have been something that perhaps he's been feeling for the last couple of games. There was nothing that I saw out there before where he actually, pulled up quickly or went to grab the side of his hip, which we think may be the area that's being worked on at the moment. Towel's gone over that, so we're not going to be able to find out too quickly.
Guys, just want to talk a little bit about the AEST that's coming up. Lots of tournaments around the country before the Australian Open. This is sort of the warm-up to the warm-ups.
This is the entree.
Really.
This is the hors d'oeuvres.
It
Hors
is.
d'oeuvres.
And just want to have a quick chat about the APIA International in Sydney. You can check them out at their Twitter at Sydney Tennis. But also, they've got a bit of a big name coming in Nick Kyrgios this year. And we've got a little bit of a package from Nick.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's my first time here, and it's a great place. I mean, look where I'm standing. So I'm just excited for it. I love playing in Australia. I love the crowd support. I love it when they get behind me. I really feed off that energy, and I'm just going to go out there, entertain, have fun, and do everything I love doing out there, and hopefully get a couple wins as well. To get amongst it, and the atmosphere is going to be unbelievable. The arena is obviously, one of the best in the world, the whole complex. So, it's good to be playing in your backyard, and I'm really excited, and I'm sure, the Aussies that are playing as well, they're going to be looking forward to it.
near New Zealand by now.
Just crossing the Tasman there, and Nick Kyrgios, a wonderful year, Kate.
Oh,
2014
fantastic year.
Newcomb medalist.
Yeah, I mean, sensational year, and really, I mean, it just puts so much energy into the Australian Open when we have some of our players playing some great tennis, and really looking forward to seeing how he performs on the big stage come 2015.
What an impression he's made so far on the big stage, and just lights up the Aussie summer.
He does, doesn't he? He's such a confident young man.
But back to live pictures here, guys. What do we think?
It's a hip. I think.
Yep.
Left hip.
The wild card. It's always tough for the under-18s to come up into the wild card with their program, and then to play this on top. For the rest of the players, this is their tournament. This is what they're actually playing for. But for the under-18s, it's almost a supplementary tournament, a cherry on top that they've got to bring their A game to as well. So it's understandable that.
Well, I mean, Harry got the wild card into this tournament, so you know, he probably didn't know until about 2 days ago. So but it's a shame. I mean, this is a great experience, big experience to be playing out here at on court 6 at Melbourne Park.
Certainly in a fair bit of discomfort, Bourchier, as he undergoes treatment, but equally frustrating for Jordan Thompson, who's really getting into the swing of things here in the third set.
Well, I mean, Thompson's got the break up in the third. He's 2 sets to love up, and he probably thinks, well, you know, he just has to hold serve here and he's through. So, as you said, it's hard for him to keep focus, concentrate on what he needs to do in this match, and not think so much about what's happening up the other end of the court.
Umpire calls time. Bourchier back up on his feet. Throw the towel to the ball boy. And this fourth game of the third set will be underway. Thompson to serve. Hard to miss that one.
Yes, we say that, but once again, into the sun, you know, you make sure of those shots. It was an easier put away. There was a point he missed, I think, in the last game. Bourchier just giving that leg a little bit of a rub.
So for those viewers who've recently joined us, story of the match so far, a very even first set. They went toe-to-toe, and Thompson took it out in a dominant first set tiebreaker. It was a similar start to the second set before a break in the ninth game to Thompson, and he served it out 6-4. Leading 2-1 up a break in this third set, fifth seed. Starting to do it quite comfortably now, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, that was an opportunity to come in and take that short ball. But Bourchier, I mean, I'm just keeping an eye on his movement at the moment, just finding it a little difficult. And Thompson's playing a smart game. Make your opponent run. If he's injured,
Yeah, Thompson.
you try to expose that out
Thompson
there.
leads 3 games to 1, third set.
Don't forget, the conversation is always ongoing here at the Wildcard Playoff. The hashtag AO Playoff. You can join us on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, trying to get down low to get that ball then.
Love 15.
Bourchier on the run and just struggling. You can tell that that injury is impacting his play. Can't sweep through on that forehand side.
15.
Can't pivot off that leg, so that's going to make things difficult out there.
Yeah, a big tall man. Hips very important to get down to those
Net.
lower balls. The odd unforced error from Thompson, but he'd be feeling pretty supremely confident given the score line and also the condition of his opponent.
Serving quite nicely. This Bourchier. Seems to be rushing it though.
Bourchier.
Seems to be a no-fuss competitor, Bourchier. I noticed that early in the first set too, Kate. Very little time spent between points.
Thompson leads.
Couple of bounces and away we go.
And of course, guys, Instagram is what we're rummaging through for AO Playoff. And some of the big names are worth checking out on Instagram, such as Serena Williams, who I would say needs something bolder than prolific. She does love to post, and she's got her new BFF in Caroline Wozniacki, and you'll be able to see all the images of those two who do get up to a fair bit of mischief. But check out Serena Williams' Instagram, where it's great to see these players, and also with the Premier League that's happening, because it's some of the best current players along with some of the best names from years gone by. So make sure to check out Serena Williams on Instagram, and there's her team, and Nick Kyrgios, who has been joining in with Thomas Berdych and Serena in posting, and Leighton, who's not much of a social media fan, but we're trying to slowly wear him down.
For those following the match over on Court 5, Blake Mott and Maverick Baines can report that Blake Mott's taken the third set, so he leads 2-1 over on Court 5. And John Patrick Smith and Jacob Grills on Court 7. It's still Smith who leads 2-0.
Thompson just doing what he has to here. That was a good first serve. Easy ball to put away. Spending too much time looking at his opponent at the moment.
Bourchier.
Head down. Thompson.
Yeah, certainly. Still some spark in the game of Bourchier. He's been undergoing hip treatment in between changes of ends for the last 2 times, but still can hit a ball flush. Forced errors like that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the tactic from Thompson, isn't it? You know, just make your opponent play yet another ball, get him on the move. Because often happens after an injury that the player playing injured will just completely change the rhythm of the game, because they're just wanting the points to be over pretty quickly. They'll hit out at anything, try some big serves, and that disrupts the rhythm of the game for Thompson, for the opponent.
40-50.
Felt like the Australian Open men's final earlier this year was a case in point with Rafa Nadal.
That's
Came out
right.
after severe injury troubles and really
With
took
Wawrinka.
it to Wawrinka.
Yeah.
Thompson has an issue with one of those balls. But no issue with his service game.
Yeah, lovely constructed point then by Thompson. Really singing on that baseline. 4-2 up in this third set. Well, it's hard to hit the backhand down the line when you're 3 metres behind the baseline, John. I can't do it.
No, it's one of the toughest shot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, just well engineered by Thompson there.
15.
And Bourchier really struggling.
Yeah, yep, just kicking out the leg then. I think the hip is... And, you know, when you start losing points to it, it seems to hurt even worse.
15-30.
Out!
15-40.
Yeah, Bourchier, I mean, he's not even getting down to some of those balls now, and there's a little bit of wishful thinking in terms of the shot making.
The right hand of that left hip is the one that bears so much of the
weight.
weight, so much of the brunt of the force moving through the body. And unlucky double fault. So another break of serve there for Thompson. Leads 5 games to 2 here in this third set, and will be serving for the match.
Looks like the trainer's coming out again to Bourchier. He's keen to get a little more work done on the hip.
Thompson needs 5
I'm not
games
sure
to
of the
2,
ruling
that's
in terms of how many times the trainer can come out.
Unclear on that too in this wildcard playoff conditions. He seems generally frustrated.
Well, he's not treating him at the moment. He's just talking through what's happening out there, how he's feeling.
May retire.
Not even going to play that last game. Yes, he's
Gentlemen,
Harry
Judiciary
Bourchier has just
wishes
walked
before
over
game set match, Thompson.
to Jordan Thompson and said, I can no longer go on. So that's the end of the match. Really only one game to play, let's face it. It was...
Fait accompli,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
And there's no use, you know, chancing any further injury.
So Thompson advances to the next round, into the final 8. Victorious 7-6, 6-4, and 5 games to 2 when Bourchier decided to retire injured hurt.
Well, that's a shame. An end to what's been a very entertaining game. A very close first set. Went 7-6. And it wasn't until halfway through that second set we actually had a break of serve, and then there were 2 breaks of serve, but Thompson, who seemed to just lose a little bit of focus there for a while, came back and took that 6-4, and of course then the injury, you know, I think around the 4th game of that, the third set to Bourchier, and after that he really wasn't in the match at all, and has decided that it is not worth playing on that extra game and risk further injury.
But a commendable performance despite the injury from the 18-year-old to front up as the 815th ranked man in the world against his 274th ranked opponent, and really took it to him early before the injury got the better of him.
Yeah, I mean, you have a look at that game. He has some serious weapons. That serve is only going to get better. I think that technically it's very sound. It's lovely to watch. Very smooth action. There's a lot of easy power that he can generate from his game on both sides. The backhand's pretty solid. I guess it's really the movement on court for Bourchier. He's, you know, sort of growing into his body. It's a stupid thing to say, but he's just, you know, at this stage he's still young, still growing, yeah, that's right, and he will only get better, that's for sure. I think he looks like he's got a big game.
Huge future ahead of him for this young Australian from Tasmania, 18-year-old, was a wildcard entrant into this playoff against very stiff opposition in Jordan Thompson, who's had success at this tournament before. Well, up next on court 6 here in front of us, we've got the big one, the number 1 seed, Luke Saville, the South Australian, taking on Christopher O'Connell of New South Wales.
Yes, both 20 years of age. A bit of difference in ranking here. Luke Saville obviously ranking of around about 158. I'm not sure if that's the...
485.
Oh no, that's O'Connell, but for
Sorry.
Luke Saville?
164 in the world.
Yeah, around that. And Christopher O'Connell, yes, in the high 480s. So big difference in terms of ranking. And Saville, as we said, had an outstanding junior career, ranked number 1, won Wimbledon and the Australian Open, runner-up at both of those tournaments too in the junior ranks. And I was particularly interested to see, I was not concerned, but I thought his height may have been a factor in terms of his ability to go on to a good career at senior level, but he's 6'2".
Not huge.
No, but that's I think he's jumped up. Last time I saw him wasn't quite that tall, but I was actually standing courtside next to him before, and he looks fit and ready to go, and we'll be hoping that he can get that wild card into the Oz Open.
So over on court 5, Blake Mott still leading Maverick Baines 2-1. The other game taking place, Jacob Grills and John Patrick Smith, who's the 2nd seed. That last check was 1 set apiece.
And guys, while I've got this opportunity, I'd like to direct you to our YouTube channel, Australian Open TV, where we've got highlights from Australian Opens from the last few years, also the Australian Tennis channel, but also the Australian Open Vault, where we've got match highlights from the last few years and going back several years, going back to grass. If you're old enough to remember that.
Out at Kooyong?
Yeah.
Old enough.
It wasn't too long ago.
Oh boy, I used to love it out at Kooyong because you could actually, you could sit next to the lines people and watch, not on the centre court obviously, but the outside courts, sit right there next to them, you know, have a bit of a chat in between points. Get moved a little if they needed the space, but I loved it out at Kooyong. It was terrific.
In the pre-Google Glasses era as well, Michael. These days you'd have to put the glasses on the lines people to have such access.
That's true, but it did come to Melbourne Park in 1988, and we've got a highlight here from 1990 with John McEnroe's famous disqualification.
In 1990, John McEnroe, appearing for only his 2nd time in Australia, took on the relatively unknown Swede Mikael Pernfors in the 4th round. But the volatile American, renowned for his on-court tantrums, received 3 code violations, 1 for intimidating a lineswoman.
Code violation, unsportsmanlike conduct, warning Mr. McEnroe.
1 for smashing his racket.
Code violation, racket abuse, point penalty, Mr. McEnroe.
And the other for swearing at the umpire and the tournament referee.
Ken Farrar has overheard McEnroe swearing.
Code violation, verbal abuse, default Mr. McEnroe.
Whoa!
Game, set, match, Pernfors.
That's the end of the match.
The former world number 1 thought he had 1 more violation before he would be ejected, and was leading 6-1, 4-6, 7-5, 2-4 at the time. But the code violation rules had just been reduced from 4 to 3 warnings, and McEnroe was defaulted, leaving the crowd aghast and himself in a state of disbelief. The Mac was also fined $6,500 US. McEnroe, who had won 6 Grand Slam singles titles, only returned to the Australian Open once more in 1992, when he reached the quarterfinals. Despite never winning the tournament, this infamous moment ensured McEnroe's name has gone down in Australian Open folklore.
Too often, but I sort of miss it a little. God, he was naughty.
Brought such colour to the game, didn't he?
He did. You know, I was at that match.
Is that right?
Yeah, I know, sadly.
What was it, 1988?
Oh, it was a long time ago. I don't think we need to go into that. But anyway.
Still continues to entertain these days with his
commentary is
commentary.
wonderful. Yeah.
So one result so far in the men's draw here at the wildcard playoff was New South Welshman Jordan Thompson advancing to the semi-finals with a straight sets win over Tasmania's Harry Bourchier, who retired hurt in what was very nearing the end of the match anyway. So Thompson goes through, and the next match here on the virtual centre court for this week is Luke Saville, the #1 seed, taking on Christopher O'Connell, also of New South Wales.
That's right. And what do we know about O'Connell? Well, he's won a few of the... he won a futures match in Croatia earlier this year, and also won the doubles at that same tournament. He said in terms of his tennis goals, he wants to play Davis Cup, reach the top 100. He hasn't put a time on that.
Well, they're attainable.
Maybe that's for 2015.
Potentially. But attainable goals in the long run, no doubt.
Yes, and he also said that if he was to play mixed doubles, he would want Sam Stosur as his doubles partner because of her volleys.
Of course.
A good compliment.
Well, I think there are, that serve to the backhand side also. Nice kicking serve is very handy to have in a mixed partner.
We're just lining up for the coin toss in the next match at the AO Playoff. And you can join the action at #AO Playoff on Twitter and also on Instagram. Check us out on all of our channels. We'd love to hear from you. We're getting told about fans from all over the world. Serbia, Brazil's very popular, Canada,
Romania, the USA, the Netherlands.
even Melbourne. Who would have thought?
Well, I enjoy hearing from the countries where they're, I know it's -10, they're cold, they're freezing. And what's the temperature out there at the moment? Is it
It's probably
26 degrees?
Well, that's our maximum, so it would be getting close about this time, Kate. We're
sunny, few clouds,
And I think there
light breeze.
Luke taking the win. But of course, this is the warm-up to the Australian Open for 2015. And the winner of this wildcard is hoping to get closer to the action.
These are the hairs on a tennis ball traveling at 234 kilometers per hour. The fastest serve recorded at the Australian Open. These are your hairs standing on end as you watch this ball hurtling like a burning meteorite through space. Get closer to the action at the Australian Open. Book through Ticketek.
back here on court 6 in anticipation of this second match. Luke Saville, the #1 seed, taking on Christopher O'Connell. Earlier we have seen Jordan Thompson advance to the semi-finals with a straight sets win over Harry Bourchier. And over on court 7, we have a result. John Patrick Smith, the second seed, victorious 3-0 over Victoria's Jacob Grills. So far, 2 of the top 5 seeds going through to the round of 8. Plenty more action happening here in the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. You can join us wherever you are around the world on Twitter and Instagram using the hashtag #AOPlayoff. Tell us what you're doing, where you're watching from. Who's your prediction to take out this tournament, of course. All male action on Monday here in Australia. Still Sunday night in some parts of the world. Then Tuesday, we see the first of the women. And back here on Wednesday for the rest of the guys. Beautiful conditions here in the capital of Victoria, Melbourne.
3 minutes.
which is the home of the 2015 Australian Open. The biggest and best to come this summer, with a newly refurbished and now opened Margaret Court Arena with a fully retractable roof. We'll see some marvellous action come January. 3 fully enclosed courts now here at Melbourne Park. And this is merely the entree to all the action. As Saville and O'Connell continue to warm up, it's time to welcome into the commentary box Peter Mercado. Good afternoon to you, Pete.
Hello, John. Hello, everyone. It is a beautiful day out there. A little bit breezy, but good match to get us started.
You've had a chance to enjoy some of the action around the court so far today.
Been wandering around, watching some of the junior players as well as part of the December showdown.
2 minutes.
It's a good month of tennis.
Tell us about
just leading into the full Australian summer.
Tell us about the December showdown.
Well, every December, a lot of national championships are being played in conjunction with this event. So we've got the 12s, 14s, 16s and 18s. So the winner of the 18s, we saw Harry Bourchier out here before. He won the 18s event last week. And it's a chance to get basically everyone together in the one place. As you see the preparations for the Australian Open.
So Bourchier's victory in that tournament gained him wildcard
Got him
entry.
through, yeah. It got him through to this. So the 18s winner in both the women's and the men's events have an automatic spot in the draw here. So, which was good from his perspective. Had a pretty good year, Harry Bourchier. Another year of development for him.
1 minute.
Unfortunate that he had to retire with injury. But Jordan Thompson, tough player. But this should be an interesting match. They have played before, and that was back in Toowoomba earlier this year.
Up in the high country of Central Queensland.
Which Saville won. It was a semi-final, won in 3 sets. He lost the first set 6-3 and then won the next 2 6-1, 6-2. So they got a little bit of history. Obviously a huge gap in the rankings and a big year for Luke Saville. Ultimate goal for him is to try and get inside that top 100.
Well, he's up to 164, Pete.
And he's been around that mark, and that's come off the back of a couple of futures events that he's won. But the big result for him was at Wimbledon, where he got through the qualifying, 8-6 in the 5th set in qualifying, and then beat Dominic Thiem in the first round before falling to Grigor Dimitrov. So it's those sort of results, the ability to win through qualifying and then just trouble some of the players who are ranked a little bit higher up. They're the sort of strides that he needs to make. 20 years old, he's done the junior apprenticeship, and now he's just grinding away on the challenger and the futures circuit. So a couple of futures wins, 3 this year, a couple of finals as well, including that event in Toowoomba, which I was just talking about. So he comes in as the top seed at 164.
Currently residing here in Melbourne, I believe. Originally a South Australian, Luke Saville.
Yeah, grew up in country South Australia. Grew up on grass courts. That's why he's a junior Wimbledon winner.
First set.
Well, let's see how he goes on the harder surface. And it will be the New South Welshman Christopher O'Connell to open proceedings from the northern city end of Melbourne Park.
Let. Second serve. Out. 15 love.
Get a good look at that one-handed backhand from Chris O'Connell.
It's a real wind-up, isn't it?
It is. A lot more margin for error with it.
Yep.
Certainly Sal will be looking to go into that corner. Just missing the baseline. There's an adjustment for all of these players who are out here this week with playing best of 5 set matches most of the time. In fact, all the time on the Futures and the Challenger circuit. It's best of 3. So only at the Grand Slams, Davis Cup and events like this do they get to play best of 5 sets. Just caught out a little bit there, O'Connell at the net. Just didn't really close in on the net. So had to take that ball low, and Saville pretty quick around the court.
And a deft finish from Saville as well. You speak about the adjustment, Pete, from 3-set tennis to 5-set tennis. Is there a certain degree of conserving energy that needs to take place?
Not if you're 2 sets to love up. 30. No, you want to try and get off to as good a start as possible. I think sort of conserving the energy is more reserved to later in the match. And certainly Saville is favoured to win this.
Double fold at the not a good time for O'Connell there. Takes it to deuce. Really needs to impose himself early.
And he's certainly got the 5-set experience too. Talk about when he played at Wimbledon, that final round of qualifying. He's used to the 5-set setup and the dynamic change that happens as opposed to a best of 3 set.
Advantage.
That was a better serve there from O'Connell. Big, powerful game from this young man. 485th in the world.
Game, O'Connell.
Yeah, well, a bit of struggle to get through that opening service game.
First game.
If that's an indication of what the match is going to be, we'll be here till midnight. That was a very long first game.
And guys, just want to take the opportunity to remind everyone about hashtag AO Playoff, where you can join the conversation on Twitter, but also hashtag AO Christmas, where we want to find out on the first day of Christmas my true tennis love sent to me, and we've been finding out what people want their tennis love to send to them. We've had 3 silver trophies, 3 Grand Slams to watch when AO says goodbye, 3 Grand Slam titles for Roger Federer, and 3 signed tennis balls from Nick Kyrgios. So let us know what you would like from an AO Christmas at AO Christmas for the hashtag at Australian Open on Twitter.
So we're up to day 3.
Yep.
Right.
Luke Saville will be wishing for 3 straight sets.
Are you a festive man, Pete?
Not overly.
15.
Saying you have a bit of the Grinch about you, but just
after this week, don't we have 3 weeks till AO?
Great.
Or 4 weeks till AO. I'll try to find things with 3 in them. Leave me with it.
Shanking that one off to the side, so Saville at 15 all in this second game. The number 1 seed in this playoff tournament.
30-15.
One of the other things with 3, that I'm sure these players, if they don't happen to win the wild card, they'd be looking to get through the 3 rounds of qualifying to get into the Australian Open.
That's good. Your mind is going to stew on this for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Three is also the number of retractable roofs at Melbourne Park A 2015.
Faults. 30 all.
Now the linesperson, we don't have a full complement of lines people here, so that call had to come from the side where Luke Saville is serving from, so the linesperson has to call through the net, so a little bit of assistance from the umpire there just to make sure the call is right.
A lot of these guys would be making their debut as lines people, I'd imagine.
Well, there's a lot of tournaments, of course, throughout Australia on the Pro Tour that require lines people. And it's a great way, if you want to become an umpire, you start working as a lines person and can work your way up from there.
Work your way up to the high chair.
Game. Saville.
And really just able to do what he liked on that serve. Got a couple of short replies off the return.
1 game all.
Just sets up the point so beautifully. It just underscores how much importance we place on the serve, particularly men's tennis.
Speaking of short replies and underscores, if you'd like to join the conversation on Twitter, you can do so via the hashtag #AOPlayoff.
That was seamless.
All locked up here in the first set. 1 game apiece. Saville and O'Connell. And it will be O'Connell to serve.
Low
Just
15.
skinning off the line. Saville really able to well, you're able to jump into that first serve.
Still some cause of concern for the server at that southern end of the court.
Low 30.
So now he's immediately under pressure. Had a long service game first up. The pressure starts to build from love 30 down. Means that Saville's got a free swing.
Better passing shot there, and the backhand comes off on that occasion.
13.
Yeah, not deep enough from Saville. He was stranded at the service line. That ball went past him. Tell you what, we talk about the one-handed backhand from Chris. It's just beautiful to watch the one-handed backhand. We don't see it enough in tennis these days.
All.
Reminiscent when Dad used to give you one across the cheek. If there was a misdemeanor at the table.
Who are you talking to? Me? Me?
Just the general public. It is great to watch. Potentially a much more powerful shot, but you just have to hone the control because it has a tendency to go a bit wild. The one-handed
bloke
backhand.
called Federer does it reasonably well.
Forty, 30.
He's working his way back into this game. O'Connell needs to hold serve.
Game. O'Connell.
He's having to do it the hard way though, John.
O'Connell
Fight back from love 30 there.
Games to 1. First set.
Always a good time of year, this one, December. We always have to come down to see what the site looks like. They've done a wonderful job in terms of putting it together. Obviously, Margaret Court Arena in business with a fully completed stadium, which is great to see.
And not just the reworking from the inside, but a magnificent looking exterior to the building, and complete with the timber decking out there on the front steps of Margaret Court Arena leading into Garden Square, which will no doubt be the scene of many late night matches viewed by the Melbourne public come the Australian Open.
What are you doing a grand design sort of analysis on it, are you?
One of my favourite shows. Maybe they'll do a sporting edition of Grand Designs, looking into stadiums, people's dream stadia.
Well, there's a lot more shade around the grounds too. So where we are on court number 6, obviously the other matches being played on the outside courts 5 and 7. There's grandstands in there. There's a bit more shade for fans. The good news is we're not expecting a heat wave. Certainly not the 40-degree temperatures which we saw this year, which is good for the fans. But the site always looks different.
Still blue though. Will persist with the colour scheme. Saville to serve.
15 love.
Lovely shot from O'Connell.
Yeah, he was able to get up to the baseline for that one. He's just standing slightly beyond the baseline, but just working his way into this match.
Let us know if you're coming out to Melbourne Park for the Aussie Open. What are you looking forward to? Have you been before? Is this your first time maybe? Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation.
Always going to be a good position with that half-court ball. Just nicely put away. Good angle too. So opponent behind the baseline. Better in that situation to use the angle, because even if your opponent can get to the ball, they have to come up with the big shot to try and get past you.
Forty, 15. Game, Saville.
Well worked, Saville. A relatively comfortable service game. Take it to 2-all.
Good win for Blake Mott, by the way, on court number 5 over Maverick Baines. He dropped the first set 7-5 and got a code violation for ball abuse because he sent a ball, I think, almost into Margaret Court Arena. He was that frustrated.
Was the roof open?
But then turned it around 6-2, 6-1, 6-3. So good fight back from Blake Mott. So the 7th seed is out.
So the first blood spilled from the seeded players. Blake Mott was a wildcard entrant into this tournament.
Love.
Other winners today, Jordan Thompson, 3 sets over Harry Bourchier. And also John Patrick Smith in straight sets over Jacob Grills.
love.
So it means that Mott and JP Smith will be playing one another in the quarterfinals. And the winner of this match, top half will play Gavin Van Paperzale, the 8th seed, or Mitchell Robbins. That match a little bit later on outside.
(30-15).
Luke Saville got a pretty solid all-court game. So he grew up on grass, so spent plenty of time at the net.
Bit more finesse to his game.
Just took a little bit of pace off that ball to guide up the line. It's not so much finesse, it's just being comfortable when you get the short ball to be able to come into the net. There's a lot of people, a lot of players have baseline game. They're not comfortable getting past the service line.
(40-13). Game. O'Connell.
Had a big opportunity there to take it to Juice Saville, as you talked about coming to the net, being comfortable
O'Connell
there.
leads by 3-2. First set.
And guys, just a good reminder about the AO Christmas, hashtag AO Christmas, that we're running on the Australian Open Twitter page. We want to find out what you would like for Christmas in a tennis-themed environment. And some of the ones we've had back is on the third day, my true tennis love gave to me 3 cans of AO balls to use at the People's Court, which is a seamless plug for the TAC People's Court, which will be happening at the Australian Open in January. It gives you an opportunity to play on a court with ball boys, with cameras, with commentators, just as if you are on the centre of Rod Laver Arena. So make sure you check out the People's Court running throughout the Australian Open, and plenty of conversation happening on the hashtag AO Playoff. We've got people watching from Manila, and we've also got from Poland. So hello to everyone who is watching from around the world.
Not a lot of tennis being played at the moment around the world, so a good opportunity that tennis fans find the live streams all over the place.
Envious weather as well, by the sounds of it.
Well, in the Northern Hemisphere, everyone's rugged up inside and waiting for white Christmases. I think this will warm the cockles of their hearts, seeing an Australian summer. Maybe some chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
You're seemingly very traditional with this.
The scent of pine just wafting through the homestead on the ranch. And a wild backhand
15 long.
from O'Connell. So games on serve. It's O'Connell leading 3-2 in this first set.
Long.
Connell having to guess a side. He had to pick one way or the other. And Saville just holding right on top of the net. And again, didn't need to overplay it. It's really just pushing that ball into the corner of the court. You had the point one.
Just feathered it.
40 long.
Getting a high percentage of first serves into play too at the moment, Luke Saville. So while it's a struggle for Christopher O'Connell on serve, Saville's getting through his pretty quickly.
(40-15).
I'll only be disappointed with that. It's a nice change-up play. He's got the serve volley. He doesn't use all the time, but just on occasion, just to throw Chris O'Connell off his rhythm, give him something different to look at.
A bit more versatility on display so far from Saville. Well to get to that ball, but just couldn't get it over the tape. So O'Connell putting up a challenge in this 6th game.
Yeah, a couple of massive forehands.
Temperature really starting to warm up now, Pete, into the low to mid 20s. We're expecting a top of 26 in Melbourne today. Not a cloud in the sky above Melbourne Park, so can be a difficult conditions in terms of endurance.
Game, Saville.
Just resigned himself
3
to that
games
one.
all.
Looks as if he's been really building that serve this past year, Luke Saville. You're getting plenty of free points off it.
Former junior champion here at the Australian Open, Luke Saville. Another one off the frame for O'Connell.
Low 15.
You see with O'Connell on that backhand, when he's got time to get his feet set, it's a beautiful shot. Really gets through the ball. It's when he's thrown off balance.
Low 30.
So in trouble again, but every time he's been in trouble, he seems to serve his way out of it.
He's found a way so far. This love 30 position not unfamiliar to O'Connell early in this match.
$15, $30.
But again, that's the sign of intent from Luke Saville. Just the attacking play, really stepping in on the second serve, trying to take it early, get into the net. Just forcing O'Connell just to push that little bit harder on that second serve.
See how he goes on this occasion.
$30
A couple of unforced errors there from Saville. Still 30 all in the 7th game.
$40, $13.
All of a sudden, O'Connell has a chance to take the game.
Game, O'Connell.
So after a heap
New
of
balls,
second
please.
serves, 2 first serves in a row to finish off the game.
It's been the story of the match so
O'Connell
far
leads by 4 games to 3.
for the
First
New
set.
South Welshman, whose game is based predominantly on power.
We're just managing to hold off Luke Saville at the moment. Luke Saville has games to love at to 15. whereas O'Connell has to do it the hard way. So early stages just hanging in there, but Saville in control at this stage as the top seed in this event. And remembering too that players who are ranked 106 plus can compete in this event. And not only is it just a wild card to the Australian Open, but it's also potentially wild cards to the Australian Open Series, which is coming up into Brisbane and Sydney and Hobart in the lead up to the Australian Open. So a real chance to set up the calendar. Certainly for the Australian summer, it's nice to have that certainty, to know that you're definitely in. No need to go through qualifying into the Australian Open.
Perfect early Christmas present on offer. Many of these players.
And also the fact that you've earned your wild card. So ball change here for Saville at 3-4.
Low. Oh. 30 low.
In some ways, this is an advantage for the Australian players too, to be playing tennis at this time of the year, where there are no other tournaments going on around the world and players taking a bit of a break. So there's an example of just being rushed a little bit into that backhand.
Yep. Saville just getting the job done. Consistent player of shots. And this time takes the game to love. Square it up at 4-all in the first. We've seen some pretty tightly fought sets so far on court 6 here.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that it's competitive. Obviously, top seed always in the opening round is going to get an unseeded opponent. In this case, it happens to be the world number 485, but these players would have a good knowledge of each other. They spend plenty of time travelling around on the pro circuit and here in Australia and the future circuit around the world, challenger level.
Low 15.
Really pushing through that ball, Saville, and a good shot there of what the wind's doing at the moment.
Yep.
The breeze just picking up. It's quite windy to start off with out on court, but it's just picked up slightly as this particular game's been going on.
$30-15.
It was great defensive work on that return from Saville, but you'd see that he was way out of court. So from O'Connell's point of view, he gets a free hit. Able to really generate that pace, as we've seen throughout the match so far on the forehand.
wide there, Saville. Worked O'Connell
30 all.
deep into the forehand court.
And from that position in the court, he was over on the ad court side, scrambling to pick up that first ball, but then the immediate thought is to go back to the baseline. So, moving back to the baseline, then having to go forward on the other side too. So it was great angle from Saville. Just great movement, his opponent around the court.
Well done by O'Connell. Saw Saville come to the net, played a high lob and difficult in the sunshine.
Well, it wasn't a bad volley. Really solid out in front, coming out to meet the ball, but even still, O'Connell, it was a beautiful lob. Because Saville was closed in so far onto the net, he was right on top of it, opened himself up for the lob.
Game, O'Connell.
He's not making it easy for himself, but he's getting the job done so far. Games on serve here in this first set.
O'Connell leads by 5 games to 4, first set.
I've been hearing about all these sort of innovations that we've got during our coverage over the next week or so. The Google Glasses, we've been talking about that during the coverage today.
It's had a couple of mentions. Still trying to work out exactly how that will come into play, but I do believe that if any of our viewers who are watching online and interacting via the hashtag AO Playoff would like to see various parts of Melbourne Park, perhaps they want to squiz at the new Margaret Court Arena, they can put the Google Glasses on and give them a guided tour.
Well, throughout the week we'll have the coin toss. I think the ball kids will be running around with the Google Glasses. Hopefully they stay on their head and we don't have a broken set of Google Glasses. But particularly Margaret Court, we will take you inside Margaret Court Arena at some stage during the week. But also to take a look around the site and the things that have changed. Because each year you come back and there are subtle changes. Some big changes, of course, too. Saville been pretty comfortable on serve so far.
Love.
Great sliding serve. See a lot on grass, the sliding serve to be able to get into the net. Taking O'Connell way out of position.
Did that really well, Saville.
Yeah, he got across the net really quickly, just cutting off that pass. He body behind the ball.
He's a real thinking tennis player.
It was great movement, obviously, coming into the net, but moves so well side to side when he's there as well. Could anticipate where that ball was going.
Has it to 40 love now, Saville. Chance to sew up this 10th game. Oh, back to 30 love, apologise.
Oh. 40 love.
Now 40 love.
Just preempting what was to happen. The court scoreboard here had up 40 love in the last point.
Game, Saville.
And a lovely touch, a fine way to do it. He's having no trouble on his service game, Luke Saville. Takes it to 5-all in the first.
Crunch time now for Christopher O'Connell. we've been talking about through this match. He's been struggling with his serve. Had some long service games, but managed to get through. And this is where Saville will be fancying his chances. Any second serve that comes in is being attacked. Hasn't quite found his range on that second serve return. Slowly making inroads.
Oh,
we'll catch that.
That'd be
No 15.
a lovely souvenir for this a smallish but generous crowd that's gathered in the grandstand here next to our virtual centre court for the week. Of course, a Monday afternoon here in Melbourne.
Nice change up from O'Connell. Seen the power game. The slice thrown in. Just to upset Saville a little bit.
Punch from O'Connell.
Well, it was rally of the match so far. And see Saville again trying to be aggressive on the baseline. And they pick up that last forehand as a half volley. And still like the intent.
By Saville.
Perfect. Nice angle to get O'Connell out of court again. Knew he'd had to be hitting up with the pace taken off it slightly. And just really closed in on the net.
So another mini uphill battle for O'Connell to hold serve in his 6th service game. 30 all. Still trying to attack the serve is Saville, trying to minimise the amount of shot play in each point.
Yeah, he wouldn't be happy with that. A big play on that ball.
Another second serve opportunity. Worked it nicely that time.
Yeah, well, it's just going back to that aggressive play. When he has that opportunity, he talked about the second serve, really able to jump into it. He got that timing right. It's just that pressure that builds up. Now, O'Connell's serve. He has to go for a little bit more. And taking a bit of time to find his range, Saville, but coming good now for the return. Have a look at that. So he wasn't expecting that one to come back. Full stretch, Saville. That was a short ball. Doesn't spend a lot of time with the net. Christopher O'Connell. And there's the error.
And a big opportunity now for Saville. Break point here at a costly moment in this first set. And a second serve opportunity.
Thank you, Bobby. Game. Saville.
Gets it too. So a real critical error from O'Connell there. Didn't anticipate that previous point.
Saville leads by 6 games to 5. First set.
The first break going to Luke Saville, who will serve to take out this first set, the #1 seed.
Well, it's been coming for a while. Seen O'Connell holding, but only just. Got the games going to juice. Been love 30 down in a few, so the damn wall was about to break. And now Saville in a really good position, obviously, in this first set. But he's been serving so well. Been really impressed with the way he's serving. High first serve percentage so far. And as the top seed, he'd have to be feeling pretty pleased with the way things are going at the moment.
Also, the frustration starting to boil over a little bit for O'Connell there in that game. A few verbal
time
moments.
And the difference between the body language of the two players, Luke Saville's been out there for a little while. O'Connell just taking his time out of the chair. So it's on Saville's racket, serving for the set.
Low 15.
Well, he set up the point, just couldn't execute the finish. Love 15.
Low 13.
Well. Couple of errors off the Saville racket. Small window opportunity here for Christopher O'Connell. Probably the best chance he's had on the Saville service game so far in the match.
We've seen O'Connell fight back from this position a couple of times. Let's see if Saville can respond in similar fashion.
Ooh.
Low 14.
Not a great time to catch the tape on the second serve.
Just when we've been talking up his first serve percentage.
So 3 chances for O'Connell to take it to a first set tiebreaker. Saville pretty keen to avoid that. See how he goes.
15-14.
Saves 1.
Got it.
Game. O'Connell.
Well done, Christopher
6 games
O'Connell.
on. Tiebreak.
Oh, he had to work hard there for that one. Saville again attacking, getting into the net. So now we get to the tie break, and it's really toss of the coin. Saville was in control this match, but O'Connell just keeps grinding away.
The previous match here, Pete, we saw a very even first set too that went to a tiebreaker, and then Jordan Thompson came out and wiped the court. Let's see if we have a tighter affair in this match. We O'Connell to serve first.
1-0. Saville. One all.
He's pressing a little bit too hard. He wants to keep the foot on the pedal. And the mini break now back on serve.
Well, and turns it right around.
O'Connell.
So all of a sudden O'Connell up a break, now serving. At the preferred end for the server.
3-1.
That's why.
Maybe just catching the line there. Hawkeye might have suggested otherwise.
Well, ball just swinging away from Saville. Just shows how quickly momentum can change in a tie-break situation.
Linesperson picked the wrong side.
Two, O'Connell.
Saville gets one back.
Out.
Late call, again that linesperson down the other end of the court.
Through the net.
And a little bit unlucky. Pressing hard as the players change ends after the first 6 points. Again, both players really just trying to push for the line. Can't be terribly disappointed with that result. I mean, Chris O'Connell had to press just a little bit too much, but the setup was good. The point construction was good.
So on serve in this first set tiebreaker.
Four, three, Saville.
It's a little disappointing. It was really a nothing return from O'Connell. Trying to dig that ball into the court, try and force Saville to come forward. You're reaching forward for the ball.
O'Connell just working his opponent around the court, and Saville hits it long.
Net first serve. Five, four, Saville.
It's a little what we saw throughout the set, where O'Connell just has to push a little bit harder on that second serve with Saville stepping in. He's given away the mini break. 2 serves to come now for Saville.
Seems to be expending so much energy, O'Connell, for little in return, whereas Saville's got good economy, if you will.
Well, yeah, he's having to grind away. He's fought back really well, but staring down the barrel of a couple of set points.
The #1 seed for the first set.
Net first serve.
That'll be enough. Got the
first
first set.
Saville. 7 games to 6.
Well, it was a topsy-turvy tiebreaker, but he got there in the end, Luke Saville.
It wasn't. And credit to Christopher O'Connell too in that set. Had to fight back from some really tough positions to force it to a tiebreak.
And just a quick reminder for everyone at home, you can join the conversation at AO Playoff on the Australian Open Twitter page. And that's where you'll find out all the information for the upcoming Australian Open and Australian Open series, because that's what it's all about leading into the Australian Open, kicking off from January 19. And here's a little video for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Serena Williams.
Oh, thanks, Serena. We must be next.
Melbourne Park, day 1 of the 2015 Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. It is a glorious day outside. Perfect tennis weather. Luke Saville just getting through the opening set, 7 games to 6. Brett Phillips rejoining you. Kate Kearns as well.
BP, that was a tight tie break too.
15 love.
So we had a tiebreaker in the opening match of the day. Likewise in the second, Christopher O'Connell from New South Wales, a step up here in the Wildcard. He's had a good rise in the last 18 months.
Out. 15 all. Fifteen, 13.
Going down the tee on the second serve then, Saville. It's a good way out though.
Both these guys, of course, only 20 years of age, but it's at different stages of their career. Luke at 164 in the world and Chris at 485, but geez, jumped some spots in the last 2 years. 358 spots he jumped this year, 840 the year before, and
yeah, some good results on the Australian Pro Tours.
Yeah, he's
have really
along.
helped boost that ranking.
Yep.
Game, O'Connell.
So O'Connell gets on the board. A nice little break of serve in the opening game of this second set. Saville took the first 7 games to 6. Action on court 5, 6 and 7 if you want to get down to Melbourne Park this afternoon. First round matches for the men. Girls get underway tomorrow. Magic day to sit out in the sun and watch some tennis, Kate.
Oh, I couldn't think of a better place to be than at Melbourne Park. And there's quite a few people that have turned out. Perhaps it's lunchtime, isn't it, here in Melbourne? So a few people and businesses around town that decide to pop out perhaps for a little longer than they would normally for lunch.
Yes. They still exist, the long lunch.
Of course it does.
Quick update on court 7, guys. Alex Bolt, 6-5 up against Mark Polman. So another bit of an epic first set, which makes you wonder, in conditions like this, whether a long first set will lead to a very short second set.
If I was playing, yes. Power hitting by O'Connell. Really keeping Saville well behind the back of the court.
Yeah, it's a great part about this tournament. You get a look at the next tier down just to see
who's on the horizon.
Yeah, what the gap is like. As I said, there's something like 300 spots in the ranking separating these two, but they've gone to a first set tiebreak.
See Saville having won the first set 7-6. I wonder, does it sometimes it just comes down to knowing what to do in the big points, knowing how to put a set away when it's close, reading the game, understanding those key moments.
13.
And that can be the problem with the one hand backhand. I love watching it, I have to say.
No doubt. Yeah, we saw
We'd
it
like
here with
to
young...
see more players with that as a weapon, but Geez, I tell you what, if you don't get down low and get in under that ball, then you're in strife.
So after getting the breaker serve, doesn't want to give it back in this second game, O'Connell. But for Luke Saville, a good year, qualified for Wimbledon for the first time. Breakthrough.
Game. Saville.
Good return, and he's been able to get the break himself.
1 game all.
2 breaks of serve to start the second set. Game apiece.
Yeah, so you got to obviously the second round of Wimbledon and then had to face Grigor Dimitrov. So
He went on to make the final.
Exactly. I mean, a man in very good form.
Well, he defeated Dominic Thiem of Austria, who is now sort of in the top 40 of men's tennis. Was ranked 57 at the time, and saw him play at some pitches coming in from the Paris Masters late in the year, and he's got the makings of a very good player. It was a good scalp to take.
Low 15.
But he's actually got to serve some time in the Austrian army.
Does he
next
really?
year.
In 2015?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a 6 months?
6 months, I think.
Is required?
Yeah. So I think you'll do it in different stages.
Are we expecting him at the Australian Open, I wonder?
From what I know, yeah, it'll
He's
be
coming?
sort of a relatively normal schedule.
Okay.
He'll just take some blocks off to fulfill his commitments. That's a great return.
Low 30.
It was. You could see Saville coming in to the net. The ball down nice and low.
Low 40.
You had the open court, Saville. Not happy with the shot selection. Got in under that forehand. Still shaking his head in disgust. Put that one behind you.
Left. First serve. Oh. 15-40.
Yeah, that's the question that needs to be answered, I suppose, going forward with Luke Saville is, how's he going to take the next step? Because so many players get to around this mark, and just the type of game that we've sort of seen over the last 3 or 4 years, and a very good junior pedigree. And obviously only being 20, he'll add more strings to the bow. He'll need to keep rising. Foundations are certainly there.
Oh. 30-40.
Do you think there's a part of his game that you can see, Brett, that he could develop to be that weapon that he needs?
Well, I think just his overall power. Kate, I mean, I wouldn't describe Luke as being a destructive sort of player. He's certainly a guy with a strong work ethic, extremely fit, sort of out of that late Hewitt mould. He'll get lots of balls back, and he's just trying to develop that big weapon to finish off.
Choose.
Yes, I mean, I'm not wanting to compare him to Leighton Hewitt. by any means, but in terms of that sort of game where you know you talk about consistent serve gets balls back. I think Leighton's a better hustler at this age than perhaps Luke is, but maybe that is part of the game. You know, if you don't have that huge serve, will you ever get it? Can you develop that at this age?
Just a quick update from around the other courts. Gavin Van Pepsiel has taken the first set against Mitchell Robbins and is up 2-love in the second. And the Alex Bolt Mark Polman's match has gone to a tiebreaker in the first.
Lots of tiebreakers today.
Advantage, O'Connell.
We did get a little sneak peek of young Mitch Robbins, who's obviously been come in as a replacement to the initial draw. Now, what an occasion. I'm not sure exactly how old Mitch is. You don't have to be. Look, from our naked eye, Katie, he looked 15.
Yeah, I said he looked 14.
We'll double check that, but gee, what an occasion. We were just watching him out the back as he started that match.
Juice.
Yes, he wasn't overwhelmed by the occasion.
No, he settled into that match okay.
Very nice.
I've got 18, but the internet has been known
Really?
to lie.
Oh dear. Well, he has a very young face. We're getting older too. I reckon that's what I can tell you what that's a reflection of. Yeah.
Everyone thought I was
our
30.
age, I think.
Advantage, Saville.
O'Connell just going for the big forehand cross court then. And a little too much on that one.
Juice.
Yeah, nice serve.
Saville.
That's what we'd like him to do a fair bit, Kate, is get into the net. He's got,
got good hands.
Presence about him.
Yeah, he's got great hands at the net. I mean, that was a relatively tough shot because that ball was dropping. He had to get in quick.
Game, Saville.
So Saville holds for the first time in this second set. 7-6, and he leads it 2 games to 1 in the second.
I just
want to chat about Luke Saville for a second. He's a bit of a mystery man when it comes to the younger Australians because he's not flamboyant. He's a bit of an introvert. He just gets the job done, and he takes pride in his professional approach in his game, which makes his social media platforms a great opportunity to see what he's like and get a bit more of an understanding about the man behind the player. And his channel's great because we're seeing highlights from the Newcomb medal with his girlfriend and latest Australian, who we'll be seeing a bit tomorrow, and also from the ATL. There's plenty of highlights from the broad spectrum that these players, they're all over the place across the world, and it's great to get a bit of an insight, and then also to see that Blake Mott is on a strict training diet, so don't touch his milk. But Luke proceeded to touch his milk. So we'll see if these guys played out in the next round for the milk.
What's in the milk?
But yeah, great to see, and make sure you check him out on Instagram, and also check out the Australian Open channel on Instagram, and also our Twitter account with #AOPlayoff.
Great stuff. Yeah, he's very professional, Luke, in the way he goes about it. Very meticulous. watching him for a good 4 or 5 years now, emerging through the juniors.
Yeah, I mean, we've had the opportunity to call a few of the junior matches here at the Australian Open. Luke playing in them, so we're used to seeing him out there on court.
Low 15.
What did I say about that backhand?
You remember?
Oh, boy.
Just a quick update that Mark Polmans has taken the first set against Alex Bolt, 7-6, in a 1 hour and 1 minute first set. So, a bit of an epic on court 7.
Well, that would be one of the upsets very early on. I mean, Polman's making the final here of the 18s.
How old's Polman?
15 all.
Mark's only 17. Where's that sort of the Yvonne Lendl type number?
The hat.
And
The Legionnaires.
Yeah. And Alex Bolt has had a really, really good year.
30, 15.
He's jumped 272 spots in the rankings this year. So, 4-year age gap between those two. Anything can happen here at the Wildcard. Akira Santillan testament to that a year ago when he knocked out Matt Reed.
First serve.
He was only 16 at the time.
He's up next against Ben Mitchell on our broadcast court.
Matt Reed would be happy not seeing his name up against Akira.
Yeah. And look, Benny Mitchell hasn't probably had the year he would have liked. I mean, his numbers are interesting because his ranking hasn't improved at all. But he's made 7 semi-finals, 2 quarters. He's won an event this year. We're talking about sort of combination of the futures and the challenges.
40, 30.
Yeah, so he won in Canada.
Did have a couple little injury niggles throughout the year, but another one with just a great work ethic and won the Wildcard 2 years ago. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a well-played point by Saville.
Choose.
He was on his toes. Came in early.
Just when he needed a big serve, O'Connell comes up with one.
Game. O'Connell.
So we had a couple of breaks of serve and a couple of holds of
2 games
serve.
all.
2-all. Second set. Saville took the first 7 games to 6.
Yeah, both players struggling on serving this second set. No easy games to be had out there at the moment. A little bit of construction that you might be able to hear through our mics. A lot going on at Melbourne Park. Very busy place to be.
Yeah, all the preparation certainly starts good month, 6 weeks out, putting the place together to host a major.
$15 long.
Saville just seems to be playing more aggressively last couple of games.
A really good second serve.
30 long.
Right Cody's just ramped it up a bit here.
Yeah, he has. It seems to be a little more purpose to what he's doing out there.
Just trying to get through his service games quickly and then trying to see if he can get a break.
$30-15.
Didn't quite hear what he had to say there, but he wasn't happy.
That was a fairly regulation forehand that he missed.
$40-15.
Some good value on the serve in this game.
Game, Saville.
Finishes off in style. And he drops the 1 point in that game, so 3-2. Can he get a break, or can Chris O'Connell hang in, the young man from New South Wales?
My feeling is that O'Connell is just hanging in there in this second set. Saville playing the more positive tennis. Some good serving too by Saville in that game.
Just a quick look, guys, at Chris O'Connell's Instagram page. Very different to Luke's. This is a young man who enjoys the sights and travelling around. We can see lovely shot here from Croatia early on in the year, and yeah, not bad.
Yeah, that's all right. I could handle that.
Well, he won in Croatia. He
Yes.
won a futures event this year.
Won the singles and doubles at that tournament, I think.
So you can sort of see why they do this tennis gig. Look at that hotel. And then also shots at combis. I'm sure the internet's flooded with too many combis as it is, but there's another one. So make sure you check out Chris's channel.
Was that the transport, or
was that his hotel?
Probably both, yeah.
Potentially. But yeah, also check out #AO Playoff and make sure you join the conversation. Plenty to say, plenty to discuss, as we've got several matches which look like they're going to go the distance this afternoon.
As often happens here at the Wildcard. By the end of the week, certainly earn your spot in the first major of the year.
$15 long. $15
And great to be joined, Kate, by a girl that had a lot of success at this event. I think a couple of years ago now, Bayana Bobusic. Great to see you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Nice to have you here.
$30-15.
Tell us what you're up to.
I just finished taking a 12 and under girls state team, so we finished up this afternoon and we placed 6th in the event. And so yeah, it was a good 4 days, but long 4 days. We had a couple of double headers over the weekend, and now I'll be joining you guys this week for a little bit of commentary.
Fantastic. Where have you been though? Is that when you were saying in terms of where have the games been played, the matches been
Here
played?
at Melbourne Park, but on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah, closer to the NTC. Yep.
Have you been watching this match from the sidelines?
Just a little bit on the sidelines there for a couple of games, but still early on.
$30-14.
It's an interesting test for him, isn't it? The best of 5 sets, and I know they've probably all come off a bit of a training block these last couple of weeks, so it's always good to see how they hold up.
Yeah, sure.
Physically.
Yep. Yes, over the 5 sets, of course, you're right, because can be testing, particularly if you get a little bit of heat. It's a warm day out there today. And
It has been the last couple of days
yeah.
as well.
Yeah, came out with a big serve when he needed it. As he's been able to do a couple of times today, O'Connell. One we're certainly keeping an eye on.
Advantage, O'Connell.
Luke's shirt there.
What was that, sorry?
I'm liking the pink
Oh,
shirt.
yes.
I like seeing what they've got on for the summer of tennis.
Quite like the muscle shirt myself. It's got a bad boy attitude all about it.
Game, O'Connell.
So he's able to hold the young New South Welshman, and it's tight
3
going
games all.
here at Melbourne Park. 7-6 Savile's way in the first set, 3 games all in the second. Hey, Bayana, just refresh us. Take us back sort of the last sort of 12 months to 2 years.
Yep, well, I obviously played the Wildcard playoff
Yep.
and then played through the summer and did quite well.
Yeah.
And then my body seemed to break down right after the summer in about February in the $25,000 tournaments in Tasmania.
Okay.
Played through it, went to Mildura, but I was in a lot of pain in my hamstring. Took some
15
time
off.
off, rehabbed, got a few different opinions, but it just didn't seem to go away. And I've been struggling quite a lot with my injuries in the last couple of years, and found that I was rehabbing a lot more than what I was playing, and I couldn't play a consistent full year. So I took some time off and made the tough decision to sadly end my tennis career. But I'm heavily involved in the sport, just played some ATL, playing some state league pennant back in Perth, and obviously doing a fair bit of coaching with the younger kids, especially some of the younger girls. So look, it's unfortunate, but like I said, I'm still involved in the sport and passionate about it.
Yeah. And how are the hammies now?
Good, yeah. I mean, I'm not wearing orthotics anymore. Obviously took a few months off where I wasn't training. I don't pound on the courts as much as I used to, and just able to go for a 30-minute run or intervals, and the body's holding up really good.
So there's no consideration of a comeback?
No, not at this stage.
Want to announce anything today?
No.
Can't convince you to?
No, I've actually really enjoyed being back on court, and I think competing's the biggest thing that I'm missing, and it's probably a bit tough at this time of year, seeing the players that I did play with out here. I was talking to Casey the other day, who was here in Melbourne training, and she said that that's what she felt when she was injured, just watching that summer, the Aussie Open and everyone playing, and that's when she decided that she wanted to give it one more crack. And I think every athlete who's gone through it can
have a look at the year Casey Delacqua has had.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, sure, we can't convince you. I mean, it worked for Casey.
It did. I've had a lot of people ask me that, but no, I feel like my time, I played a good 5 years, played tennis for a very long time, and I think it's time to help a few of the younger girls out.
So coaching,
yes,
is the next big thing for you. And you think about, you obviously working with state teams and squads at the moment, but is it just to work with a player and perhaps get back onto the circuit?
Yeah, well, actually, funnily enough, once I stopped playing and decided that I wasn't going to further pursue my career, I actually started my Masters in Occupational Therapy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Went to did the college pathway and wanted to keep studying. And before that, I was working at the Hopman Cup. So last year, I worked at the Hopman Cup, played a couple of mixed doubles, funnily enough. And then started my Masters, and the study was going great. And it wasn't until I did a few of my pracs that I found it wasn't for me. And I think working at Hopman and seeing the players that I'd played alongside, I decided that I really wanted to stay in the sport. And so coaching has been an avenue that I've been pursuing a little bit, and I think as well I've actually taken a bit more of the younger girls, a bit more of a mentoring role. So I've worked a little bit with Maddie Inglis, who we saw at the 18s last week, and she's playing the playoff tomorrow. And hence the 12 and under state team girls. So yeah,
that's fantastic.
Saville 4-3 here on court 6. Just on as an extension of that, I mean, we've been sort of admiring our men in the last sort of 12 months. 13 inside the top 200 at one stage, and we're looking down at the girls. You might be able to give us a bit of insight into how some of them are progressing, because we know it's a hard road. There's no easy path to get to the top. Casey, yeah, fantastic that she's had the resurgence. We know Daria Gavrilova is a really good talent. She had the knee reconstruction, so hopefully she can come back and really fire. You know, Jess Moore's been around for a little while. Storm Sanders, a little bit injury interrupted this year, but a real talent. I mean, how do you sort of look at the girls in the next sort of couple of years in the window they're in?
I think it's a developing stage. I know the men went through it a couple of years ago where we were lacking some depth, and now we've got Kiris, we've got Kokonakis, we've got your Jordan Thompson, Luke Saville. So I think it's just a time where we need, you know, there's always going to be a time where we're going to lack a bit of depth in the women, but we do have a lot of really good junior girls coming through. Maybe not at this stage, but I think in a couple of years we will see some of the younger girls come through. We've got Olivia Gadecki, who I've seen a little bit of at the 12 and under nationals. We've also got Priscilla Hahn, Lizette Cabrera. So
you can see this group coming through, yeah.
It's like your Kyrgios and your Thanasi. So as long as they stick together and push each other along, I think in a couple of years' time we'll have some really good depth.
That's fantastic news. It's what we like to hear.
Indeed, yeah. That's great. I mean, the men seem like they've inspired each other a little bit, because you spend, even though it's an individual sport, you have pockets of the year where you're travelling together, you might share a coach, or so. You know, you would think that if a couple take off, that would inspire others to really keep working hard, and the results will sort of come.
And success breeds success.
Yeah,
so
that's right, yeah. They push one another, don't they, if they come through at the same time.
And it's a good opportunity this week for some of the younger girls to step up. So
looking forward to it. That's why I love coming to this event, because you get to see this young talent coming through, and then you tend to, you know, you check the scores throughout their results throughout the year, and you know, follow a few of them, and it's it makes it very different, I guess. You know, watching from the sidelines, when you've been in, you've seen them, you've picked up a few different things about what they're capable of, and then hope to watch their careers blossom over the years to come.
And I forgot to mention Olivia Tranchamolia, who actually won the 18s nationals. So she got through some tough pressure situations. She was up a set in 5-1 against Maddie, and it got back to 5-4, and she managed to close it out. So she's obviously had a wonderful week, and will carry some confidence and some form into this week.
So O'Connell able to hold his serve, 7-6, 4-all in at the second. I'm going to step out, and Michael Tash going to jump back in as we continue our live coverage here from Melbourne Park.
We'll catch you a little later on, BP. I think we missed. I'm sure Saville was actually up a break in this second set, but we're even Stevens again, 4-all. Just checking the sun before he serves, because there's some cloud cover coming across Melbourne Park.
$15 love.
View from this side of the commentary box, the big dog's chair.
Wow. 30 love.
Most of these points, if there's quite a few points played, it tends to be Saville that wins them.
Quite a crucial part of the set too. So if Luke can hold and then put a little bit of pressure on Christopher, and he's obviously up 2 sets to love and well on his way to his first round win.
We're talking about the one-handed backhand. Obviously, Christopher displays that. And is it coming back into vogue in terms of tennis? I mean, you don't see that many of them, but you know, I mean, Roger's always had the wonderful backhand, but Stan Wawrinka and you know, you see a few of the players coming through now that have gone back to a one-handed backhand. I like to see it.
It doesn't seem like it's a disadvantage at
No,
all.
no.
I mean, we're talking about Aussies here. Sam Groth, who's got that one-hander as well. So, Pat Rafter, just to name a few Aussies.
Yeah.
So,
At what stage is the decision made in terms of what they'll go with at junior level?
I would think at quite a young age.
Yeah.
I mean, funnily enough, when I was growing up, I had a double-handed forehand.
Did you really?
I did. So, and actually, I had quite a good double-handed forehand, I'd like to think. But it wasn't probably until about I was 10 where my coach sat me down and said, look, we're going to have to change you to a one-handed forehand, purely on the fact that my movement out to my forehand wasn't great.
Okay.
And, you know, with girls getting stronger and physicality being such a big part of women's tennis, had to make that decision, and I was devastated, absolutely devastated. But
how long did it take for you to adjust?
Probably a good year or two.
Sure.
Just a good year. Confidence, technique, everything. So I think you have to be able to develop or make that decision from a very young age.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, if you've been doing it for a little while, it's just habit, isn't it? That the hand just slaps on to go out to
and
that
it's
forehand
repetitiveness
side.
as well. Yeah. Definitely, it must be a strength thing with that one-handed backhand. I'd think.
Time.
You'd have to be quite a strong person.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's you know, it's good for reaching out wide on the backhand side, but that ball gets up high too. It can be difficult to control. I've just noticed in terms of some of the shots with Christopher, he's not in the right place, and you know, in perfect you know, position to actually take the shot. Then he's had a few wild backhands today, so. It's hard to perfect, but I love watching it in you know, when you see players like Federer and that, it's glorious.
With jump on the women, so we've got Justine Henin, who had a one-handed backhand. She wasn't a big girl, but she had great footwork.
Boy, she was strong.
15 love.
And you're right, absolutely. It's often not about the power, but your ability to get to where you need to. And Peter Mercado has joined us. Pete, how are you?
Ladies,
first time today for you and I.
This is a good time of day. You guys are here.
How was your break?
Break was good. There's some good tennis going on around here.
You've caught a few of the other matches.
I have.
Fantastic. We'll get an update from you in a moment.
13 love.
Or not.
I know
So
Gavin Van Paperzale is
so
2 sets up
entrenched.
on court number 5. I can tell you that much.
That's good. I haven't got my mobile in front of me. Sorry, Pete. Put you on the spot like that. Geez, that's rude.
Second serve opportunity now for Luke Saville. Big point here.
$40 love.
Just wide.
And time after time, he just hasn't been able to find that range on that second serve. He's been close.
It's like that wind just caught that ball and he didn't get his feet in the right place.
Yeah. Thought that ball was coming through to him and it didn't. It just stopped.
Great finish that time. He got the second serve. He finally got onto it. He didn't have a play it That, I think, was the key there.
Set it up perfectly with that forehand inside in.
Left. First serve. Game. O'Connell.
So another tight game for Christopher O'Connell, but
5
he
games
just
all.
keeps getting through. He just keeps grinding away and back to 5-all.
Yeah, he's hanging in there, isn't he?
That's a
Keeping it
couple of
close.
it's a couple of times I've seen Luke actually try go down line when he's too far back behind that baseline, hitting over the highest part of the net. Maybe a bit of a poor choice in shot selection there.
Yes, if you're Rafa Nadal, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go for it by all means.
15 love.
Oh, he's completely off balance when he was going in to hit that backhand.
Almost looked like he was going for the tube.
Well, he was a long way back in the court, wasn't he, O'Connell? Had to really get his wheels moving then to get into the net. No control whatsoever.
Thirty, 15.
It's a good pressure that can build up, can't it, when you've got a player who's happy to come into the net, just create a target for your opponent. O'Connell's had to do that plenty of times today. Tricky with this breeze.
Game.
And the big first serve at the right time, so leading 6 games to 5 in this second set. Already up a set, Luke Saville.
By 6 games to 5, second set.
So as I talked about some of these other matches going on at the moment, Mark Polman's the Victorian upper set in 4-3 in the second set against Alex Bolt, the 3rd seed. Gavin van Paperzale from Queensland, the 8th seed. Pretty comfortable over his fellow Queenslander, Mitchell Robbins. Do you wish you were out there? I'm gonna
I thought I answered
Did
yes.
you? I've just
Yeah,
arrived.
I do it this time, yeah.
Just in terms, it's a beautiful day for tennis.
Yeah. Well, I've just been out on the other side of the tennis centre with the 12 and under girls for a few hours, and maybe not on with them on being back when I was 12, but no, this event, obviously winning the event a couple of years ago, I had some really good memories and had really good good support team with me, and it was a really fun week. So I mean, it does bring back memories, but I'm in the commentary box. I guess I sort of am still part of the Wildcard playoff.
It's not a bad place to be, I have to say.
No, the air conditioning's quite good in here.
It is now. It's a little sweat box earlier on. I think that was just production, just seeing how tough we were, what conditions we could endure.
Well, the answer to that's not very,
No,
from the
we're
sounds of things.
soft. We'll be in training next year, you know.
15 love.
Foul.
Pressure builds.
I was just thinking there were two mid-court backhands that O'Connell missed in the previous game that maybe at the start of the set he wouldn't have necessarily missed, and just throwing in a double fault there.
Again,
that backhand or behind the baseline, he's still trying to go down the line.
Yeah, that's right. He's not playing the percentages really, is he, Saville? He thinks there's an opening there.
Fault.
Just a slight change in pace that forced O'Connell to come forward there. Just a change to his hitting pattern.
Yeah, it was actually a short ball. I mean, O'Connell went for the big shot.
He's
trying to caress that forehand down the line then, Luke Saville. It was a big point.
Let. First serve. Game.
And it just keeps hanging in. We go to another tie break to decide this second set.
6 games all.
Saying hanging in there, but that was a glorious backhand. That was a beautiful shot.
Hits with quite a lot of shape, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
O'Connell. And some good depth as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite happy at the baseline because he has those big shots.
Seems to be bothering Saville a little bit too.
Yeah, he's quite an aggressive player, so there's a lot going on this end of the court. Saville really got to think his way through this match.
Let. First serve.
Yeah, well done from Saville to keep that ball back in play.
O'Connell.
Yeah, that was an entertaining match by both, point by both players then. All parts of the court used.
But I've seen that play a couple of times from Luke where he really looks for that mid-court forehand to run around and then obviously approach with that volley. But O'Connell managing to get that great volley back.
1-1.
The other thing too, just going back to that previous point with Luke Saville, was every time he's coming in, he's going cross-court forehand, and Christopher O'Connell a couple of times has been reading the play. So while the volleys have been sharp into the open court.
Yeah, O'Connell knows what's coming his
Yeah,
way.
they're not bad volleys.
Yeah.
No. Let's first serve. Two, one, O'Connell.
O'Connell will be thinking about where he went wrong in that first set tiebreaker. Might want a repeat of that.
Wow.
2-2.
Which way is it going to go, ladies? Come on, put you on the spot.
I think Saville will win this.
I'll go the other way. I'll go O'Connell.
I
Just
felt
have to be
okay,
different.
all right.
Just
All
have
right
to be
then.
different.
3-2, O'Connell.
Oh, that slice backhand just missing. Yeah.
But again, the setup was good. And a lot of what Luke Saville's done today, it's been the setup. They've been constructing the points well. They haven't been missing by much.
No.
That was a tough volley. I mean, just missed it, but boy, he gets down low, doesn't he? Those shots. 6-2. It's not easy.
Good fighting again from O'Connell. Love the angle that Luke Saville uses, but again, O'Connell just reading the play brilliantly.
Yeah, and Saville didn't, because he went back in because he thought his man was coming cross court, and O'Connell went back that way. Knew exactly what Saville was going to do. Read the ball well.
For a tall guy, he gets a lot of balls back, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. Well, my prediction not looking good at this stage.
It's not a contest.
No, isn't it? You know what I'm like, Pete?
I know. And you know what I'm like,
Yes.
because I'll be reminding you
Yeah,
of it
I
too.
It can be a long summer.
First little bit of momentum shift, hasn't there? I mean, they've been going back at it, point for point, game for game, but O'Connell now with the little bit of advantage.
Just needs to get a few of these first serves in. Been relying on the second, and second serve is interesting actually. He puts a lot on it.
Yeah. Oh, there's that first serve you were talking
nice.
about. 5-2, O'Connell.
Really deep first serve. Hard to pick up.
Five, 3, O'Connell.
Even though he's down 5-3, still got to feel like he's a chance. The way this match has gone. did it brilliantly again on the defensive O'Connell.
6-3, O'Connell.
And now a handful of set points.
Yeah, that was great hustle, wasn't it, from back of the court by O'Connell. I mean, he was 2-3 metres behind the baseline.
He was.
Just getting balls back, just staying in the point.
Just needs to be careful that he's wanting to win it and not playing to lose it. And I think what Saville's got is he's got a lot of experience, and Luke's not going to step down. He's going to keep going at O'Connell, and O'Connell's just going to have to take it to him.
Missed again.
Amen. Second set.
And we are level. It is 1 set all.
7 games to 6.
2 tie breaks to decide the
1 set
first 2 sets. 1 set all doesn't get much closer than that.
Doesn't, no.
Does it, Kate?
No, Pete, doesn't. Were you making a point? Were you making a point
No,
then?
no, not at all.
Yeah,
No,
right.
I'll say that for later in the week.
Later today, probably. I know you well.
Later in a minute.
Yeah.
So it's anyone's game, but you've got to feel that in this best of 5 set format that Luke Saville's got the edge just purely because he has got the 5 set experience. As we have multiple commentary changes happening here. Slightly disappointing as Kate and Boyana leave the commentary position. I'm just stuck with John Hoovenars.
Some more Y chromosomes brought into the equation.
Well, if I had a preference, nothing against you.
Yeah.
But, you know, just saying. Anyway,
we'll just leave that there.
This is court number 7. Alex Bolt and Mark Polmans, and it was Mark Polmans, the Victorian, who took the first set. Very, very tight match there on court number 7. Good crowd out there too. There's some grandstands that have being built on that particular court. So we'll keep you in touch with that. That's back here on court number 6, which is our centre court here at the Wildcard playoff. And Gavin Van Papazale in a really good position out on court number 5.
Yeah, took the first 2 sets 6-2 and up a double break in this 3rd set, serving for the match at 5-2.
Well, the winner of that match to play the winner of this one. And this has been impressive from Christopher O'Connell. Really tight contest.
Looks like we could be in for the long haul today, Pete.
Yeah, best of 5 set
3rd
matches.
set. O'Connell to serve.
It's been the best part of 2 hours, if not more, this match.
It was a 3-setter the last time they played at Toowoomba earlier this year on the Pro Tour.
So was that a costume change for O'Connell during the change of set?
Nicely done. He's been threatening over that high part of the net down the line on the backhand. A bit more time for that one. Yeah, players have plenty of shirts in their bag for long matches like this one. Good news for the players is that
15.
a little bit overcast, bit of cloud cover coming through. wind picking up. Hopefully no rain in those clouds. We might check that out. Just see, check the weather radar.
Just geeing him up, geeing himself up. So.
Yeah, Saville will be looking for a few more opportunities like that, particularly late in the second set. Didn't get nearly enough opportunities as he would like to get into the net, to really get into that attacking position, which is credit to O'Connell.
Wow.
40-30.
We bring in our resident expert from the Bureau of Meteorology, Michael.
You've asked and I've delivered, Pete. We've got the weather chart up at the moment, and it looks like there's going to be not a whole lot of rain. Might be some to the north of the state, but Melbourne looks like it's going to stay dry for the remainder of the day, he says.
Just avoiding the city.
Game.
Oh, great hustle again. O'Connell right at the back of the court. What a pickup.
First game.
On that backhand again. Saville in control of that point. And that will give him plenty of confidence. He's got the second set under his belts. And holding serve there. That was a great finish.
A few tricks up his sleeve. This boy might have surprised a few.
So where was that weather radar you were talking about?
Well, that radar just up here looks like we're going to stay dry, but we haven't had a playoff in a few years that has stayed dry, so I'm not overly sure how much I can confirm that. But out on court 7, it's 3-all in the second set tiebreaker, so it looks like there's going to be a few games that hold on for the rest of the afternoon by the look of it.
Yeah, Andrew Whittington and Dane Propogia also to play that match on court number 7 following Bolton Polmans, and Akira Santillan and Ben Mitchell following this match here.
Love 15.
So what you're saying then is that this wildcard playoff has something in common with Wimbledon, and that we really can't get through the tournament without some rain.
Yes. Despite the fact we have 3 roofs.
It's an interesting point that the fact that the tournament is now considered to be weatherproof, in that we can get play going on 3 courts simultaneously to push through at least the singles draw. I mean, the key to any Grand Slam event is the first week, where obviously there are the greater volume of matches. Once they're through, the second week it can rain as much as it likes, because we'll be able to get through the matches.
To be honest though, the call of weatherproof just sounds like the Titanic being unsinkable, because we've known in the past that stadiums can flood from the inside, so they're just tempting fate, let's be honest.
I'm giving you a job to do this week then. And that is to go through Margaret Court Arena, the new Margaret Court Arena with the roof shut, and just try and see whether it'll flood. Can you do that for us this week?
Are we just saying like back up a loo or something like that, or?
Whichever way you'd like to do it. Be creative.
Okay.
Game, Saville.
Hello to our friends from the Victorian government. Oh, that was the previous one who funded this, so
One game all.
I'm not sure how they'll feel about
The doctor, the good doctor.
One game all here.
It's Really turning into a titanic battle, this.
And one of the things, well done, one of the things the Grand Slams, every tournament does so well is that if they're behind, they're so experienced in catching up matches, being able to schedule. Obviously, lots of courts here at Melbourne Park to catch up.
15 low.
What I don't get is that's just like when you're on a plane and the captain says we're hoping to make up time. Just make up time in the first place.
Yes, granted, but when there's no rain, you have the luxury of being able to schedule matches wherever you like.
And as this match continues on to be quite an even tussle, Paulmans has taken the second set in a second set tiebreaker, so Alex Bolt is 2 sets down, so that could be a bit of a shock.
2 tie breaks for that one?
Yeah.
It's a bit of a problem here for O'Connell. I think just something has flown into his eye. The breeze has picked up significantly from when this match started.
It's just a bit disconcerting when you've got a strange object. It's just found its way into the old optical orifice.
Fortunately, he's got 2 of them, so let's hope the other one stays nice and clear. This match has just ticked over the 2-hour mark as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether fitness becomes an issue should this match turn into a big 5-setter.
Well, as I was talking about before,
15,
Saville's got the 5-set experience. We talked about how he got through qualifying at Wimbledon, 8-6 in the final set, the final round of qualifying there, but also has played this wildcard playoff a number of times. So in terms of being able to structure a 5-set match, certainly he's got the edge there. But as we've seen at this tournament time and time again, the upsets come from seemingly nowhere.
Wow.
For O'Connell, he really wants to make a statement early on in this 3rd set. Doesn't want to let the game get away. Certainly has been tight all the way through.
Well, the first challenge presents itself right away in this second service game for O'Connell. 15-40, 2 break points against him. And Saville pounces, takes the opportunity. First break of this 3rd set. Saville leads 2 games to 1.
2 games to 1.
Yeah, great return. Great return of serve. Was able to get himself into the point. And he is happiest when he's got that 3/4 court ball getting into the net to be able to put it away.
And for anyone at home, you can check out the Australian Open Vault on the Australian Open YouTube channel, which has highlights from the last 30-odd years of Australian Open matches. We've got highlights there, and you've also got full-length matches on the channel as well. So make sure you subscribe today. Now we're going to show you one of those highlights from 1992. It involves the Yarra, and I'm not sure whether he ever took a shower after this, but this is Jim Courier jumping into the Yarra from the 1992 Oz Open.
The 1992 men's final produced one of the great moments in the history of the Australian Open, and it wasn't on Rod Laver Arena. American Jim Courier, who had only 1 Grand Slam to his name, was the underdog against Stefan Edberg, the Swede, who had won 5 Grand Slam titles. Tied at 1 set apiece, Courier won the 3rd and 4th, taking his first Australian title, which would propel him to world #1 later that year.
6-2, 6-1, 2-6, 7-5.
What happened next has been replayed time and time again. En route to the final, Courier's coach had goaded him to jumping in the Yarra if he won the crown. As it transpired, Courier won and did indeed jump in the Yarra, followed by his jubilant coach. It was a moment of madness that made headlines across the nation. The following year would see the same two players in the final and the same victor. And yes, the water must have gone to his head because Courier jumped into the murky waters of the Yarra once again.
Melbourne Park that was looking a bit green.
30-15. Saville here serving at 2-1 in the third set.
Always brought a bit of colour to the game, did Jim Courier.
It'll just drop slightly here for O'Connell. As I mentioned earlier, he doesn't want to let this set get away from him. The interesting thing about that Jim Courier into the Yarra shot, after just watching that footage again, was how he just had very little expression on his face. He wasn't overjoyed, you know, wasn't smiling at all. It was just with intent. Right, I'm getting out of this stadium and I'm cooling off.
I think that's the approach you sort of need if you're going to jump into the Yarra. If you think about it too much, you're not going to do it.
Stoicism.
Well, clearly he didn't seek any sort of advice from the tournament organisers, who may have advised against such a move. Crucial stage at the match now for O'Connell.
Long 15.
What I liked was the length the photographers went to get that money shot. One was actually in the water.
As far as landmarks go, it is an ornamental one. You sort of look at it, but you just don't touch it.
Really getting frustrated now, O'Connell. Really needs to hold serve. And Saville pressing.
No, 13.
Yeah, he's sensing the opportunity now. Really now, he's able to, you can see the amount of points he wins at the net. We've seen it increase in the 4.5 games that we've played so far in this set. So he's really been able to take control. Getting a good look at the O'Connell serve. There was just a ball kid not quite in position yet.
That won't help O'Connell's temperament either.
Already reading it. Saville's right on top of that. O'Connell a little bit surprised with where that ball landed. Going for the drop shot. You've got to be so careful on a hard court. You've got to be so precise.
Few drops of rain starting to fall across Melbourne Park.
Rolling now. Saville leading 4-1 now in this third set.
Saville leads.
Well, Mr. Weatherman, we're hearing that there are drops of rain outside.
Well, I've got the weather chart up, and there will be drops. There will be droplets of moisture from the sky, but nothing to sustain a break in play. Unless it does, in that case it will. But
define the difference between a drop and a droplet.
Well, I would say a droplet could be a heavy drop.
No, it's the opposite.
Is it?
A droplet is less than a drop. Yeah.
Okay. Well then, okay, I retain that. Droplets coming down. The clouds, okay, they don't look great.
They look ominous, the ones directly above us here on the virtual centre court.
We do have the internet at our disposal. I think should get to it. Drop and droplet,
all
please.
Right.
Particularly if we're going to have a rain delay.
Well, let's have a look at these clouds. These are the live pictures that are just above us here at Melbourne Park. It had been beautiful blue sky throughout the morning, and now these are drifting across from the city
mind you, it had coincided when Michael arrived back in the commentary position for
Time.
some strange reason. I'm not sure whether the two events are connected. But one thing that Luke Saville will not want to do is leave the court, because he has the momentum. And again, very quickly out of the chair, and he's ready to serve. And Christopher O'Connell just taking his time, walking back. I've seen him do that a couple of times just to try and slow the game down. Saville, on the other hand, just wants to get moving.
Low 15.
Let's see, wanting to get through. Just settle again next serve. Just keep that momentum going.
Low 30.
Well, there's a noticeable air of confidence about Saville. You can see it on his face, you can see it in the way he's playing his shot, certainly the pace with which he is moving. But on this occasion, he's down love 30. So a big chance for O'Connell here to break back.
Well, nicely done. That's a tricky overhead to hit in these breezy conditions. Indoors, no problem. But out here with the ball drifting as much as it is in the air. Yeah, nice change up again. Seen him do that sparingly through the match, but it's just a great skill to have to be able to get in off that serve, get your opponent out of position. It's just something different for the opponent to look at.
Left. First serve. Forty, 30.
So from love 30 and now 40-30 serving for the game, Saville.
Cheers.
And just so you know, I've consulted the internet's most reputable resource, Yahoo Answers.
Is that in rival with Wikipedia?
Yes. So a drop is a liquid that has its own surface tension. A droplet is a small drop, not dictated by surface tension.
Let. First serve. Advantage, Saville.
Good depth again from Saville. So just keeping that ball deep, keeping O'Connell just out of position. Should be doing on service game.
Sense the opportunity there. It'll be a second serve effort.
Juice.
Back to Juice again. So Saville needing to compose himself if he wants to consolidate here and work towards trying to win this third set. O'Connell at the other end facing an uphill battle.
Advantage, Saville.
got away with it there, O'Connell. He's off balance, almost fell over. Managed to get back into the rally. So this has slowed the momentum that Saville's had. We've seen various stages throughout the match.
Unforced error for O'Connell on the receive. Saville gets another one. 4th advantage for the game. You'd dearly love to close it out with this point.
Oh,
another unforced error sees it back to deuce.
Oh, couldn't have set that up any better. Serve was excellent. Got in position. Just wanted to play that ball short.
A lot into the net, we're seeing.
Yep, short and angled. And get another cheap point here as well.
Deuce.
Well, they can't string 2 winners together. Back to deuce again. O'Connell just holding Saville at arm's length in this game.
Advantage, Saville.
Good change up. Since he was looking for it. We've seen him go out wide plenty of times to that deuce court. Now just got to be able to follow up here. Had 2 unforced errors in a row on this side.
Deuce.
He ran into the fence there, Saville. That's how far back in the court he was.
Well, I might go get a coffee.
Well, why would you do that for?
I feel like it's going to be deuce when I get back.
Advantage, Saville.
See whether Saville looks to slide one out wide. And it worked. It worked. To go in, just jamming up O'Connell.
Saville leads by 5 games to 1.
And the end result, after all, that's 5 games to 1.
A scream of relief there from Luke Saville. It's been a long time coming. The longest game of the match so far.
And just a quick update on court 7. Alex Bolt is 2 games all with Mark Polman's in the 3rd. And Bolt really needs to take this 3rd set. Otherwise, we're probably going to have the shock of the tournament.
Now, well done again from Saville.
Love 15.
I like the way you described that. Yes, it's probably in his best interest to win that set if he wishes to remain in the tournament.
It's politeness.
Preferable.
Ideally. Now, there is a small bit of cloud cover over Ararat, and the way this match is going, that could be here. All the match is out.
15 all.
I'm loving this. This is great. The weather chart.
It's better depth from O'Connell. Well, right on the baseline. There it is. In case you didn't believe us before.
15-13.
You talked about the fatigue factor, John, a little bit earlier, and this is where it starts to come into play.
Whoa!
For Christopher O'Connell, used mainly 3-set matches to mentally prepare for a fourth, whatever happens here.
30 all.
Another into the net though. Yes, it might be Saville's experience in the full 5-set marathon that will come into play as this match endures.
Well, also, if you're going to make a statement in the next set, let your opponent try and serve for it here. Don't want to give it to him. And now it is set
30,
points
14.
for Luke Saville. Because not only do you give away the serve, you give away the set. You give away serving first in the next set. Which is a huge advantage.
Juice.
There's 3 things right there.
Sorry. Wasn't paying attention to it. Happens a lot when you talk.
3 benefits of winning this game.
Advantage O'Connell.
For the hashtag AO Christmas, which Michael will bring us up to date with shortly.
Good hold from O'Connell. So he's going to make Saville serve it out. It's 5-2 in this third set.
By 5 games to 2.
Best of 5-set matches for the men here at the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff, Melbourne Park.
Now, guys, I've found a Magic 8 ball online. There's a website for it, ask8ball.net, and I've asked it, will Luke Saville win, and it says my sources say no. So while it looks like Luke's putting a strong case forward, we can't argue with the logic of the Magic 8 ball.
Well, we'll just call off the match then, shall we?
Well, I'll ask the 8 ball what it thinks.
Maybe ask the 8 ball a simpler question. Will it rain this afternoon?
It is decidedly so. I disagree with that, but again, if the 8 ball says it, it must be true.
Must be true.
Well, somewhere around the world.
Oh, good point. It's a good loophole.
It is always raining somewhere.
All right, will it rain today at Melbourne Park?
I think you'll find that it says quite the opposite.
From?
Don't count on it. Good to know.
I wasn't counting on it. Hoping to get home at some point.
Saville, welcome to the world of tennis. Saville serving 5-2 third set.
Love 15.
One of the other things that we'll be having a look at over the course of this week is what some of the top players are getting up to on their break. A lot of players, bigger players playing in the IPTL.
15 all.
It's a unique event. This team tournament thing is creating a new family feel between two players. It's bizarre for them to be so competitive for most of the year and then get all chummy.
I dare say for our team, if you've been following us over the last couple of years, Mr. Willis is back in town.
There's a callback that will not die.
Ow!
15-13.
Alex Bolt 3-2 on serve against Mark Polmans in the third set. Polmans the first 2 sets, 7-6. Nicely done.
30 all.
Kind of looking for the pass, but just good hands from Saville. When that ball is rocketing in, be able to take the pace off it, drop it in short.
And again,
Up,
double bounce. So Saville brings up set point with a nice, well, with back-to-back lovely pieces of play.
We'll come back to that point you made about the IPTL in a moment.
Faults. Juice. Advantage.
Nicely done. So important, that sliding serve out wide for a serve volley player. Another set point. He's there.
Third set, Saville.
So Luke Saville now with a 2
2.
sets to 1 lead in this opening round match. And really in a good position as we head to the 4th. Yeah, the IPTL, it has got a family feel about it. But not only that, it's also showing, and we've seen in a number of different competitions, the ATL, which is being played around Australia at the moment too, that some different formats for tennis. And one of those formats is the Fast 4 concept. And this is a real winner, I think, because you can have these sort of concepts, and we'll talk about it in a moment, up against your traditional forms of tennis. One of the barriers that we have for people getting into tennis in Australia is this issue of time. Not having enough time, not knowing how long matches are going to go for to be able to plan their time. Folks who want to get in and still be a part of a tennis club, but they might only want to do it on a social basis or a casual basis. Well, concepts like Fast 4 are just a great way to get into it, because you can run them over a limited period of time, and you can also schedule them any time of the day, and the match is over reasonably quickly.
Yeah, it's quickie tennis, and it's what Roger Federer will be playing for RF Night in January, which will be very exciting. But for anyone who doesn't know the Fast 4 format, it's first to 4 games, no lets, tiebreaker at 3 games all, and no ad scoring. So the idea is that it is quick, it is exciting, and it's a way that you can get through a match nice and quickly without having to set aside an entire afternoon and make it a bit more social, so you get lots more games in and playing different opponents.
So it's usually all wrapped up within the hour, I'd imagine.
Well, they say a set can be 15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So nice and quick.
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing, that we're trying to encourage more people to play tennis. And tennis now is providing more opportunities. We see Hot Shots, and now there's Hot Shots League. So parents who get their children into tennis via the Hot Shots program can participate in a Hot Shots League. And that's based around time. So the players with the orange ball and the red ball, I think it's red ball, they play an hour. Green ball is an hour and a half. And so parents have a sense of certainty, like some of the other sports, that they will know that they can drop off their child at a particular time and know to pick them up in an hour or 90 minutes without having to wait or be delayed. So, as I say, these formats work alongside the traditional tennis formats as we've got now, but the more options that we have as clubs to provide these different things and cater to a wider audience, then the more people are going to get playing tennis,
Yeah,
which is what it's all about.
I think a lot of it, that's a good healthy rant. I think a lot of it is to do with just basically providing more options, and because there is a bit of a culture shift now, it's clubs realising what people want and people realising what clubs can offer. And I think once that relationship is sort of firmed down, I think we're going to see people take to tennis with these new formats.
I wonder if Mrs. Saville or Mrs. O'Connell are sitting at home looking at their watches wondering what time to come and pick up the kids.
Probably just outside Melbourne Park with the car running at the moment, doing a Sudoku.
Well, we've been here for over 2 hours now. We've completed 3 sets. It's Luke Saville, the #1 seed in the men's draw, leading 2 sets to 1.
And Alex Bolt up 5-2 in the third on court 7. So he's keeping himself in that match by his fingernails at the moment.
As this 4th set gets underway, we're rejoined in the commentary box by Kate Kearns. Welcome back, Kate.
Oh, thank you. Well, that looked like those rain clouds may have caused some trouble, but they've disappeared again.
They're just floating sort of southwesterly and just avoiding.
4th set.
The temperature has definitely dropped. It's a good couple of degrees lower out there, and it's a little breezy too, so maybe tricky conditions out there on court. I'm not sure if you guys picked up in terms of any issues that the boys might have been facing out there, but I imagine you need to recheck that ball toss. And
well, Chris O'Connell copped a bug in the eye, so that was
that's going to hurt.
The symptom of the breeze picking up.
How's the bug?
I think he managed to
crawl away.
Let serve.
It's now 20 degrees, so it's dropped about 6 degrees from where it was earlier this afternoon, with a 20 km/h south-southwesterly wind.
Well, he's tried that a few times. On this occasion, it's paid off. Drop shot over the net, tough to pull off, but
yeah, it looks good when it works.
Really going for his shots, O'Connell, keen to make a firm impression in this 4th set.
Oh. 30-15.
Really caught that backhand, Luke Saville. I hope you boys liked some of my bouncer work out front here before. Did you notice that?
I did notice. Just moving some of the patrons on who are obscuring our view from the commentary box.
Out! 40-15.
Checking IDs and so forth.
Well, I just like things to go nicely here, very smoothly. It's difficult to call if you can't see the match. People get a bit of a fright actually. They turn around and stare in. Still one more opportunity for O'Connell to hold serve. Yeah, sorry John, it's just a little sluggish on the footwork then, O'Connell.
And an unforced error takes it to deuce. So particularly on the second serve, really struggling is O'Connell, and Saville sees those opportunities and makes them count.
Yeah, and that timing on that forehand was terrible by O'Connell. He really just made a meal of it.
Advantage O'Connell.
Follows it up with a big ace down the tee.
Rights the wrong, doesn't it? Big serve like that gets you out of trouble.
Takes the advantage.
Game, O'Connell.
Again, just some sloppy footwork on this occasion by Saville.
First game.
Yeah, that ball really dropped quickly then too. I'm just wondering if that had anything to do with the wind out there, but Saville just not anywhere near that ball to hit that backhand. I have very contrasting styles, don't they, these two boys, the way that they play. Saville seems quite composed out there, very contained. O'Connell plays with a bit of flair. I have to say I like the way he plays. It's not always consistent, but it's exciting to watch.
Certainly makes for an enjoyable spectacle. I think Saville has also been the more patient of the players throughout this match.
He has, hasn't he? He's been buying his time and just waiting to get the shots that he wants. O'Connell's really pushed him, though. I think other than that third set, 6-2, that went pretty quickly. It's been a tight contest.
Love 15.
O'Connell's been able to do that on at least 3 or 4 occasions in the match where he's put that ball back over the head of Saville, got himself back into the point.
Have been getting comments on our YouTube channel about the validity of trusting a Magic 8 ball. Some people are saying that it's probably going to be incorrect. So I've asked it another question of whether I enjoyed my sandwich. It said no, so far the results speak for themselves. So if we are to trust the Magic 8 ball, Luke Saville will be knocked out today.
That's what it's come down to, has it?
Well,
that's where we're at in our commentary.
We have the internet at our disposal. I say we might as well use it.
15, 13.
Well, Luke must have heard you on that occasion because missed that volley. What other questions have you asked of this 8 ball, the Magic 8?
Whether it was going to rain. It couldn't give us a committed answer.
Sounds like the Bureau of Meteorology.
First of all, you asked would it rain today, generally, and it said, it thought yes. Then we said more specifically here at the tennis. And it changed its mind.
As it's entitled to.
15, 14.
15:30 or 15:40.
15:40, yeah.
Yep. Scoreboard just
taking a little time to tick over. So we're just playing a couple of tight shots then.
Came to the net again a couple of times, as you alluded to before, Kate, that Christopher O'Connell's been able to take advantage of Saville's propensity to come to the net and then maybe hit a high lob and make it hard to get the return. On this occasion, Saville wins the point. Yeah,
Saville asked the question then of O'Connell then. They got that ball back deep into the court in the corner, and O'Connell really had to come up with the good passing shot, wasn't up for it.
Deuce.
So he gets it back to deuce. Currently in the 4th set. Saville leading 2-1. Christopher O'Connell holding serve in the opening game. Was looking towards a break in this second game, but Saville now.
He served well on the big points, hasn't he, Saville? Need 2 big serves now to get him out of strife.
Advantage, Saville.
And I like that serve because it was sort of down the tee, but it was more into the body of O'Connell. It's a tough shot to play.
Game, Saville.
Well, he pushed him to all corners there,
New
Saville.
balls, please.
And O'Connell was good to get there, but in the end, just forced the error. Saville hold serve in the 4th set, 1 game all.
And that was a good hold in the end by Saville because the last thing he wanted was to go down a break early in this fourth set. He'll want to break early here, finish this match in 4. I'm sure he doesn't want to take it to a 5th. Who does? Who wants to do that other than Leighton Hewitt?
And of course, the boys next up on this court, Akira Santillan, the wild card, up against the 4th seed Benjamin Mitchell, who'll be pretty eager to get out there while still in the early stages of the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we're not sure. I mean, the 8 ball's not committed either way about rain this afternoon, but, you know, those boys would not want to be staying around too late this evening, because I think that's when the rain's actually due to come through.
15 love.
Nothing worse than starting a match and then having to come out the next day and finish it off. Particularly if you've got a bit of momentum going too, so...
Made the right decision.
30 love.
Did Saville slip at the back here though, of the court? Did you notice that?
Just then?
Yeah.
I didn't catch him out of my vision range just there.
Yeah, it looked like his back foot sort of slipped behind him as he took off to get to that ball.
Oh, lovely winner
30-15.
down the line.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot, isn't it? Set up nicely for that, Saville. It's training drills.
Out! 40-15.
Once again, Saville looking to go down the line, but he's so far back in the court to hit that shot. He's not really playing the percentages on that side.
Game, O'Connell.
A good service game for Christopher O'Connell, the New South Welshman.
O'Connell leads by 2-1.
A hold of
Fourth
serve
set.
and putting Saville on the back foot on a number of occasions. Kate, Luke Saville has been caught way deep in the court.
Yeah.
In the last set, he actually was so deep that he hit the fence. So it seems like he's keen to get to the net, but when O'Connell can push him deep, that's when O'Connell's doing most of his damage.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Saville thinks if he can stay in those points long enough, he'll end up winning them. I think he's probably, in terms, if you looked at the percentages with the long rallies, that he probably comes out the victor on most occasions. But that's a risky play, I think, and I like it when Saville's up on that baseline, you know, really dictating play and making O'Connell come up with those shots. And this fourth set, you don't want O'Connell getting into this set early and getting an eye in, and thinking that maybe he'll take it to the 5th. But both players look pretty fresh. I don't think there's any concerns there in terms of fitness or anything like that.
No.
And I think the fact that the temperature has dropped a bit will be helping both players.
Oh, very comfortable conditions for tennis at the moment.
Yeah, perfect actually. 24 is nice if you're sitting there watching it. 20 is perfect for playing.
Caught him on the half volley there, difficult shot to play. Saville trying to stay on the forehand throughout that point.
Yeah, but I mean, Saville's up on the baseline there, win that point, and still wasn't able to win it. O'Connell, great, awesome. Like his work.
This time long on the O'Connell return. Both the first sets, the first and second sets went to tiebreakers. They took one each. It was a hard-fought moment throughout that third set, but Saville took it 6-2.
30-15.
Games on serve in this fourth set at 1-2 on the Saville serve.
Out.
And Saville just going for too much on the forehand side for the big cross court. Probably didn't need to really go for the winner at that point. We've got another issue out front of our commentary box. Unfortunately, it's one of our team.
Oh, lovely touch from Saville there.
40-13.
Pushed O'Connell deep and then brought him forward.
John, I really like seeing him come into the net because he's got great hands. Able to get down low and control the ball. Thinking through some of the tactics that might win him this match, and no, I think he should chance that a little more often than he has throughout this match.
Game. Saville.
So Saville holds 2-all in the fourth.
2 games all.
Over on court 7 action taking place. We were commenting before the third set, Alex Bolt would want to make sure he on the third set to stay in the match, and he's done just that. It is Mark Polmans who leads 2-1. Games on serve in the fourth set at 1-all on the Bolt serve. Other winners today: Jordan Thompson, Blake Mott, John Patrick Smith.
15 low.
Gavin Van Perpeziel, I believe he wrapped up his match on court 5 in straight sets.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what the score was there, but you're right. In terms of who was the victor.
Oh.
30 love.
What was in 3? That's the aggressive play that I love seeing from O'Connell.
Yeah, that
set up with the big forehand.
And that trademark crushing one-handed backhand as well.
It's fantastic.
Game.
No problems there. A clean sheet in his third service game in the fourth set. O'Connell 3-2.
By 3 games to 2, fourth set.
Guys, I just want to bring up some images from Serena Williams' Instagram account, which she's taken from her time in the IPTL.
Oh, over in Singapore, is it?
Part of the Singapore Slammers. Just want to know what you guys think of the new format and what it means heading into the Grand Slam. Previously, it was everybody takes some time off, recuperates, but now they're playing this team sport, and it sort of changes the complexion leading into the first Grand Slam of the year.
How serious is it?
Well, serious enough for them to participate.
They just look like they're having a great time. I mean, it looks like it's party central, quite frankly. So, and it's not, isn't it nice to see them get together? I mean, a lot of them are quite friendly, even on tour. There's some really good friendships, which you see more through social media these days that you probably didn't realise when, you know, prior to the advent of social media, you just had a lot of, you know, what was happening on court. You didn't really understand what was going on in their lives.
Except for jumping into the Yarra, perhaps.
And that was about it. That was about as good as it got.
But surely there is a point where fun and games does switch over. These are athletes who are used to winning, and you might be with some mates on court, but if you're up against someone that you're not particularly fond of, you still don't want to lose.
No, of course not. Have you ever wanted to lose anything? I haven't.
So O'Connell tries the lob again and
Love 15.
perfectly placed right in the corner of the court. Saville good enough to get it back over, but it was the easy overhead smash for O'Connell. Off to a good start against the Saville serve.
Yeah, that's nice play by Saville. Goes back in behind his opponent.
Gavin Van Perpezeel getting the job done against Mitchell Robbins, 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. So the 8th seed advances to the quarterfinals.
Oh. 30-15.
Saville just watching that ball come down then. I think he's a little worried about the conditions. Winds, as I said, it's picked up a bit. It's a little tricky. Not sure if the ball's going to come back into play.
It's favouring, he's serving with the breeze at the moment.
Oh,
30-all.
Boy, that backhand down the line. That is a lovely shot.
$40-30.
He's come up with the big serves when he's needed it today, Saville. I've been quite impressed. His ball toss is really short. Have you noticed that, John, in terms of, watch this action?
Let's have a look.
Yeah. Not so much on that occasion.
Just didn't set.
Saville.
So Saville takes it. Game still on serve here in the 4th set.
3 games all.
And another match getting underway at the moment on court 7. Andrew Whittington of New South Wales taking on the number 6th seed Dane Propogia. Just about to start now. In the other game happening on court 7, it's Mark Polmans who leads 2-1 and games on serve at 2-3 in the 4th set.
Love 15.
Actually, that match, the Bolton Polmans, did you say that you thought it was still 3-2 on serve in the 3rd?
In the 4th.
In the 4th, okay.
Yep.
So Bolt got the 3rd set.
Correct.
Yep.
Low 30.
O'Connell O'Connell really having to work that point. Take his time at the back of the court now just to get his breath, prepare to serve.
(15-30).
Good way to respond.
Perfect, it's a big serve. Just wondering if there's something going on in terms of his movement at the moment. It's not as fluid as it has been throughout the match, and I'm not sure if maybe he thinks that he's about to cramp or just feeling a little lethargic.
And a double fault. Yeah, he is ginger in between points.
Yeah, it's just something not quite right there.
Whether it's a little bit of groin soreness or something.
Yeah. Maybe a little fatigue setting in. I mean, he plays such an aggressive game and has done a lot of running at the back of the court.
Caught Saville.
30-40.
Caught him wrong-footed there. But still one opportunity for a break. Crucial stage of the match for O'Connell. Must win this point.
Yeah, that was good serving by O'Connell. Big serve right when he needed it.
Advantage, O'Connell.
Apologies, 56% first serves in, with 8 aces but 9 double faults, as opposed to 60% for Saville with 4 aces and 9.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, isn't it, those double faults?
Juice.
Yeah, you get the feeling that this is such a pivotal game in this match. We're at Juice at 3-all in the fourth. And Saville, he's sensing his opportunity here.
Advantage, O'Connell.
Another big serve from O'Connell. Down the forehand side of Saville.
He's done well to rescue this. See if he can finish it off.
And that's a shame. I mean,
Juice.
O'Connell had Saville on the ropes early on in that point, and he hit the ball straight back to him. Saville didn't really have to run far to compose himself and get back into the point.
He's really proppy.
Yeah, there's something going on, isn't there?
He'll no doubt seek some medical treatment at the next change, or perhaps at the end of the game. Doesn't seem to be affecting his serve. Perhaps his lateral movement. But holds on.
Yeah, terrific forehand cross court.
Advantage, O'Connell.
Lovely angle from O'Connell. And you don't notice the injury during the point.
Game.
That'll do.
O'Connell.
He did very well to stay alive in that game and
O'Connell leads by 4-3.
hold serve. Let's see if he seeks some medical treatment though. He was certainly limping in between points. And he's stretching out.
I think he's cramping.
Left quad Yeah, maybe just muscle cramp.
Yeah. A little bit of fatigue, some tiredness setting in there. As I said, he has been doing a lot of work at the baseline today, getting back a lot of balls. He's had to have himself a banana. It's probably a good idea, some potassium.
Stops the lactic acid buildup.
Yeah, he's not calling for a trainer though. He's getting on with it. So must feel that he can work through this without any help. And Saville quick out of his seat. He's ready to go up the other end. We're on serve in the 4th set. Saville won the first set 7-6. O'Connell 7-6 in the second, and Saville 6-2 in the third. So I think there's still a little bit to play out here in this match.
Certainly not done and dusted, Christopher O'Connell.
Was it the right leg that he stretched out? Did you
He
notice
ended up
that, John?
stretching both. He started on his left. I thought that was the problem one, but
he looks like he's slightly wobbling on both. Just not good.
If you watch him between these points.
Oh, he didn't walk far enough for us then.
Silky smooth by Luke Saville there. The drop shot again, paying dividends.
Yeah, and I mean, he would have realised that his opponent perhaps isn't moving the way that he was earlier in the match, and can see that he's, not that he's in strife, but he's got a few issues up there.
40 low.
That's good serving.
Game, Saville.
Does it easily, Luke Saville.
Yeah, short ball, and just went straight behind
4
O'Connell.
games all.
Put the ball away. And that was a very quick service by Luke Saville. We're at 4-all. This will be interesting, this game. John?
I mean, O'Connell's managed to hold on so far this set, but it's certainly Saville who's cruising through his service games more easily.
O'Connell just taking his time. He's in no rush out there.
Correction, the ball's good. Replay the point.
Overruled by the chair.
Just not deep enough on the lob.
No, and that's probably the first time that hasn't worked for him all match. O'Connell, he'd been able to get that ball up and behind Luke Saville. Not on that occasion. He's able to put that ball away.
Hitting it to all the right areas now, Saville.
Yeah.
Love 30.
He's on his toes. He knows that his opponent is in a bit of trouble, and he's making him work. And that's exactly what you have to do. Can't change your game just because your opponent might be struggling.
It's a ruthless reality of the sport.
It is, absolutely.
Great return by Saville to keep the point alive, and now 3 break points. Wins 41% of receiving points, Saville, compared to O'Connell's 33.
Yes, just got a great shot of O'Connell's face. Not a happy camper.
$15.40.
Saves 1.
You got a feeling it's a little all or nothing out there at the moment, though, isn't it?
Yep, you got to put it all on the line.
Yep.
$30-40.
Well, Saville was up love 40 in this game, so he'd be keen to finish off this shot.
Juice.
Great serving by O'Connell.
So saves 3 break points, does Christopher O'Connell, and gets it to deuce.
Well, that's come from nowhere.
Yeah.
Pretty much wrote him off about 2 minutes ago.
And another one. So
Advantage, O'Connell.
4 in a row, and suddenly you start to sense a little bit of optimism about O'Connell.
Yeah, and I think maybe Saville, you know, be thinking about that's a lost opportunity. He should be serving for the match right now.
Juice.
It was a good serve, but Saville really pushed him wide, and O'Connell unable to find a winner.
Well, Saville's able to stay in that point just then, and as I said, I think you'll find that the more points that O'Connell's been forced to play, the less likely it is that he's going to win that point.
Advantage, O'Connell.
Big ace down the tee.
It's a good weapon.
Juice.
Can't convert it though. Back to another deuce. Luke Saville would desperately like to string 2 points here together, and then will be serving for the match if he can do so.
Advantage, Saville.
Oh, O'Connell just missing on that forehand. Looking for the angle cross court. Just missed it. I'm going to have to put the lights on here soon. It's got dark.
I love a good tidbit of information. Just about hit 3 hours in this match.
It's a long one. And Saville makes him pay.
Saville.
Gets the break, the vital break, and O'Connell sends a tennis ball out of the
Saville
arena
leads.
in
5
frustration.
games to 4.
So it's Luke Saville, upper break in the 4th, will come back to be serving for the match.
Okay, violation, ball abuse, warning, O'Connell.
Just hear the chair umpire issuing Christopher O'Connell with a warning. How often do you see that for abuse of a tennis ball?
It's the first one today. Real frustration. I think that was less about the shot that he played and the loss of that service, but maybe just where he is physically at the moment. It's very disappointing. Although I have to say that last point, Saville read that forehand better than he has all day. I mean the backhand, sorry, better than he has all day, and he was sitting there waiting for it. Comes up with big cross court winner.
Now guys, on our Twitter account we are running the 12 days of Christmas leading up to Christmas this year, and we want to hear from you at hashtag AO Christmas of what you would like from Santa or from anyone, from who you get your presents from this Christmas. And the first day of Christmas, my true tennis love sent to me, and we've had a couple of suggestions come in.
Oh, what day are we up to?
I think we're up to the 3rd day of Christmas.
Okay.
So we've had 3 tickets to the AO and 3 string rackets. So we'll see how that progresses throughout the week.
Low 15.
Sorry, was that 3 stringed rackets, as in rackets with 3 strings?
Well,
or could you get your rackets strung freely?
Oh, 3 strung rackets.
Yeah. It's that's from Feds Forever. We can consult for
grammatical accuracy.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Oh.
Saville got himself into a mix, but it actually proved a weapon in the end. I would have loved to have seen a replay of that. I think he was intending to play it on the full without a bounce. And
I think he had way too much time to decide what he wanted to do, so he got himself completely confused. Comes up with a winner in the end, but it was very unorthodox.
Certainly caught O'Connell by surprise.
$30, 15.
Oh, just edging closer to winning this match, Luke Saville. I like the way he's served throughout this match, particularly in the last 2 sets.
Well, he played that to perfection,
40,
did Saville.
15.
As he's done on many occasions today, worked his way to the net early in the point after the serve, pushed O'Connell wide. There was only really one place that O'Connell could have returned that ball. Luke Saville with the easy volley. Brings up match point.
Saville, 3 sets to 1.
Does it in style.
6-7, 6-2, 6-4.
Luke Saville getting through in 4 sets. 7-6, 6-7, 6-2, 6-4 in over 3 hours' time. And it was a courageous performance from O'Connell, and we saw some glimpses of the powerhouse tennis he's capable of.
Some glimpses of brilliance, and you know, I could sit there and watch that backhand all day long, but in the end, Luke Saville just played a really smart match. Yes, he dropped that second set, but the last 2 sets, 6-2, 6-4, he had O'Connell was in trouble in terms of, I think, his fitness in the end there, but Luke Saville just too good in the end. I think he served way too consistently, and it made that difficult for O'Connell, regardless of how well he played out there.
Let's just have a look at some of the stats from the Saville serve. He won 77% of his first serve. 79% rather.
Yeah, I mean, that's really high. That's great serving.
Compared to O'Connell's 65%. 48% to 49 on the second serve, so relatively level there. And his receiving points, Saville won 41% to 33. Converting 5 out of 12 break points to O'Connell's 2 from 9.
Did you get unforced errors on those stats?
No.
No.
Total points 159 to 137. Not sure about the unforced errors.
So in the end, we said it was a reasonably closely fought match, but in the end, Luke Saville just a class above, I think, and yes, I mean, O'Connell was struggling in terms of his movement in that last set, but you can't take anything away from the way that Luke played today.
So he earns himself a spot in the quarterfinals of the men's draw of this wildcard playoff for the 2015 Australian Open. Other winners today, the 8th seed Gavin van Peperziel defeating fellow Queenslander Mitchell Robbins in straight sets. It was Jordan Thompson who advanced to the final 8 with a 3-set victory over Harry Bourchier, who retired late in the 3rd set with a hip complaint. Blake Mott knocked out the number 7 seed Maverick Baines in the upset of the day so far. And no surprises earlier on court 7, where the 2nd seed John Patrick Smith easily accounted for Jacob Grills in straight sets. That's how it's happened so far on day 1 of the wildcard playoff. Up next here on court 6 is the final match of this fixture. It is between the wildcard entrant Akira Santillan taking on the number 4th seed Benjamin Mitchell.
And before that match begins, why not head over to the Australian Open YouTube page, where you can see some Highlights from the last several years of the Australian Open, along with tips to improve your game from some of the biggest names in the sport. But what we're going to do now is play a video from that channel for you. It's called The Rules of Tennis.
Please be upstanding for the rules of tennis. This is a rectangle, and now it's a tennis court. Tennis can be played between 2 or 4 people. Playing in singles is called singles. Playing in doubles is called doubles. Starting on the right-hand side of the court, one person serves and the other receives. Look out, a tennis match has just broken out. As server, you have to get the ball from here to there. If the ball doesn't make it, it's called a fault. 2 faults are a double fault, and your opponent is quite chuffed. A tennis match is made up of sets, which are made up of games, which are made up of points. Point scoring goes 15, 30, 40 and game. But if you and your opponent, let's call him Jeff, both reach 40 all in a game, this is called juice. From here you need to score 2 consecutive points more than Jeff to win the game. So after receiving the serve, the receiver becomes the server, while the server receives the role of receiver. Got it? When returning the serve, your return must land within this area. In doubles, your options are widened. Then a while will pass by, and if after that, you're 2 games ahead of Jeff, and you've won at least 6 games, you've won the set. Most tennis matches are played in a best of 3 sets format. Win 2 and you've won. Lose 2 and you haven't. Tennis, the original and classic multiplayer.
Do these exercises to improve your movement around court and give you more strike power.
I'm Scott Draper and I'm here to show you how to hit a basic forehand.
Overcast conditions here at Melbourne Park as day 1 action continues. Opening round men's singles action. We're not too far away from Ben Mitchell, the 4th seed, taking on Akira Santillan. Peter Mikado alongside Kate Kearns for this one. There is Ben Mitchell making his way into position. Akira Santillan's been here pretty much all day, KK, so I'm wandering around a little bit earlier.
Oh, he's been courtside, has he?
Has been. Just watching some of the other matches going on. He makes his way onto court. And we'll get our final match for broadcast underway.
Maybe Akira fancies his chances and was checking out some of the other players that he might come up against during the week if he advances through.
12 months ago at this very event, this very round, and it might have been the last match too on this court, I can't remember. He beat Matt Reed, 5 sets, 6-2, 6-2, 4-6, 4-6, 6-3.
It was the opening round, wasn't it?
In the opening round, yes.
Yep.
Which is where we are at the moment.
We are opening round. Although, I have to say, it does feel like we've been here a couple of days already.
And then taking on Luke Saville and fell to him. So this match is in the bottom half of the draw. Santillan again a wild card. He's just 17 years old, ranking outside the top 1,000, but that's because the focus has been more on junior events.
1,426.
Yes, so the winner of this match to play the winner of the match currently on court between Andrew Whittington and Dane Propoggia, that match being played on court number 5. We'll bring you some score updates of that as we go along and keep you up to date with all that's happening scores-wise. We'll also bring you in a moment the draw and order of play for tomorrow.
Okay, excellent.
And plenty of great action coming your way on our live streaming court.
Of course, it's just the women tomorrow.
It is, yep, first round action. And on court number 6 at 10 a.m. local time, it'll be Olivia Rogovska, the top seed in this event, taking on Sione Mendez. Then Naktha Baines will take on Anastasia Rodionova, the 2nd seed. Madison Inglis to follow, taking on Alexandra Nancaro, the 7th seed. And then Sarah Tomic will play Irina Rodionova, the 4th seed. So that is the lineup.
That is an action-packed day for us.
the streaming lineup. On court 7, Alison Bai, the 8th seed, will play Isabella Holland. And Daria Gavrilova, the 3rd seed, will play Lisette Cabrera. Storm Sanders, the 6th seed, will play Abby Myers. And Olivia Chandramulia will play Jess Moore, the 5th seed. So that is your lineup for tomorrow. Plenty of great stuff coming your way. We're on air from 10 a.m. Melbourne time. Now, some score updates. Andrew Whittington 5 games to 2 over Dane Propoggia. That match happening on court number 5. And the match between Alex Bolt and Mark Polmans, evenly poised. Polmans the first 2 sets, both in tiebreakers. And then Bolt took the third, 6 games to 2. They are 6-all in the 4th set and 3 points all, the last update I had there. So
Well,
that
keep an
match
eye on that one, Pete. So
going right down to the wire. As Akira Santillan's made his way onto court. He's wearing the green shirt, so
makes it easy for us, doesn't it?
it does. Remember, best of 5 set matches. If you're just joining us earlier today, we just saw Luke Saville have a strong win in 4 sets over Christopher O'Connell. Jordan Thompson scoring a win over Harry Bourchier. Blake Mott also through JP Smith. Those two will play each other.
Now, Pete, you were outside just before.
Yes.
Talk to me about the conditions. I mean, air conditioned comfort here, so.
Yeah, I noticed that you haven't been really wandering the grounds today. No, it's gotten a lot cooler. Overcast, obviously. No drops of rain.
Any issues with that wind?
Well, the wind will be a factor.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot more exposed out here on court number 6. I don't know whether the conditions change because of the new setup on Margaret Court Arena. Whether that has any effect on the wind conditions out there.
Would it protect you from a southerly?
Don't know.
May do.
There's a little bit of protection from obviously court 2, which is just behind, which you can see on your screen there. But not much.
No.
So, toss of the coin, 5-minute warm-up to come. Let's take a look at these players.
Did
bit
you
more
pick
detail.
who actually won that?
I didn't, because
No.
I had my head down.
Yeah,
4th seed, Ben Mitchell, 22 years old, ranked 265 in the world. His highest was 209 back in 2012. Just the one title, futures title in Canada in July. He's got 8 futures titles overall. Finalists in Thailand only a handful of weeks ago. Semi-finalists in Tarragona. In fact, racking up the semi-finals on the futures circuit, Ben Mitchell. Just trying to make that breakthrough, get inside the top 200. And this is Akira Santillan on your screen. 17 years old. As I mentioned, that big win over Matt Reid last year. His junior ranking is 38. So there's a combined singles and doubles ranking in the juniors, so he's 38 in the world. He won the Canadian Open, the junior tournament there. Really been his highlight.
Well, I
He's
think
3-4 win-loss on the senior circuit.
runner-up at the junior boys Roland Garros doubles is a nice
Correct.
little thing to be on your
Yes.
CV. Pete, I wouldn't, say no to that.
Helping to boost that ranking, of course, too. But yes, in the senior ranks, as you mentioned, Kate, ranked 1,426.
Yeah.
Been as high as 1,300, and that was a little bit earlier this year. So
Yes, as you said, though, he's only 17, so we don't take much notice of that at all. And in fact, in terms of ranking points at the moment, the tennis that we're seeing out there, the difference between someone that's around the 300 mark and the 1,000 mark is not that much.
no, and different stages of their careers as well.
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
for Akira's development, tournaments like this are so important. Get a game that will cause Ben Mitchell a few problems, but again, it's a case of the experienced player taking on the inexperienced player or the junior. But this tournament can throw up some surprise results, and certainly Akira Santillan.
Yeah, he likes it, doesn't he? He likes a surprise result. Likes being the person that delivers that.
Well, we thought in that match, in the 4th set, when he lost the 4th set to send it to a 5th, that it was all done, that Matt Reid will just run over the top of him, but it wasn't the case. He dug in beautifully to finish it off and win 6-3.
Yeah, and they're the sorts of matches I like seeing young people win.
Yes.
As it says something about their character that they're willing to and able to fight back.
The other thing too, from his perspective, was that was his first 5-set match.
Okay,
so
I mean,
match has gone
massive,
the complete
isn't it?
distance.
Yeah. Yeah, staying there for 5.
Yeah.
And you're not used to playing those sorts of matches. It's
2
really a completely different look on the game when you're used to playing 3 sets and you keep going.
Remember, free entry to Melbourne Park here this week, so if you are in the Melbourne area, make sure you come down, because very popular on the weekend, this event.
And
the wildcards handed out.
After work, still plenty of tennis to be played here this afternoon. What time is it actually, guys?
It's 4:02.
Well, there you go.
Melbourne time.
I say maybe take an early end of the day and head on over to Melbourne Park.
Now, so far throughout the day, we've been looking at the Instagram profiles of the players who have been up next. But for this match, we've probably got the 2 most sensible players of the day, because I've got their Instagram accounts up, and both Ben and Akira, they're private. So well done to the boys. They can't be trawled through by someone like myself.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Is that because you've tried to friend them and they've ignored you, or how does that work?
Well, that's just if you look at their account, it says no, this is private. Haven't made a request just yet, but I imagine if I do, that won't change.
Santillan won the toss. And chose to serve.
But he's doing quite well. He's got 2,300 followers, does Ben, and Akira's on 2,800.
Can I also ask another question?
No.
You
Just
will
completely
anyway.
off topic before this starts.
Yes.
I've been watching, and I watched your episodes of The Social Show, which you can still see on Tennis Australia's YouTube channel, Australian Open YouTube channel.
Australian Open YouTube channel.
Make sure, go there and search for The Social Show. So you'll find programming coming up. But I noticed that you'd lost your mobile phone. Have you recovered it yet?
I did. Todd Woodbridge bought that over in the US. He has since returned it, so happy days.
Good. If you watch The Social Show, get across there and watch it. It'll help provide a bit more context to what we're talking about.
Well, The Social Show will be back for the Australian Open. We've got a new exciting partnership involved. Can't tell you any more until the Open itself, but it should be very exciting.
Will I make an appearance?
Yeah, will I make an appearance?
Well, I don't know.
How do we get gigs on this show?
Would you? That was the way you said that was inverted commas show. It is a vaguely reputable piece of content.
It won't be if you put me on it.
But yes, there is a playlist on the Australian Open YouTube channel where there's many episodes of many nonsense, and it's your eyes will enjoy it. Your ears probably won't, but otherwise, head along and check out.
So that's go to Australian Open TV and playlists, and everything is there.
That's right.
Here we go. Final match of the day. Akira Santillan to serve. Just an update from that match we've been following on the other court. Mark Polmans has beaten Alex Bolt 7-6, 7-6, 2-6, 7-6. So the wild card is through, the third seed out. And Polmans now to play Jordan Thompson in the quarterfinals.
And Polmans, of course, was runner-up, wasn't he, at the under-18 Australian Championships?
So good to carry that form in.
Oh, that's a fantastic second serve kicking down the middle. That's what you like to see. Very aggressive.
You watch as the players cross here, the height differential.
Mitchell having to bend down.
Well, you can see that they walk past one another. A little bit of height difference there.
Where is Ben's brother Luke around this week to watch his brother?
I don't know. I suggest that
Australian
Luke
actor?
may be actually watching our live stream, and if you are, send us a tweet. Hashtag AO Playoff.
Net versus.
Oh yeah, nicely done.
Love 15.
So from Santillan's point of view, he's got absolutely nothing to lose here. He's not expected to win, so he's just going to back himself in.
Yeah, and he set up beautifully on that backhand side then. Put away the winner. Got a feeling this boy likes a target.
Net versus. all.
I
30-15.
think Mitchell's worked that out early. Don't allow him any room on that backhand side to set up. Ball in close to his body, make it a difficult target.
30 all.
Oh, beautifully done. Great hands from Mitchell at the net.
40-30.
Wasn't a bad pickup from Santillan, by the way. Really low down. Plenty of whip on the ball just to keep it low. And it's on the line.
Yeah, Mitchell taking a look, but that was a perfectly placed shot from Santillan.
And see Mitchell's intent. We saw it with Luke Saville in the previous match. Trying to get into the net, trying to rush Santillan, trying to overpower him early.
Out. Advantage Mitchell.
I'm not sure that that's the tactic I'd be taking into this match, trying to overpower him. He's not going to be pushed around out there on court.
Go, Mitchell.
That's a good serve to
One game all.
win the first game. Hold serve in the first set here by Benjamin Mitchell. I'm sure he's known as Ben by everyone.
We'll roll with that.
We'll roll with Ben. No need for formalities here.
Love 15. 15 all.
Now that second serve was very short, and Mitchell took it early, put the pressure straight back on Santillan to come up with the passing shot, but that wasn't to be. Santillan doing it hard on his first serve in this match. I think he's got one first service in.
So break point here for Mitchell.
Juice.
Well, Santillan doing well on that occasion. Once again missing his first serve and puts pressure on him, but nice deep return.
Advantage Santillan.
Good poise to serve himself out of spot of bother here.
Well, he's doing this on the back of all second serves.
And again, nicely done. Holding serve, surviving a break point along the way. It's 2-1 opening sets.
Now, I've been trawling online like a ex-girlfriend who can't say goodbye, and I'm struggling to find much details about our two players on their Instagram, as they are both private, but I have managed to
Just make something up?
sleuth through their Twitter pages.
Okay.
And you can find Akira at Aki Santillan. He's on Twitter, and you can find Ben Mitchell on Twitter at Ben Mitchell _11, and plenty of photos from both the boys. As you would expect, your normal tennis photos are up there. You can see Ben here with a nice healthy check. Always want to know what the players do with the oversized novelty checks once you get them.
They're very difficult to put into your luggage.
Yeah, you can't fit them in your wallet.
And have you ever tried to put them into an ATM?
The biggest problem is there's no numbers on them. Yes, there was no numbers on that check.
But it's big checks, and you can also find an image of the world's biggest Slurpee.
Oh, we'll get to that in a sec.
Oh, hello.
15.
We can get a shot of that. There you go. Bang.
That can't be right.
It's not to suggest that there's anything in there.
Maybe the Slurpee was just very close to the camera.
Trick photography.
The variation from Santillan early on in this match. It's always good to track the progress of these players.
He's got some
12
tricks,
months on.
hasn't he? He's got some real variation in his game.
And Let's see what a year's worth of experience does. It doesn't look tight at all. It was good reach on the return.
30-15.
But see Mitchell stepping into the court, taking it nice and early.
And you mentioned before, Santillan, I mean, he's not tall. So you've got to think about what other things you can do out there other than relying on a power and a big serve.
He got him again.
That's nicely played by Santillan. You hear his squeaky feet because his feet are moving. He's on his toes at the back of the court.
And the choice of shot was good there too.
Yeah.
Mitchell playing that first volley just wasn't deep enough. Set up the second ball.
Doesn't seem rushed out there.
And again. And Mitchell needs a change up here because that serve out wide. Santillan's picking it up.
I mean, it's a nice serve, but yeah, his opponent's all over it. He's waiting for it. It's a beautiful return cross court.
Break point. That's a nice serve too.
It's a big serve.
And to get away with a slightly shorter, get it away from a slightly shorter opponent, and moving away from them the whole time.
Down the tee, Pete. Mitchell just really working Santillan over there, and he got his opponent out wide. Kept pressing.
Mitchell.
And Mitchell does work his way into hold serve. 2 games all. That's what I was talking about in terms of the experience factor and trying to outmuscle his opponents. How long can Santillan maintain? How long can he keep grinding away from the back of the court?
I think he can keep that sort of game up for quite some time. Because I think that's the game he plays. That's what he's used to. He has to, as I said, he's not very tall, so he's not getting too many free points off his first serve. He knows that he has to hustle from the back of the court.
15 left.
Having said that, puts down big ace, of course. Prove me wrong once again. They like doing that.
You've had a big day.
I've had a shocker.
You've had a big day.
Yep. Anyway.
That's so far. Certainly the shot of today, or the rally of today. Wow, how's the hustle from Santillan around the court?
I
The
mean,
speed.
It's interesting though, Pete, because you put to me how long can he maintain playing that sort of game, you know, over 5 sets. That is, I mean, that's hard. That's a big ask. But for Mitchell, having to play one more shot after shot after shot, that's also really difficult.
30-15.
And that can be mentally draining after a while. And what do you have to do?
Well, there are some reports suggesting that Mitchell might be in trouble. We'll get to that in a moment.
Oh! 30 all.
To see is that young player just getting on with it, moving on straight into the next serve.
Net for serve.
Yeah, regrets won't win you a match.
And another one.
30, 40.
You can hear in our effects mics the breeze just picking up there. Quite gusty. Oh,
As you do.
effortless. Well, it was there to be hit.
It
Half
was,
court ball.
but still, well, you know, he had to get that with across with a bit of angle.
And again, the 1-2 play.
Advantage Santillan.
Yep, little steps to get into position, and Santillan survives another scare on serve. We're on serve, 3-2. The opening set. I was alluding to the fact that Ben Mitchell may be in trouble. Can we elaborate, please?
Yes, well, today we've been consulting the Magic 8 Ball online, and so far it's given fairly consistent results, and most recently I've asked, will Ben Mitchell win today? And the Magic 8 Ball's reply is no. So that's a brave call by the Magic 8 Ball. There we go, we can see it up on screen now. If you have a question you'd like to ask the Magic 8 Ball, send it through #AOPlayoff. If it was ever going to be proved wrong, now is the chance for Ben.
What do you make of all of that?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, really?
Results speak for themselves, I would have
Yes,
thought.
exactly. The Magic 8 Ball. What other questions have we thrown at this other than who will win?
The weather, I did think Luke wasn't much of a chance pulling through, but he proved the Magic 8 Ball wrong.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe that's the inspiration the players need, just to prove the 8 Ball wrong.
The players are aware of the 8 Ball and the commentary today. No.
I like to think they tune in like everyone else there on YouTube. They've got it on their phone. On so many devices, this stream is accessible.
So any of our listeners or our viewers, have they sent any questions through that they would like answered?
Last time I checked, there was Aquila Aquarium asked, are you a reliable source of information on the AO 2015 playoff? And the Magic 8 Ball replied, as I see it, yes.
15.
Santillan just unable to control that forehand.
Andrew Whittington and Dane Propogia locked in a tiebreaker in the opening set. Propogia with set point 6-5, but on the Whittington serve. Let you know how that one plays out. Oh.
The opening was there down the line.
Well, it's just the speed across the court.
Yeah.
Be able to get there and be balanced enough to hit through the ball. leave for Mitchell. 3-all, opening set.
3 games.
So just remembering too that Olivia Rogowska gets a start tomorrow. Our feature chord. Wasn't on.
No, it wasn't. I mean, that was a risky shot.
Well, the line was open.
Yeah, it was a good serve too from Santillan. Good first serve. We haven't seen too many of them from him in this match so far. We're only early in the first set, but it was a nice play point by Mitchell. Maybe starting to read the play of his opponent.
And the finish, he gets the break. First one of the match, 4-3 opening sets.
Just then at the net, did what he needed to do, Mitchell. Soft hands.
Just want to let everyone know about the Australian Open Instagram page where you can sign up. It has 125,000 followers and you can make it 125,001. But it's a great opportunity to see all the behind-the-scenes action from the Australian Open, so remember to sign up through Instagram today, and you get to see all the behind-the-scenes action that you wouldn't otherwise get access to. And it's really great for any of the fans to have year-round content, and you can see some of the images up there of what you might be able to catch a glimpse of before January 19 when it all kicks off again. So make sure to subscribe today at Instagram, and we'll also be reposting on Twitter at Australian Open.
It's one of those things we always want to see behind the scenes at the event. There is so much happening behind the scenes, so many different areas. So the Instagram account is the way to go.
This account as well provide this tournament provides the opportunity to get access to behind the scenes at #AO Playoff. If you want to see any of the sites from the Australian Open at Melbourne Park, let us know. We want to show off Margaret Court to you, but not until you ask for it first. So do that along Twitter.
Michael has promised to double that if we read it out on air. So 2 laps, Margaret Court Arena.
If you've just joined us, Melbourne Park, Ben Mitchell is 4-3 up in the first set against Akira Santillan. He has the break.
Love 30.
And now down love 30.
Yeah. Making a meal of it.
It's just what he needed. The right time for it. Under pressure.
Another good serve
30
from
all.
Mitchell. Gets it back even at 30 all. It's not so difficult, Peter, after all, is it? That's all you have to do. Put in a big serve. Off 30 down, find yourself back at 40-30.
Just overplaying again. Santillan set up on their forehand.
Mitchell leads 5 games to 3.
So break consolidated. It's 5 games to 3 now in this opening set. Remember, best of 5 set tennis for the men here at the Wildcard playoff. The women's event gets underway tomorrow with Olivia Rogowska first up. So for Santillan now, a bit of work to do.
That's not the best way to start off. Pete, can you see any stats over there on the computer at the moment? I'd love to know, Santillan, exactly what his serving statistics are at the moment. They can't be good. That must be well below 50%. Mind you, if you can serve a second service ace, who cares? It's your first. It's a lot of pressure on that second serve, and oh, that's better from Akira Santillan. Serve in, it's a short ball. Comes in and puts that away. It's nice play. See what this young man is capable of. He's only 17 years of age.
40-15.
It's better. The big first serve.
39% first serve percentage at the moment. And good recovery as well. But Mitchell will be coming out to serve for this opening set. 5 games to 4.
Mitchell leads 5 to 4.
And just to tidy up some of the other results, Dame Bourchier has taken the first set from Andrew Whittington 7 games to 6. So a real battle going on there. First set going over an hour on that court. We've been playing just under half an hour.
Now, Pete, I'm just looking at sort of southwesterly here from our booth, the commentary booth, and those skies do not look good. It looks like rain might be coming across. Hopefully it'll hold off for another hour or 3. Whatever's required to get through this match. What do you know? What's the Bureau tell us?
Well, the weather radar at the moment, there's a bit of rain around the greater Melbourne area, but hopefully it will miss us.
Is it going south? Heading to Frankston?
It's sort of heading that way, yes. We won't get the worst of it. And there's a good idea of what the weather is doing at the moment.
Ben Mitchell has come out to serve, take this first set.
The thing is, only a little bit of rain means we will come off because the lines get quite slippery. So I hope it holds so we can get this match through. Just not finding any range on that return, Santillan. High backhand.
And that's clever serving from Mitchell too. Keep keep it out of the hitting zone of his opponent. He probably got a little more on that than he liked.
It wasn't the most convincing of volleys,
No,
but
it
enough to do
wasn't.
the job.
Yeah.
Up 3 set points.
He'll take it.
And again, nice work from Ben Mitchell. He takes the opening set 6 games to 4 in 30 minutes. Just see Santillan as he's walking to the chair, just a bit deflated. Notice too, he's using his Wimbledon towel.
He is too. He's very proud of that. I would too.
I was just outside and I got a little bit of moisture on my head. I'm not sure whether it was a bird. I haven't looked at my hair since then, but
maybe you shouldn't. another reason though.
But you will need to go home and wash tonight. Just saying.
Bugger.
In general.
I was just trying to say that there might be a chance of rain, but you guys have rained on my parade. So we'll see how the clouds sort of sit over Melbourne Park. It's ominous.
Well, Pete, he had a look at the radar and he's convinced that it's heading south and that it may, in fact, miss Melbourne Park altogether.
Well, I've been saying that all day, and I was met by scepticism by Mr. Mercado.
Because you decided to base your weather predictions on a magic 8 ball. You know, just... The weather forecast, 70% chance of showers tomorrow too, but not too much if it does rain.
15.
Kate Kearns out, John Hoovenar's in. Hello.
Fired up Andrew Whittington over on court 5, boys. He's trying to get up a break in this second set against the 6th seed Dane Propoggia, who took the first set in a tiebreaker 7-6.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
It's good to be back.
15 all.
Oh.
Bit of lightning there.
Bit of lightning in the background. And there's the other result.
Getting biblical.
All I'll say is I hope they got Margaret Court Arena ready. Because that's where we're heading next.
4 minutes, the roof can close in.
Well, get the lid shut. That's where we're going to push the button. And tough serving conditions. The breeze, as you can hear in our effects mic, is picked up. And that's a very compact service action from Akira Santillan. It's tricky when you throw the ball up and end up in a completely different spot. Trying to work around it. So he's trying to be short. And now just the pressure coming back. A good return from Mitchell.
Juice. Advantage.
Finish. Been under pressure throughout this match and really impressed with the way he's serving.
Before we were talking about Margaret Court's roof, I've got an image here up from our Instagram channel, and it is of the new Margaret Court roof, and it's quite a fancy looking roof, so you can check it out by going to our Instagram channel at Australian Open on Instagram.
Certainly put a lot of effort into the design side of things in this new
here we
Margaret
go.
Court Arena.
It's grand designs again. Off you go.
Some modern geometry in the roof shape.
Angles feature.
A lot of angles. Not two parallel lines inside.
15.
Unlike this tennis court before us now.
That's deep.
Oh, he's
Oh,
overplayed
no.
it. He had too much time there in the end. Had moved to the down the line position. He was waiting for it. And all Mitchell needed to do was just guide it cross court.
Just sneeze on it, really.
Yep.
And a bit too much Vegemite on his toast, which was a reference to earlier today for those who've just joined us.
Mitchell, but again the speed of Santillan around the court, able to pick it up so quickly. So the pattern of the match, I see some flashes of interest in Santillan, but overall Mitchell just has the edge. He's pushing himself along.
Okay, Mitchell.
More
One game.
One game all.
Net for serve.
Right in the corner. Can't believe it, Santillan. Just dropped in.
Great placement by Mitchell. Force him to a half volley shot, lower percentage. Santillan looking exasperated at this point in the match.
He's playing a pretty good match overall. Just first always helps in the set, so you have to push yourself along.
Some good shot playing, and to have to start the set with the serve means you're not playing catch up. It's the equivalent of batting first in a test match for those playing nations.
So 2-1 on serve in the second set. So Olivia Rogowska up first tomorrow. The schedule of play is out. Taking on Sione Mendes. Takes on Anastasia Rodionova. Mason Inglis taking on the 7th seed Alexandra Nancaro. And then Sarah Tomic will play Arena Rodionova. They are our matches for broadcast tomorrow. From court number 6, free entry if you are in the Melbourne area. Hopefully it's not going to rain, although the clouds at the moment look very ominous, as you can see in that shot there.
Just quickly on court 7, it's 2 games all in the second set, with Dame Bourchier taking the first one 7-6.
Propogia certainly the more composed of the two out there on court 5. I think Andrew Whittington once or twice had taken exception to the fact that there was a lack of lines people on duty. Of course, having to look through the net, as you alluded to before, difficult to make calls.
30-11.
And Whittington voicing his frustration to the umpire, but Propogia in control, though games on serve, as you mentioned, Mike, 2-all in the second. So no fuss from Ben Mitchell in his second service game of this second set.
No, Santillan just taking a free swing at all of these first serves. Again, that's just a lack of composure from Santillan, just letting that game go. An easy hold to Mitchell. It's good serving, heap of first serves, but even still, Santillan had a play on them.
Just catching the tape. I'll have a second go at that. Make that 3. He's pushing it long, a double fault there for Santillan. Big opportunity for Ben Mitchell. Fourth seed looking for an early break in this second set. And a crucial point here for Akira Santillan. Just wide, long.
30.
Blazing away again, just trying to finish off the quickly as Santillan at the moment. Look up at the scoreboard, the body language isn't good, the shoulders are down. I feel like he's labouring through this match, but he's very much in it.
He's playing like he's 2 sets to love down and maybe a break in the third, but just got to bide his time and be patient here.
Just nothing working now, but Mitchell, he's got the break of serve. It's 3-2 now in this second set, and Mitchell took the first 6 games to 4.
Now guys, just a quick reminder about how you can get involved in the conversation and get exclusive access to the Australian Open before we kick off on January 19. You can go to facebook.com/Australian Open to check out the Facebook page, which currently has 1.4 million likes. You can join that pile of likers and receive exclusive access to videos and ticketing opportunities, as well as plenty of prizes. We've got a giveaway for our 12 days of Christmas coming up, and also check out the Australian Open on Twitter at Australian Open, and that is where you'll find updates for the AO playoff, hashtag AO playoff for the next week. That's where we'll be trending. That's where we want to hear you talking, and you can ask us questions about the event, about the Australian Open, about anything you have and anything you want to know about the upcoming tournament, and maybe you want to see inside Margaret Court. Who knows? You should just ask.
Yeah, ask. But
it's gone a bit quiet, is what I'm trying to say.
The wonderful thing about the Twitter, one of the most followed accounts, is it not?
The AO?
Yes.
Yes, hugely popular.
And has the certified blue tick, which is always reassuring. Ooh, just catching the line there. Lovely backhand shot from Santillan.
So just need to refocus here for Akira Santillan. I mentioned in the previous game that he's really not all that far away. And maybe if we do get a few spots of rain, it's just a chance to really focus, talk to his team. But he's just got to hang in. There are a few spots of rain becoming more and more visible. The problem we're going to have is that these lines are going to get slippery very quickly.
It's the last of the blue sky that we can see from our position, Pete. It's really darkened up with rain clouds right ahead. So
this will be the player's call as to how slippery these lines are in conjunction with the umpire. It's great serving.
It's actually hit one of our cameras.
That's right, we've got plenty left. Again, it's slightly shorter, but the service has been brilliant. Great angle, consolidating the break. It's 4 games to 2 in the second set, and the players will be coming off. The umpire to just check the lines. Hopefully this is just a shower, and we can get this court tidied up and back on. The lines people are still in position, ball kid's still in position. They're waiting for the call for the umpire. The umpire makes the call in this situation as to whether play is suspended or not. But I think we're going to just wait it out on court.
It's just started to really come down a bit heavy. The umpire has his jacket on. So there will be a break in play in at least the meantime to assess how long this rain sticks around. Little sign of reprieve on the horizon, Pete.
Well, that's always encouraging.
And lightning as well.
Thunderbolts and lightning. Incredibly frightening.
Very, very. Much so.
So we have a break in play. We were doing so well getting through these matches today. Wins for Luke Saville earlier today from Thompson, right off the top. Also winners, Gavin Van seed getting through. Blake Motts upset over the 7th seed Maverick Baines, and JP Smith, the 2nd seed, winning through. So, with rain in the air and rain on the court, we'll take a short break and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
receiving further treatment from the trainer here on this change of ends.
And the quest for the Rafa Slam is over. For the time being anyway.
I get used to play with pain for a long time. I had some problems in my career, different ones, and tennis is a mental game, physical game. So if it's something new, always it's tougher to control. It's something that you already had for a while. You understand a little bit more what's going on, and the problem is if the pain is too much and that limiting your movement, so then it's impossible to compete at the highest level.
And it seems like I always have problems when I lose.
Superstition, this man has the law.
I don't want to have this image, no? And I prefer don't talk about that today. If you can respect that, will be a very nice thing for me. Thank you.
And the crowd farewells their champion.
I was able to keep finding solutions and be able to be competitive almost every time. So the things that you are having now and the opportunities that you are enjoying are not forever, not just for a couple of years of your life. You will have the chance to compete in fantastic stadiums in front of a lot of people. That's not forever, so just try to be positive and enjoy these moments, even if you sometimes have pain.
Almost everyone in Rod Laver Arena sensed he was always going to win. He would always find the answer.
You always will have tough matches, tough moments, and you have to be ready for everything. So my experience is to win tournaments, you always have to suffer in one moment or another moment.
The problem in tennis is if one guy gets injured or something happens, there is no substitute, you know, the match is over. You always hope that things are going to be okay. That's why I always say before a big match or a finals or something, you just hope that you live up to the expectations of the fans, and you hope that the show is going to be a good one, even though it's more than just show. There's, you know, a lot on the line. There's history, records sometimes. There is a good match, winning, losing, all these things, you know, respect, and you just hope it all goes well for everybody involved. Some matches I go into the match, I'm not nervous at all. Some other ones, I don't know why. I feel like this is going to be a bad match, probably going to lose and all these things, and I end up playing a dream. So there is no real feeling that is perfect to have before a single match, because every day we all do feel different, and it's the same thing for me. So yes, pressure is a funny thing. It's gotten to me in the past, it still will get to me in the future, but I'm not going to run away from it. I'm actually going to embrace it. Gotta accept the fact that it's part of a tennis player's life, and it's probably what you want to experience. You want to be in this pressure situation, having to prove yourself to the world, to your fans, to the TV, to the experts, and to your team and yourself. So it's something that is something, you know, that I guess keeps everything going and keeps the fire burning. It's everything or nothing, and that's what it's supposed to be in sports, and that's why the people flock to the stadiums to come see actually what's going to happen. Even though you think you know, you're just never quite sure, and that's why people get excited about sports.
Rain delay, and Akira Santillan holding serve, 4 games to 3. Mitchell still with a break in this second set. He did win the first 6 games to 4. This is our final match for broadcast this afternoon. John Hoovenars, we just have fingers, toes, everything crossed that we won't get any more rain this afternoon.
Well, there is clear skies ahead, metaphorically and literally. just gazing over the Melbourne city skyline. Some more golden crested clouds with the sunset shining through, whereas before they were all a murky grey sort of colour. So
2 matches to be completed this afternoon. And on the other court, Dane Propogia 7-6 and 4-2. Break points to go 5-2 in that second set.
That was a very positive service game from Santillan. He just seemed more up and about than he did going into the break during the rain delay.
15 love.
Yeah, but he just can't make any inroads on the Mitchell serve. So at this particular point, Mitchell can just keep trading serve and he's got the set.
Yep. That's the advantage.
Oh, late call from the lights
I think he was
person
worried
on the
about
tee.
his safety.
He's just pressing too much. Had a good position there on the court. He's reading the play okay, but just can't get anything going.
Love.
It's good serving
Yeah,
again.
Mitchell.
Really high percentage of first serves into play. And once you're in
Mitchell
that
leads
rhythm,
5 to 3.
it's a wonderful feeling as a player when you're in that rhythm on the first serve. 5-3 now.
I think that's 3 consecutive service games for Mitchell without dropping a point from memory.
Love.
Well done by Santillan. Saw the movement, went to the backcourt.
Out. 15.
So Akira Santillan is in that sort of period of his career where making the transition out of juniors into senior tennis. And at the moment it's more based around the junior tennis and the
30,
development there, but playing on the pro tour, playing events like this, it's all wonderful experience.
30.
All a learning experience, and it's that hard transition from junior to senior tennis, and it can be a real struggle. Not everyone makes it.
It's like the first few weeks of year 7 at a new school. It's mixing it with the big boys. It'd be difficult.
And again, just not really hitting through that
30,
slice.
40.
Just no conviction to his shots. And now we have a set point. Yeah, it is tricky, that transition, because you're grinding away on the back courts at Challenger and Futures level, travelling all over the world. Not the big dollars, not the big crowds.
Full.
So Mitchell
Yeah,
in control.
set.
He
Mitchell.
leads 2 sets to
By
love.
6 games to 3.
Taking the second set, 6 games
Mitchell
to
by 2 sets
3.
love.
Really starting to assert himself is Ben Mitchell.
Yeah, and looking good. Saw Santillan's body language throughout that set. Just trying to find a way to get back in. But best of 5 set tennis gives you that opportunity. A year ago, he was leading 2 sets to love. End up winning in 5. It can be done. But for Ben Mitchell, who has to be said has had some 5 set tennis across his career, will know his way home. Very strong position, being 2 sets to love up. Already out of the chair.
Sign of a confident player, someone who wants to get on with it.
Yeah, well, it's sending a message to your opponent that you're on a roll.
Third set.
Has the advantage of serving first in this third set, Ben Mitchell. And a positive start. Santillan couldn't get to the backhand. Again, pushing him wide.
13.
For Santillan, this is a test of his composure, resilience under pressure in the face of frustration.
Yeah, well, it's very hard to find a way in when you've got your opponent serving like that.
Might start with a bit of body language.
Go, Mitchell. First game, third set.
So the Ben Mitchell serve untroubled again by Akira Santillan. He takes first blood in this third set, leading 2 sets to love.
Kate Kearns has rejoined us in the commentary position.
Ah, delightful.
Give it 5 minutes. Bit like this weather. Give it 5 minutes because I know, John, you were very positive and upbeat.
Still am, Kate.
Okay.
It just hasn't been able to find any range whatsoever. Been inconsistent.
Just hasn't been in this match from the get-go.
And it's in his head now. You can see it between every point. His body language is not that of a player who believes he can win this match in 5 sets.
Yeah, he just doesn't know how he's going to win it. Shots are rushed. Starting to miss by big margins.
15-30.
And the serve has not been good all day.
Out.
30.
Too good, Ben Mitchell. Full array of shots.
30-40.
Finding the back left corner. And again, Santillan unable to get the return. Break point here for Mitchell.
Oh, well done.
Mitchell.
Brilliance from Ben Mitchell.
Mitchell leads 2 games.
Way out of position. Santillan doing the right thing, getting into the net. A really tough pickup. And that's a sign of how confident he is right now, rolling along in this third set.
Yeah, Mitchell just thinks, well, feels as though he's got a lot of time to play the shots he wants to play out there.
Can't take a trick, Akira Santillan.
Even the nice setups going straight past him.
And the sun peeks its face through the clouds.
Oh,
that sums it up. Oh, is it in?
It's a good shot.
Well, it looked long from our position, but
15.
Just finding the corner. Well, had to go. He went for it.
I know.
It came off. And all Santillan can do at the moment is just try and block these back. So they're all coming in short. Mitchell in complete control. Now, I mentioned a couple of five-setters that Ben Mitchell has played. One of the most memorable was from the Australian Open last year.
Not for him.
No, not in a good way for him anyway. Against James Duckworth.
15, 30.
8-6 in the fifth set. Long match.
It's a quacker.
6-4, 7-6, 4-6, 5-7, 8-6. Huge crowd. I think it was on Margaret Court Arena, Court 2. Can't remember which court it was on, but...
Court 4.
Sure it was on one of the major show courts. It was Court 4, you're right.
You say that as if you're surprised.
Very.
30.
It felt like a major show court, given the context of the game.
Well, given the atmosphere, and two Aussie players, initially for the crowd who weren't necessarily knowledgeable in who the two players were, it was a great atmosphere that just built up. They weren't sure who to cheer for early on. They're cheering for both players, but then they really got into the match. It's one of those things in the opening round. You're on the outside courts, you get a huge atmosphere building. Fans want to see a close match, and that's what they got.
40, 30.
Mitchell with the opportunity now to take this to 3-love in the third set. Having won the first two sets 6-4, 6-3.
Well, Santillan was a sniff during this game, but now Mitchell with the game point.
And now leading 3 games to love. Frustration from Santillan. 2 sets to love and 3 love. Ben Mitchell in a strong position. Just continuing that train of thought, James Duckworth in the second round played Blaz Kavcic. And that was on court 5, and that was 10-8. He went down in the 5th set there. 3-6, 6-3, 6-4, 6-7, 10-8.
It's exhausting just
Yeah,
hearing it.
exactly. So 2 long 5-setters that went the distance for James Duckworth there.
I don't think he walked after that, did
No.
he? For about 2 months.
Powers of recovery.
And if I remember correctly too, it was pretty warm weather.
Yes. Yeah, I think that final set, both matches, that final set, just becomes a war of attrition.
Yeah, it does.
And they were just trying to keep the ball in court, trying to keep the points as short as possible, understandably.
Time.
That first week of the Aussie Open this year, it was a certain scorcher, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Love 15.
Well, a double fault, not a great way to start if he's to try and work his way back into this third set and indeed the match, Akira Santillan.
Well, it's just negative thinking at the moment from him.
Came to the net, it didn't pay off.
Love 30.
Yeah, but trying something different. He's thinking his way through this.
I don't know. Yeah, I
Hasn't worked so far.
Yeah, he's trying things differently, but I'm not sure that he's backing himself necessarily to win those points.
Net 7.
Just going through the motions, it feels like.
Yep, and again, another clean winner from Mitchell. That second serve really sitting up.
Yeah, easy pickings. Love 40.
Game, Mitchell.
So 2 games away from a spot in the quarterfinals.
Mitchell leads 4 games to love.
Score update, Dane Propoggia, 2 sets to love up against Andrew Whittington. They're at 1 game all in the third set.
So I was out watching that match a little earlier, and Whittington not happy. Not a happy camper.
Really starting to boil over the frustration levels for Akira Santillan.
Yeah, because he hasn't really had a foothold in the match.
No.
Hasn't, apart from early on in that opening set.
30.
And I think that was a lot to do with the fact that Mitchell was just not probably familiar with his game and was just taking him a while to read Santillan's play, and as soon as he did, just got on with it.
Well, he served well too.
Yeah.
That's the other element to this.
Got the ace count for this match for the Ben Mitchell, Pete.
Okay.
Does it
Mitchell.
easily to love once again.
Mitchell leads 5 games to 1.
4 aces, 62% first serves into play.
Just
in this
one
third
game away.
set. For the match, 11 aces, 69% first serve into play. 7 double faults for Santillan, he's going at 54%. And he is 1 game away, John.
Well, after a well-fought first set, the wheels have just fallen off for Akira Santillan, and he's really crumbled psychologically, particularly in this third set since the rain delay. Head's been bowed between points, some verbal outbursts of frustration, and now will be serving to stay alive. Down love 5 in the third set.
He wants to keep battling out.
It was a more positive point, but the body language is one of dejection.
15.
Sheer disgust.
Yeah, he's at this stage all you can do is throw up your hands.
Pushed him wide on that
30,
occasion.
15.
It's another year of development coming up for Akira Santillan, another year in the juniors and playing the occasional senior event. Be good to just to get on the board though in this final or potential final set.
Okay.
And
so
does.
New balls, please. Ball change.
Although the task is somewhat trickier because
Mitchell leads 5 games to 1.
Ben Mitchell's now going to serve with new tennis balls. Doesn't need them with the way he's been serving today.
No, he certainly doesn't need any advantages out there, but he's about to get them in this. I think will be the last game of this match. Mitchell's just been too strong all day. Piled the pressure on when he needed to. And the level of his game really hasn't dropped throughout. Been very consistent.
15 left.
Comes up with the big ace. Down the tee. Nice start.
Yeah, closed him well.
30 left.
Just hasn't had any answers today. Akira Santillan.
No, Mitchell's playing with a lot of confidence and backing himself out there. Even when he's been down in games, I think he's always thought that he can find his way out of trouble.
He sees the dejection on his opponent's face.
Yeah, that's right. He's used that to his full advantage.
Got really low to that ball.
30,
Just couldn't
15.
find the angle to work it over the tape there, Ben Mitchell. But still only a couple points away from victory in this first round match in the round of 16 here at the Wildcard playoff. Just one other match ongoing as we speak. A rare double fault from
30 all.
Mitchell. Gives Santillan a sniff. Followed it up
40,
in
30.
impressive, formidable fashion.
Well, that's using his height to great advantage. I've seen him a couple of times throughout the match serve and volley. It's a perfect serve to do it too. Match point. They'll do it.
Game, send match
It's
Mitchell.
enough. Great win
3
by
sets
Ben
for
Mitchell.
6-4,
Really
6-3,
emphatic in the
6-1.
end. 6-4, 6-3, 6-1. No feats from last year repeating for Akira Santillan, but part of the learning experience. Really annoyed with himself, but Ben Mitchell will be pretty pleased to get through in straight sets.
No, pleased to get through in straight sets and pleased with the level of play out there today. He had an opponent that was really out of the match early on and was probably not the easiest of matches to play for Ben Mitchell, but because Akira certainly has some weapons, and early on in that first set he certainly made Mitchell do a lot of running, but in the end I think Mitchell just read his play too well and backed himself when he needed to, served well, and that certainly was a weapon that got him out of a lot of trouble and was there when he needed it.
It's hard to know, Pete, sorry, what Akira Santillan will take out of that match. It seems to me that it might just go down in the book as one of those forgettable ones where nothing seems to go your way. But could you see areas that he might go, well, I could have done that differently or could have improved that aspect?
Yeah, certainly the body language needed to improve because he was in the match. But he's playing opponents, when you play in these senior events, as opposed to the junior circuit, it's a step up in level, it's a step up in class. So,
and the pressure is constant.
Exactly. So it's just getting matches at this level, and that'll come in time. But of course there'll be things that take out of it across the match. I mean, certainly once the intensity dropped, the intensity level dropped, so did the game. So there are just periods where they're just unforced error after unforced error about how you reset, get yourself back into the match and reset the game plan. But
put some margin in there just to get a few points.
Yeah, and just really grind away. But that'll come in time. And the winner, well, Ben Mitchell will play the winner of the match. Currently on court, Dane Propoggia 2 sets to love up against Andrew Whittington and 3 games to 1 now. So suspecting that Dane probably going to get through, but still a ways to go there.
Going to get through, you might say.
You've had a big day, John.
Lord.
You've had a big day. It's going to be another big day tomorrow because it is women's singles action. 10 o'clock start Melbourne time. And it's Olivia Rogovska, the top seed, taking on Sione Mendez. Then the second seed, Anastasia Rodionova, taking on Natha Baines. Alexandra Nankara, the 7th seed, playing Madison Inglis, and Sarah Tomic taking on Arena Rodionova. Big list of matches on court 7 as well. Everyone in action in the women's draw. It's been a big day today. Plenty of seeds through. Couple of upsets along the way. Tennis.com.au is the place to go to find out all the latest information. What's happening here at the Wildcard Playoff, and we look forward to your company again tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time as the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff continues.
life is so hectic because of what we do and the travels and practicing and then going and playing the matches and then having to do that over and over. I guess fame is when you achieve something in your career, whether it can be something small or something big in front of thousands of people. You become known for it, and people talk about it, and then they recognize you. You know, on a larger scale, it can look intimidating, but I think if you always stay true to who you are and enjoy people understanding you and getting to know you, and just being inspired by what you do rather than trying to be connected to you in a certain way, then it becomes a little easier to take. The drive that you have for your job is always about doing the best you can in that field, not about trying to get famous from it. You know, doing what I do is a lot of hard work, so the reward that you get when you win a single match is it's a great achievement. Obviously, to do it on a bigger stage in a final of a Grand Slam maybe is more meaningful than other matches, but you still have to work just as hard to win the first round as you do the final. Facing a lot of people, whether it's a crowd or media, always interacting, so when you do have that moment to yourself, you just think of really simple things in life, which at the end of the day make me the most happy. Thank you.